4 days into our ECS here in Switzerland, we've had such a lot take place already. Some high chasers, some huge hits, some roofers, some bankers. It's all been here today. We'll say hello to Geneva for the first time. Nomad started slowly, but had 3 in a row yesterday, taking on the host this morning. That should be a banger of a game. A couple of special guests joining me in the commentary box as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. To you, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 5. It is Peacock Friday as well, and we can't wait. 5 more matches. This series already shaping up to be very tightly contested. 11 teams will play 10 matches. Only the top 5 will go into finals Friday, which is in a week today. So the action's going to come thick and fast. This should be a really good one this morning as well. Match 21 between the hosts, St. Gallen Cricket Club. They're taking on the Zurich Nomads. Just quickly before we go to the toss, the weather here, it's sunny at the moment, which is good. Some concerns later on that we might have some issues with rain. Hopefully it stays away. We're expecting 18. Currently 14, but feels a lot nicer out here in the middle. Okay, let's get ready then. The toss is on the way. Rob Kemming back after his day off, looking refreshed. So let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 21.
Right, it's your call.
Yeah.
Tails is called. It is tails.
So the news from the toss is that Rob Kemming has actually provided a bit of a bending toss there. Eventually it was found, and it was Fahim Nazir that wins the toss for the Nomads and is elected to bowl first. So good morning from the central commentary position. As you can see, we are getting ready for play. Now, these two teams, I've been waiting for them to battle all week. St. Gallen looked pretty good on their first day, 2-0. And then Nomads, they had a bit of a shaky start on Monday. They were 0-2 at that stage, and they won 3 in a row yesterday. As you can see, also it's Peacock Friday right now. And so let's have a look at the two teams. I've got to say, there were some real characters in this St. Gallen lineup, including Musa Ahmadzai, who bats with his hands the other way around on the bat. More about that in a second, but Kogiani likely to open up with Sher Mohammed in the second half of this game. But first, they're going to have to keep the Nomads quiet. We know the Nomads have been dynamite with the bat, led by their left-handed swashbucklers at the top of the order, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. Zabiullah comes in at 3, Nazir at 4, Azim Nazir, that is the captain. And then plenty of batting to come. They were tested for depth yesterday, but they passed the test. 3 wins out of 3. Oh, interesting in the bat versus ball wall. I still think the expected scores might be missing a digit. But St. Gallen 1-run favourites over the Nomads. So I've got to say, St. Gallen last time with a 2-4 record back in 2020. And the Nomads won it. So supercomputer tipping, I suppose it would be an upset. I don't know. Not too much between these two teams. I suppose that illustrates it. But I'm a little bit surprised to see St. Gallen ahead on the expected scores. But yeah, you never know. So getting ready for the teams to get out there on the field. I want to say a very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. And if you were watching yesterday, this is what you would have seen. Nomads, like I said, they had a perfect day. Nomads first up against Vettingen, put 149 on the board, 98 from Hassan Ahmed. The standout score of this tournament so far. But there's been some good ones. And despite the efforts of Jurgentheren, who took 3 wickets and made a half-century for Vettingen, just wasn't able to get his team close. The Nomads running out winners by 29 runs. That was the first of 5 games, and Vettingen, yeah, they've shown a bit so far, but they weren't quite able to go with the Nomads there. Winterthur, well, they were without a win to this stage, but then whacked 161 against Vettingen, who went back-to-back. And despite the efforts of Mohamed Akhtar in the second innings, they weren't able to get close. Well, close enough to get the points. 149. They finished off the 10 overs. Fonseca, though, what a great game he had. 62 not out for Winterthur. And then 1 for 2, but a really crucial 9th over, which stymied the chase. But yeah, Winterthur, they were able to get their first points, but it was a tight one. Paktoon Zalmi then made an appearance in match 18 against the Nomads. Nomads were running hot, though. Zalmi, despite the efforts of Arif Sanga, 75, gathering 133 in total, but could not keep the Nomads quiet. Have a look at that. Fahim Nazir, 77 of 24 balls, and saw them home with time to spare. Winterthur then struggled with a stick in the 4th match of the day, match 19, with Crispin Webb top scoring for them. Sasidaran and Cupido with 20s, but 96 for 6 never looked like enough against Zalmi, as the openers made 73 between them. Iza Hussain, 43, Arif Sanga, 30, and Zalmi chased it down in the 7th over. Then last match of the day, well, this was a pretty tight one as well. Winterthur 118. Didn't look nearly enough against the Nomads, but they were able to continue to take wickets. Hassan Ahmed stood tall for 46. Javed Dinesh with a cameo at the end got his team across the line. And that meant the Zurich Nomads were 3 for 3. And they play first up this morning. They'll play back-to-back. And we're almost ready to go. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Nice when we're on time. Fahim Nazir to get us going. Here's the start of day 5. Starts with a full toss and cracked through the offside. So test the outfield. I don't think it's quite going to go, but good running. That's Hekmat Kogiani, as expected, opening the batting for St. Gallen. So I do want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Said a quick hello in there. And already we're underway in Romania as well. Been keeping an eye on that. Oh, that one is too high. Called straight away. And so there were 2 full tosses from Nazir. He's trying to get full, but he gets 2 full the first time. And fuller than 2 full this time. That's about chest high, I think. Almost. Even though he's out of his crease, it's got to be a no. It's a pity he doesn't actually get a swing on that, because I think Kogiani knew it was going to be a no ball. Free hit then. Maybe we'll do a free hit count today. I think we'll lose count, actually, if we try and do that. Oh, there you go. It is a free hit, and he hits it. Maximo. First one of the day, Kogiani. The lefty just lifts it up and out of the ground. So the first ball that bounces on the pitch disappears for 6. St. Gallen are away. They did hit a week high 184 against the Crickets a couple of days ago. Lenny will be joining me in a little while. Oh, he's knocked him over. And after not getting it right for the first 3 balls, Fahim Nazir comes up with a beauty. Just nips back between the bat and pad of Kogianu. He tells his story heading back to the pavilion. 6 and out for the St. Gallen opener, and it's 9 for 1. What a good ball to get in the first over. Fahim Nazir is such a good cricketer, isn't he? Check it out here. Yeah, I mean, it's well pitched. Just tests him technically. He's only trying to block it, so that makes it even more special in this form of the game when you've got a batter just trying to keep it out, and he can't. He's a good player. Fahim Nazir. So this will bring Mohsin Raza to the crease. Mohsin batting in the 3 spot here. See if Raza can do anything. Interesting first over, only halfway through it actually. Keeps the first one out. Oh, he takes his outswing and puts it over the fence. Almost over the fence. Maximo Raza with a statement of intent. There you go. Good hitting. Probably didn't see the best of Mohsen Raza when we saw St. Gallen a couple of days ago, but he's tall. And that was a very, very correct cricket shot. Now, just works it off the stumps. At the end of a very eventful first over. And the score is 15 without loss after one. Just a reminder, not only do we have action here in Switzerland this morning, but we also have 3 T20 internationals over there in Romania, the Relive cricket ground already is underway around about 50 minutes ago. Rico was up nice and early. Isle of Man taking on Greece. Right now I've got Greece 57 for 3. Here's some of the players and the players you will see. Nice to see a fair few Greek names in there as well. Joe Hicks, successful with the ball so far. She's been very tight for Isle of Man, so you can turn over any time, get a bit of both if you like. First ball of the new over. It's hit to get on, no run. Well bowled again. That's where you want to be, I think. Now that I'm kind of settled, I'll say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Good to see Kai Bay out there. He's asking, is Lenny having a day off? No, he's not having a day off. He will be here. I just told him, you know what? Just have a nice lie-in. Enjoy your breakfast. Relax a little bit. He'll probably be here for the second half of this match, I imagine. Anyway, this is pulled away, just a single, as Shoaib Mohammed gets off the mark. So yeah, don't worry, Lenny will be here, and I'm hopeful that we actually have a very well-known voice to ECN, maybe making an appearance by the end of the day. So stay tuned. But again, I've got to admit, I've got one eye here, got one eye on Romania as well. Great to see more women's cricket on ECN. The stand has actually been pretty good so far, I've got to say. 2 teams we haven't seen on ECN before. Trying for that Yorker. Amjad Ahmed just losing it down the leg side. I do like the Nomads outfits. A little bit of the Power Ranger about Amjad Ahmed there. Got to say a warm welcome to Elvira as well from Spring Productions, who's joining us for the first time today. This series, although she's very, very experienced. Oh, yeah. This one doesn't really get up. Mohsen Raza surprised. Probably wasn't the correct shot. Already seen he can hit the ball over cover nicely. That's where he got his 6 runs. Tevin in the chat. Hello to you. Tevin Herath saying that low-scoring games can be just as thrilling. Yeah, you're exactly right, Tevin. We've had our fair share of low-scoring thrillers here on the European Cricket Network, that's for sure. Takes this off the stumps and he should get 4. A little bit of a risk, I suppose, though. Was a full toss. Ahmed going for the Yorker again. And this is why such little margin for error. He's maybe 50 centimetres off his length here. Instead of a Yorker, it turns into a low full toss. And Mohsen Raza times it away to the leg side boundary, 4 runs. Well, this Indians pop up and it's gone. Oh, and it's not great looking dismissal for Raza, really. This might be one of those ones that just popped off the pitch, and we haven't seen too many of these at all. Let's have a look on the replay. It's just the simplest of catches, and in the power play, that's one of the negatives of the batter. More infielders, it seemed to pop in him a bit. Seemed back, just no timing. This might be the angle of it. Maybe it was a deliberate cutter. Just rolling his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball. Yeah, I think it was actually. So look, credit to the bowler there, Amjad Ahmed. I think he makes that. Sticking in the pitch slightly. And Raza is going to have to go. It's the second wicket to fall. And the score is 21 for 2. And so 11 teams in this competition. Today we'll get to see Geneva for the first time. I'm excited about that. Costanay will make an appearance tomorrow. It's all to do with travel and things like that. But the race for the 5, that's what it's all about. We've got finals Friday happening a week today. Nomads recovering from 2 early losses to be 3-2 right now. This is a nice, neat shot from Sher Mohammed, who hasn't had a lot of the strike yet. They do bring back Fahim Nazir straight away. And nicely played, tucked away to get across there. It's a bit of a risk, I suppose, getting in front of your stumps, but it does open up that leg side. Slips in place for Fahim, where he goes up to the skies. Now someone surely is going to reach this. It's the outfielder, stands tall and takes it. So another wicket, and that is the top 3 back in the shed. It's Amjad Ahmed with the catch. He had a lot of time to get under that and think about it. And it's not an easy side of the ground to field with the sun where it is at this time of the morning. But he judged it perfectly. Carried a fair way out to him. I thought for a second he'd have to come forward more than he did. You can see, takes to the skies. Infielder trying to find it, but it was always Amjad's catch. I'd say it was perfect technique, but it's a perfect result for the Nomads. And St. Gallen have lost 3 early ones. It's 25 for 3. So bring Harun Khan to the crease. They do bat deep. St. Gallen, we saw that the other day. Bat themselves out of a bit of a tight hole. I want to say a quick hello to Raza as well. Good morning to you. Hopefully you're well. Thank you for asking me how I am. I am great, gotta say. Head hit the pillow last night and stayed there the whole night. Nazir with 2 wickets now. Bowling to Harun. He pushes and runs first up. St. Gallen, they were in kind of trouble early last time around as well in their first game. Dinesh, Ringo Starr, as Lenny was calling him yesterday. But St. Gallen, when we first saw them, it was against the Zurich Lions. They battled, ended up with 125 on the board and defended it. Lions making 105 in response. That was all the way back in at match 13. That was a good game. So, this is Ali Abbas, the captain. And he's honestly been a warrior here in St. Gallen for us, helping us out and helping out around the ground. He's going to get a first balls off the pitch. And I don't think that's exactly why Azim Nazir, the Nomad skipper, is standing in that spot, but works out all right. Dinesh is a good keeper, but his arms aren't that long. Nazir just getting too much movement there. Of course, this is a temporary pitch. A lot of work's gone into getting it as good as it is, really. Free hit, Abbas does hit, and he gets it over the top. Maximo! Nice effort out there. Amjad's been busy. Again, arms not quite long enough. 2 balls in a row for the Nomads. Ali Abbas cashes in. These are guys lived in Lived in Switzerland for over 2 decades now. In fact, both the captains here, they're stalwarts of the local competition. Very proud guys. Love their clubs. Oh, that's gone further. What a shot. Picked up and wait, we got our first banker of the morning. Maximo. What a shot. This is back on the full. Just taken off a length. There's very little for the bowlers in this. We saw Amjad Ahmed get something out of it earlier with a bit of a cutter, but there's always that risk if you bounce the ball, it could disappear, and that shows up in the run rates this time around. When we were in 2020, 9.9 and over, but this time we're at 13 and over through the first 4 days. In fact, we were 14 and over yesterday. So, 130 par. Now gets top edge. There's nobody home over there, though. And that's going to be 6 as well. Maximo. Nazim applaud, saying, okay, well done for trying something different. It was a false shot, but still 6 more runs than Gallen. This is what I'm talking about. These guys, they bat deep. They're going to keep playing their shots. So it's end of the over, end of the power play. 45 for 3 after 3. The third goes magical. Had the no ball free hit. That disappeared. So did the last ball off the top edge. And a good second over from Amjad Ahmed. You'd be tempted to bring him back, but there's always a risk if you bowl both openers out because you've kind of boxed yourself in for choices in the remaining 6. So they are going to make a change. It's going to be Amjad Rahmani to bowl over number 4. Harun on the charge. Throws his hands at it, but will be fielded out. A deep cover. 5 outfielders in place now. Got 2 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. So just able to defend those boundaries a little bit easier. Yeah, thanks for all the messages in there. I think Kai is enjoying the boom boom at the moment. Oh, not out, but he's going to be kicking himself because he kicks the ball. It would have been a wide. Nicely taken by Calvin Dinesh. No bat in this. I tell you who would have been nervous. Ali Abbas, he was given out what looked to be something similar the other day when the keeper was up to the stumps. But yeah, no doubt for me, there's no bat in that. It would have been a wide. Rahmani searching for the breakthrough. Yeah, not safe yet. Thing is, the Nomads, they've got such a good batting lineup. I'm trying to work out a score they aren't capable of chasing down, and so far haven't been able to come up with one. They could chase 170s, and we saw that done recently in Hungary. A bit short, out towards the fielder, almost gets there. This will be 4. It's a really good effort out there. Amjad Ahmed. He had that catch earlier where he barely had to move. This time he did have to move, and he did. Ali Abbas flying the flag for St. Gallen. Hard to believe this guy is 53 years of age. 53 years of age. Look at the way he's hitting the ball. I was speaking to Ali the other day, copped a decision which probably was a bit of a rough one. And he said, look, that's the way cricket is. I'm just more concerned about how my boys go. And we got the win in the end. That was the most important thing. He's going to get 4 here. Again, it's an attempted cutter, I think, from Rahmani outside the off stump. It worked earlier on. The wicket of Mohsin Raza off a similar delivery, but Ali hits it later, hits it up and over that man in the circle. He's 26 off 7. He's off to the races. His high score on ECN is 34. That was back in 2020 in that European Cricket Series, the previous ECS here in Switzerland. Oh, he's very lucky to survive this, though. There was a 4th stump. It would have knocked it out of the ground. Java Dinesh with a Ringo Starr hairstyle, like we said. I see it now. For Ali. Maybe he didn't have the luck the other day, but You've got a bit of luck there. That ball could have easily cleaned him up. Last ball of the over. And now he's going to go off a full toss. And it's going to crash into the bottom of the stumps. He just missed times, and I think he's early through the shot here. Romani ends up with a wicket in the over. Ali Abbas is frustrated. I think he makes a late decision, changing where he wants to hit the ball. It's either a lot of respect from Nomads as well. In the end, even though it's full toss, when you play across the line, if you don't get the timing right, then that could happen. He just seemed to be late on it, didn't he? The ball's gone, then the bat comes through, and so Ali has a close call, but then he gets his marching orders. Good impact innings, though, from the skipper. 26 off 9 in the end. It's also the end of the over. It's 54 for 4. So where are they tracking at the moment? 135. I think that's the minimum you might need against the Nomads. Having said that, Nomads last night had a little bit of a struggle in the last game of the day, though they did get there in the end against Winterthur in match number 20, chasing down 119 with 7 balls to spare. All right, this is a one-hopper. Zabiola will bat 3 for the Nomads today. New bowler here, got a bit of spin. There's Tarani Tanabalasingham. Oh, he just bunts that. It's enough of it to get over the fielder. Yeah, the guys, they don't worry too much about keeping the ball on the ground. Yeah, so isn't it interesting how much we've seen the run rate rise here? Over 3 points. So 99 might have been par in 2020. Right now we're looking at 130. Oh, a reckless shot from Haroon. Gets an under edge. Goes under the keeper for a single. Yeah, these guys, they just concentrate on hitting the ball. If they hit in the air, especially out of the power play, they're not too worried about it. They just take the chances. They want to hit the ball hard, want to hit the ball well. A little bit short, but Safi swings straight through it. Peacock Friday as well, by the way. Hopefully you're feeling bright as I am this morning as well. We're bowled almost on the full to the fielder. Makes a good effort, but they get one. Tanabalasingham provides immense variety to this attack for the Nomads, but this time he hits up in the air. Fielder right back, can't get there. Maximo! Haroon breaks the shackles. It was a challenge kind of delivery. Go after it if you can. He wasn't perfectly balanced, but he just gets enough on it. It's the end of the over. The score is 64 for 4. Well, I want to say a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It is Peacock Friday, one of my favourite days of the week, and it's hard to believe in just 1 week it'll be finals already here in Switzerland. Andrew Lennon, he'll be with me shortly as well, but just thought it'd be nice to give him a bit of a lie in. He's been doing a really good job for us here on the European Cricket Network. Nice to get another voice, and nice to get someone that's seen a lot of cricket sat down in front of some ECS cricket to see what the magic's all about. I know he's had a great time here. Hello to all of you out there, whether you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent or, of course, on our YouTube channel, or especially on Swiss Sport TV if you are from Switzerland. If you are in the area of St. Gallen, come down. There's plenty of room here. And if you want to catch the action live, it's even more exciting. You can hear the roofers land on top of the grandstand. Azim Nazir gets the ball with his off spin. It's probably 2 here. Goes into a pocket of space. There was 2 there. I don't know why Haroon Khan is turning it down. Probably because he wants to face. He feels hot after that 6 last over. Wasn't really his call. But you can see the Nomads, they're trying to work out a strategy to keep teams quiet. Part of it, I do think, is slowing the bowling down in the middle overs. Oh, he almost gets that. Azim, this would have been incredible. Oh, this would have been a fantastic catch. Out of all the bowlers, Azim seems the most likely to really challenge the batter. Challenge their ego a little bit by really tossing it up and saying, go on, get it. He'll mix up his pace a lot. Oh, this time he challenges him. It's high, very high. Hussey right back to the wall. Gets a fingertip and can't pull it back in. Maximo. That was a pretty good effort from Hassan Ahmed. He knew exactly where he was. It's hard to be critical because he does pretty well to get a finger on it, but maybe could he have jumped backwards and tried to pull it back in? He was just hoping it sticks and maybe he doesn't have to fall out of the boundary at all. Maximo 6 runs. Now look at Nazir, really tosses it up. Yeah, Hassan Ahmed is a very good fielder. We know that already. He is carrying a broken finger though at the moment. Nazir himself, he's also in his 50s. He's 54. So the two captains here, 53 and 54, but looking like men 20 years younger. This will be the end of the over. And Nazir does get hit for a Maximo, but only just. And that over of 10 isn't too bad at all for the Nomads. St. Gallen, the hosts, are 74 for 4 after 6. Looking at the scorecard, Ali Abbas, St. Gallen skipper 26 off 9. The high scorer so far. Both these two 11 off 7. It's okay, but I think you're looking for batters that can go 200 plus. 200 plus, that gets you your 120 plus a handful of extras, gets you 130. 200 I think is par as a strike rate. Nobody's faced 10 balls in this innings yet for St. Gallen. This is hit pretty well. Hassan goes back. Oh, this time, can he give it, get it back? Oh, he can't, almost. Well, that was such a good effort. I mean, they have a look at this, so we'll get the right decision. My impression was it was okay, but let's have a look. Okay, that's fine. Where does he land? Okay, so far. Yeah, okay. To be honest, I think he hits the rope after he throws it. Yeah, let's have a look. To me, he's all right there. Now in the air to no man's land. Drops. Now they want to. Can't decide he wants to or not. That was a very good piece of fielding by Hassan. The only thing that I suppose cost him, there was nobody around him to help him because the outfielders were so far away. In the end, he makes a really good stop, keeps it to 1. Dragged to the leg side by Haroon. He'll get a single. So Hassan, it was the same tactic. He tried to matrix himself over the line. But the problem, I suppose, with keeping square onto the ball is it's hard to recover. Okay, this is up in the air and no one's catching this. Maximo! Safi breaks out, gets himself to that 200 strike rate now, 18 off 9. Good solid shot, really. Tanabala Singham gives him a bit of width and he strokes him away over the offside. Good batting. Yeah, so if somehow you could kind of catch it over your shoulder, even though it's a more difficult catch, then you can kind of throw it up with a bit more on it and maybe pivot and get back in the field to play a bit easier than Hassan did there. But, you know, he's a very good fielder. They should just get a single here. Can get hit for the 1 boundary in the over. It's probably manageable, considering the average run rate is 13. Oh, this is belted. Absolutely belted by Haroon, who goes Maximo. That'll sneak up the back end of 7 overs, and it's 90 for 4. Well struck So game on here at the moment. Like I said, Nomads, they wanted to chase. They're not afraid of a big chase either. 52 days to go until the ECC. It's our flagship event. We've got 2 flagship events, I suppose, at the Cardamom Oval. ECL Champions League in February, March. And the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, starting on September 25. Switzerland will be there. Drawn in a very interesting group as well. Looking forward to seeing that tournament, as always. And a few players pressing their claims for national selection in this ECS right now. I think it's going to be a bit of a headache for the Swiss selectors. Of course, not every player you see in this series will qualify for national selection because it is the ICC criteria, being an international event. So 3-year residency is required, or citizenship. Stumped. And so Harun, he just premeditates the charge there on Nazir, who floats a little bit wide. I don't know if Nazir saw him coming. There was a clever bit of bowling. Slides it across. And yeah, he's stumped by a metre. Never even gets back, Harun. Let's just see Nazir, the bowler here. Does he see him coming? Probably gets a slight feeling. Those little giveaways. The micro cues there saw the batter ready to charge, even though he hadn't really started charging. So he'll lose another wicket, 91 for 5. Now here's a guy that we loved watching 2 days ago. Haven't seen him too much with the bat before that on ECN, but he bats with his hands the opposite way around on the bat. And I was just asking Ali Abbas about a little bit about Musa Ahmadzai. He's the first left-hander I've ever seen with this grip. First ball, he launches it. Going, gone. It's a perfectly executed goal into the dugout. Maximo. Let's have a look at this guy. Bang. He's even hit a roofer, and it was one of the best. And it was all to do with an injury when he was very young. He broke both wrists, and so he found this was a more comfortable way to get power than the traditional way. So that's why he did it. There goes leg side, but finds the fielder. I might think a 2 here on the slip. They'll probably do it. It's going to be tight, but they'll get there. It's good running. Fielded, fumbled it first, and then couldn't quite find his footing when he did have the ball. So Safi, quick to get back to the non-strikers end. Yeah, so it's the first time I can think of that it's an injury that's I suppose forced a youngster to change their grip to the reverse grip. All right, it's actually pretty well fielded because that took a sideways hop. This time I don't think they'll get 2. Oh, now they will get 2. Well, again, really good awareness. Hit the edge of the pitch and pop past Nazir. I don't know why the throw came to the bowler's end in the first place. It wasn't a particularly powerful throw. Just throw it into the keeper and be done with it. He dribbles it in, and then, yeah, that last bounce. Nazir gives it the eye roll. Rightly so. 100's up now for St. Gallen. Musa with that Irish grip. Well bowled. Sneaks it inside. And so Nazir, for all the trials and tribulations, he goes for 21, which is a pretty good effort. 1 for 21, his final figures, 8 overs down. It's 101 for 5. Hariharan Janakiraman saying, my favourite batter, Musa. Well, I mean, I'm always a fan of the alternative. I don't think there's any secret with that. I just love to see people finding their own way in cricket. And how about the fact that he had a pretty bad injury, it sounds like, broke both wrists as a youngster. And then he found a way to hold the bat that was comfortable for him, and he stuck with it, and that was the only way he could get power. So I just think that's an inspirational story. 7 minutes to get through this over, so you can see the spinners operating, haven't put them in any time pressure. It's Ramani to come back and bowl the 9th. Gets away with a full toss. Probably pull up. Dinesh will jump on it and then Tight one, but they will get back for two. Leg by signalled. Romani may be a little bit lucky to get away with that. Batter couldn't catch up with it. Really excited to see Geneva today. A little bit later on, they'll feature. Also, Cossonay, the 11th team in the competition, will be on deck tomorrow. So, yeah, by tomorrow we'll have seen all teams and we'll have a better idea of how they match up against each other. Romani again just falling away, loses it down the leg side. A couple of overs to go in the 2020 International over there in Romania. Greece 82 for 5 after 18. Wonder what will be par around there. Goes after this, thick outside edge with the pace of the bowler. That's running away for 4. So Safi throwing the bat. Is it Gullen? It's on around about 130 pace or so. Is that enough? You wouldn't think so, but having said that, it is a par score. One of the issues is that this Nomads lineup, they're not a par batting lineup. They're an above par batting lineup. You never know. And like I said, 119 wasn't a doddle for them last night against Winterthur. Another one slides into the pad. Wow, that's somehow gone for 4. How fast is this outfield? I thought it was no way that a ball off the pad could run so far. Yeah, that looked like it just skewed off the pad and actually raced away. Might have been off the, was it off the bat? It looked to me like it was straight off the knee roll. Maybe it was. Maybe it was 4 runs. Well, there you go. Man, paddy sound. Would explain it though. And he launches this. And it's going, and it's caught. Well, nicely taken by Fahim Nazir, who set up camp just inside the boundary. And he took it shoulder high. Safi's going to have to go for 28 off 15, his final figures. Nicely taken. Thought off the bat it was going to test the fielder a bit more than this. But Nazir, he judged it perfectly. So St. Gallen swinging the bat to the end. They're 112 for 6. 8 balls remaining in this innings. Vivek Garg is the new batter. I believe this is the first chance we've had to get a look at him in this series. Gets a bat here at number 8. 2 to come in the 9th. Oh, he's bowled in a really weird way as well. It's a thick inside edge that goes down onto his bat leg and it just pops onto the stumps. Have a look at this. Goes bat, leg, stump. And sometimes you got luck, sometimes you don't. Look at that. Actually hits the side of the pad and pops up and hits the stumps on the full. So Vivek, bit of a tough one for him. But yeah, he's got some company as he goes off for a golden duck. That is his first time on ECN, so welcome Vivek. I suppose only uses up the 1 ball. Does create a hat-trick opportunity, doesn't it? Piyush Kumar, last person to take a hat-trick on ECN. Romani with the hat-trick ball, this could be gone. Back pad. Oh, if he hasn't hit that, that is absolutely plum. Oh, let's see if we can pick something up here. Oh, I got to say, I didn't see an edge. If there was no bat on this, it's good night, Charlene. Let's have a look. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, it saves our records department a bit of work at least, because they won't have to write in hat-trick number 23 of the year. But this one, oh. End of the over. 112 for 7. Well, benefit of the doubt. The only doubt I had was which stump it was hitting. Anyway, 10th overtime. Starts with a wide. Oh, poor Romani. 3 for 18, his figures off the 2 overs. I mean, maybe there was a little edge that we didn't pick up because it was very hard for us to see, but tell you what, if there was a court of appeals, then I'd be certainly bringing that before the magistrate. Kugiani at the other end. Let's see if he can make the most of the reprieve. Still 6 balls to go, 113 for St. Gallen. He gets knocked over. That's nicely bowled. Amjad Ahmed has been good in this game. We saw him bowl the second, now bowling the last. Knocks over Musa Ahmedzai, so it's a really good finish for the Nomads. St. Gallen just continue to lose wickets. Again, just gets him in an uncomfortable area. Yeah, it might be that slide off cutter again. Crashes into the top of the stumps. St. Gallen now 113 for 8. Well, it's brought the chatters to life at least. Hello to Kai, hello to Maya Patel and Craig Element. Good to have you with us. Craig, where are you watching from again? Slips my mind. It's great to have you. Making our broadcast a little bit more interactive. Bowler does not want to see that replay that we saw. I tell you what, he wouldn't have as good a look as we do. That's the thing, the bowler. Anyway, in the match situation, it probably doesn't change things a whole lot. For the bowler, though, it's not often you're in a position to take a hat trick. Digs it in. Maybe the one for the over. Yeah, not many bowlers have been able to get it up over the shoulder, but it's good variation to throw in. This is Jaffer now. This innings was kind of on life support for a bit, but continued to chug along, but just running out of resources at the back end. That's not a bad shot, though. Well, why not? Up and over. Maximo. Mohammad Jaffer, he's coming out at number 10 and playing this kind of a shot. Probably knows it's not going to be particularly short because we know that the bowler has used up his bouncer in the over. And Kai Bay saying, it all happened in the night. Yes, sure did. The only thing that didn't happen is the finger going up on the LBW. Well, full points for bat speed. Jaffer swinging around it. So they set 120s here. Craig, that's right, from Coventry, that's right. And I think I mentioned yesterday, I have been to Coventry. Big student town there. Yeah, Craig, glad that you are having such a great time. Love your comments. All right, 2 to come. What can they get to here? Running. Could be trouble. He's been run out. So Kugiani, in the end, he ends up with a golden duck anyway. Just a little bit more unorthodox than the golden duck that I think he was going to walk off with. Great stuff by the keeper to jump on it. Probably worth going for, because the other thing was Jaffer wasn't really... okay, whacked one away, but then had 2 misses, so it means you get somebody else to bat. Sasi Kumar comes out at 11. Score stuck on 119. Looks like Greece have finished 89 for 8 off their 20 overs. By the way, 90 will be the target for Isle of Man. But right here, right now, his last ball. Sasi, make a name for yourself. Almost gets a broken nose, but pulls it away. It could be a no ball, you know, actually. I think this could be a no ball, but he might be run out. Yeah, because did we already have the bouncer in the over? I'm pretty sure we did. Is that this over? So this innings is going to stay alive. Yeah, he's not out either. I'm sure that's going to go down as a no ball plus. Yeah, no ball plus 1. It's lucky they didn't get run out because they wouldn't have got the free hit. They're out of batters. So there we go, 121, free hit to finish. And everyone remember this is a free hit. Last ball of the innings. Oh, another no ball. But yeah, not worth really running and risking a run out. So 122, just creeping up. No real need to dig it into the number 11 there. Ahmed's been good, but he's just lost his way the last couple of deliveries. All right, another free hit, another last ball. Slower ball. Now you got to run him. He'll probably come back for 2. Hassan is going to go to the keeper. And now you might as well keep running. Why not? Should be out, but yeah, classic chaos. This might be, is it a 1 short? Am I imagining it? Maybe it's not. So I've got that scored as 2 and run out. Yeah, in the end, you know, he's giving it out. He's not giving the 1 short. So I think it makes sense. You go for it. Last ball, if you're out, you're out. They are bowled out off the very last ball. I've got 124. Put that down, make a note of it. 125 Nomads. Still be pretty happy with their first half's work here in match number 21. Well, 2 teams coming in with some wins under their belt. Gogiani came, he slammed that one out of the ground, but then he copped a peach from Fahim Nazir straight after. Over went the castle, and the Nomads are into their work. But then this one just popped on Mohsen Raza. Little cutter stuck in the pitch. He did hit a couple of boundaries before he departed though. And then Shem Mohammed, who's having a pretty good series, he skied one into the heavens, came back down. Amjad Ahmed with the catch. Then Ali Abbas, the 53-year-old skipper of St. Gallen, he came out, absolutely smacked a couple as well. This one just got away from the fielder. 26 on 9 balls before he swung around to full toss. Just a misjudgment of the pace there. Good impact innings. Needed someone to go on with it. Couple of little creepers over the outfielders. Azim almost pulled off a thrilling catch. So did Hassan Ahmed there. He just outside the boundary, but he flicked the ball away first. This one was just scored as a single. Correctly so, I think, in the end. Yeah, people get starts, but no one really goes on with it. We saw Haroon just charge to a ball that floated outside his off stump. No one faced more than 15 balls in this innings. That was a statement of intent again from Mooster. Nomads, I think it's their best bowling and fielding effort. It's good enough, I think, to just keep them ahead in the game. That was a bit unlucky for Vivek, who chopped his onto his leg. Now this one, I tell you. Oh well, about as close as you'll ever get to a hat trick without actually taking one. A little shake of the head. He wasn't the only one shaking his head. Last over came around. A few bonus runs dribbled towards the end as well. As you'd expect, it was kind of chaos last over. Searching for everything. There were 2 bounces in the over. Just gave them a couple of extra hits, a couple of extra free hits, and they creeped past the 120 mark in the end. 124 all out off the last ball of the 10 overs. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Senegal Safi ends up top scoring 28 off 15, but probably wasn't as impactful as the 26 off 9 that Ali Abbas provided, but some runs from both of those two. Apart from that, 19 for Haroon Khan off 11 balls and 10 for Mohsen Raza and Musa Ahmedzai. But you can see that no one really able to pick up the game by the scruff of the neck and jam St. Gallen into the front seat. As for the bowlers, some good performances there. Amjad Rahmani, 3 for 18. Amjad Ahmed, 2 for 18. So, yeah, 5 for 36 off their 4. Pretty good effort. 2 to Nazir, but he was a little bit loose early. The other wicket to Azim Nazir. Fahim, of course, with the 2 for 39. And Tanabala Singham, solid enough. 26th off 2 is probably par in these conditions. Nomads, well, if they back their potential, they probably will get the runs, but St Gallen, they'll be fighting hard. Anybody's game here in match 21. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the St Gallen Stadium here in Switzerland. Great to have your company. Day 5 in this European Cricket Series. We're watching match 21 at the moment. It's the Nomads going out to chase 125 for victory. St Gallen, the host, bowled out for 124 off the very last ball of their innings. Handy couple contributions in there by Sanagul Safi, 28 off 15. Also, the captain, Ali Abbas, 26 off 9. The leading scorers, but yeah, a handful below par based on what we've seen this week in this particular tournament. If you went back to the 2020 tournament, 124 is probably a fair bit over par, but cricket's come a long way in a short period of time here in Europe, particularly here in Switzerland. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed to open up for the Nomads, and they are probably the most potentially destructive opening combination in the country. It's Musa Ahmedzai to get us going. The first one is a long way down leg side. Called a wide. Special hello to all of our viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV today. It's been great to have a little bit of media attention here. Really nice story done the other night on us. Oh, it does swing away from Nazir. He's coming off a rare low score last night. So the key here, just, I don't exactly know how you do that, but if you can push that run rate up from 12.5 towards 15 with a good start. But hard to keep these two quiet at the power play because they can absolutely smash the ball. And Fahim, he starts with a roofer. Maximo! Well, this is the issue. He just is happy to take a ball, plays it into the offside, doesn't take a run, but then gets a huge 6. That one is not coming back. I did some inquiries this morning as to what happens to balls on the roof. Can they be fetched? The long answer was it's complicated. The short answer was no. So we're scrambling for a few extra boxes of balls, particularly new balls, brand new balls. I think we're okay for kind of used balls, but normally if you lose a ball in the first over, you get a new ball back. Like that. So, yeah, at the moment, cruising along. These two, although they're both left-handers, they kind of complement each other nicely. I do think they throw the bowlers off a little bit as well. Oh, doesn't carry. Little inside edge. Really more than little, actually. And the keeper, Sher Mohammed, couldn't get under it in time. So it's not really a chance, but it was I suppose it was a misstroke from Fahim. Now just eases this away with a bit of class. Maximo! Went pretty much straight over the head of Ali Abbas, who's at mid-wicket. And normally if you hit it over the head of infielders, there's gaps behind them. That's exactly how it works out here. Needing 12.5 and over, you can see they're already ahead of what they need in this first over. Still 2 balls to come. Now takes this off the stumps, and they just moved the field, and this is going to be another boundary. So a bit of chase the ball, wasn't it? Safi, he was there the ball before. He'd been moved around to where the 6 was hit, and then Fahim toying with the St Gallen captain by hitting one to where the fielder was the ball before. This over's in danger of going magical. Musa Ahmedzai has 1 ball to go on this over. Nazir's faced them all. He's happy to take another dot. So a couple of dots in the over. Despite that, it does go for 18 at the end of 1. The Nomads off to a strong start. 18 without loss after 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network on a Friday. And joining me for the first time today is Andrew Leonard. Lenny, good morning to you. Hopefully you've had a nice morning so far as we see the Golden Ball counter tick over to 84 matches. You've promised us one. What do you think we're in store for today?
Well, I tell you, today it's Peacock Friday, isn't it? I haven't quite lived up to your standards. Like it's okay. Maybe we'll get a look at the 5th over at the Concam.
I think it's a good idea.
It's okay. It's the best I could do, Vinny.
You're looking nice.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah,
I got to roll out the good trousers too.
I love that you just were a little bit scared that you'd forgotten your beanie, and then you found it, and the look of glee in your face it's lit me up already.
It's the constant challenge of a bald man who doesn't like the cold.
Yeah, well, there's some pros to your baldness and some negatives. I think you talked about one of the pros yesterday. Anyway, here we go with over number 2, Hekmat Kogiani. It's driven by Hassan Ahmed, who faces his first ball. What did you make of the first innings? I know you were following along.
Yeah, so watch probably, I want to say about half of it in between polishing the dome and all the important things you do in the morning. But, well, I tell you, I thought we were going to have an addition to the hat-trick there.
Well, this is in the air. And who wants it? Keeper has called it. And it's gone. To get Hassan's second ball is a biggie for St. Gallen. It's one piece of the puzzle. Still plenty more to solve. But they catch a break here, leading edge. And, yeah, it's 18 for 1 now in the second.
How pumped up is Ali Abbas as well. Oh, he lives and breathes every single ball of St. Gallen CC cricket, the 53-year-old captain. Big moment. This man in the morning game yesterday, 24 hours ago, it was 98 that he made. But cricket, well, it's the great leveler, isn't it, Vinny? 98, 1 day, 0. Second ball duck the next off he trudges. Big moment of the match, 18 for 1.
Yes, he does. But it's the problem. They're not really a one-man band, are they? The Nomads. And so they'll still have confidence to play their shots. They'll still feel that they can achieve this target even if they lose 1, 2, or even 3 of their top order. This brings Katil Zabiullah to the crease at number 3, and he's a guy. He loves to be attacking. You can see why they have him there at first drop.
Wonder was there a little bit of fatigue this morning for the Zurich Nomads. 3 games yesterday, including the final game of the day yesterday.
They pretty much play 5 in 7 in this little period here.
Which is a proper schedule, isn't it? So maybe, just maybe, that might give St. Gallen a bit of an edge in the defence of this. Maybe we're calling it, what, an exactly par total?
Yeah.
Or 5 short? We think 125, 130, don't we?
5 short for me. And the thing against the Nomads, they've got an above par batting lineup. So, so par total, I don't think is winning you 50% of the games when you're playing the Nomads. Just think of the Nomads schedule. It's a very Australian thing, actually, just to rock up Friday morning for work to go to lunch and not come back, which is essentially what they're doing here on day 5. They get to play the first 2 and then have their weekend.
What do they call that again in Australia when you knock off early?
Yeah, we just call it Friday, actually. And next ball is carefully watched by Fahim Nazir.
So, this time, just a good length again. We talk about hitting the top of off stump. That was spot on the money, even though he's coming around the wicket with that slightly strange angle. Look at the batter, Fahim Nazir. He's a full yard out of his crease as well, trying to get down and attack.
This is just knocked away. They won't get a run here. So, pretty good over this from Kogiani, kind of countering what happened in the first.
Ali Abbas, he's like a sergeant major out there, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just runs them.
Well, this one is not requiring any running. It's a roof in his ear. It's the second ball we lost. We're going to have to start charging him. First couple of free, but Fahim, we're going to have to send you the invoice. Maximo! And they don't get out of the over unscathed in the end. St. Gallen, 25 for 1 after 2.
I just wonder, is there a young cricketing entrepreneur somewhere who, a little bit like those guys who go to the golf courses and they go into the lake. They sometimes get out the full waders and everything. I've even seen divers go in because a Pro V1 is worth what? I don't know, $8 or $10 or euros or something like that.
Definitely, yeah.
A cricket ball is worth a bit more than that.
Wow,
now, this is interesting, Vinny, isn't it? We've heard a lot of noise from what we think is an artillery range. Are these some of the lads who've been providing the noise? The gas masks on and all.
I tell you what, the camouflage isn't really doing its job if we've spotted them, though. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit worried about. But yeah, it's obviously it's pretty close here. We have heard a lot of big noises coming from that direction.
You might not know the answer. Maybe one of our viewers can tell us. Is Switzerland one of those countries where military service is still compulsory?
I actually don't know. Someone asked me that if I had, but I did say it wasn't compulsory where I came from. But yeah, maybe one of our Swiss viewers can answer that. It's a really good question, actually. Going back to the balls on the roof, though,
sorry, yes.
I was just saying, in this area of drones, someone needs to be able to, like a robot/drone to go and get the balls.
I've seen the ball dropper. So I think they did that they were trying to make the world's highest catch or something.
That's right. Oh, side edge from Zabiullah onto his leg.
Ball collectors, probably a slightly different piece of technology, even though it would be, in essence, you'd still be doing it with the drone.
I feel like
how's it going to pick it up?
Well, like, you know, those claw machines like in the arcade? I mean, we just need to program them not to drop him every time.
They
though.
never picked it up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they can program those a bit tighter. Probably just going down the leg side with the angle. Tell you what, I know one man that'd be a bit stiff if that was given out. Yeah, that was in the first innings. We saw Romani on a hat trick for St. Gallen, and it was a very, very close LBW.
I won't lie, I very nearly appealed myself, even though I was only watching on YouTube at that point. It looked... Ooh.
Choked on your cornflakes?
Yes, it looked close.
It did.
Back pad. Was there two noises? Was it pad? That can prove difficult sometimes for an umpire, can't it? If they hear two noises...
There's some talk that maybe the bat had hit the ground, and that might have... There was maybe a double noise. For me, the first noise was the pad. The second noise was the appeal.
Yep.
I'm with you. Anyway, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you have good luck. Sometimes you have bad luck.
You do definitely get those ones which are pad. So front pad and then
flick on the front.
Back pad.
Yep.
And there are therefore two noises that the umpire is hearing.
Yep. Well, that's pretty close. That's more than close. That's gone. Hits him on the full. Zabula. Oh, he's pleading his case. I tell you what, don't think it's going to stand up in a court of law. But Ahmedzai does break through 27 for 2.
Well, for me, this is as plumb as they come. It's full, it's straight. I think it's hit his foot on the full. The batter's trying to plead in vain that he's hit it. No, I don't think so. That is going to hit middle stump about 6 inches up.
Yeah, I do like the kneeling appeal as well.
Yeah, I love that.
But yeah, that's about as out as it gets. Hits him on the toe. And I don't see any evidence of bat. I don't see actually evidence of no bat. I'm going to look at that replay. And, yeah, the full-on double knee slide appeal. Tom Cruise style in risky business, except he's got the full kit on this time, which is good. 27 for 2.
And here comes my main man.
Ringo Starr, as you were calling him. And he did some good things in the first innings with the gloves. Javad Dinesh comes out at 4. Interestingly, coming out ahead of Azim Nazir, the skipper, who was listed to bat at 4.
And definitely he's batting up the order from yesterday where he came in all the way down at number 6. He made 31 off 13 there with 4 sixes, got his side over the line.
Mahir Patel.
Flexed the guns too.
Mahir Patel does a really good job, and it comes up with an answer quickly to what we were asking. Well ball by Ahmedzai into the over. And a very good comeback. I wasn't so sure they would have bowled him again after his first over went for 18, but he only concedes 2 in that over. One of them was leg by. So the Nomads being put on the back foot here, 27 for 2. After 3, Mahir has said that for men, they're obligated to serve in the military or the alternative civilian service for a minimum of 18 months. 21 weeks, 21 weeks.
There you are.
And for women, they can serve on a voluntary basis. So thanks for the answer, Mahir.
So maybe those guys are not up there of their own derision.
Maybe. They can work on their camouflage, though. That's all I'm going to say. That when we're spotting them, and look, Spring Productions are very good. But they are civilians. So, no, it's something that I suppose is becoming less common. It also depends what.
Well, the most famous one recently, South Korea. Sorry, I'm not into my football. I can't remember his name. The Tottenham striker, who's from South Korea.
Yeah.
Even though he's on probably £120,000 sterling per week, at some point prior to 25, had to get back and do his military service.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he was called into it. He was already, 4 years into his Tottenham deal.
Yeah.
And had to disappear off for his military service.
Yeah. Son Heung-min.
That's the one. Yes.
Is the name you're talking about there. But, remember Elvis was a very famous one back in the day?
Yes. Yeah. Muhammad Ali as well.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali refusing to do it. And
we've got a poster of him.
Yeah.
Here in our the Spring Productions team are in the kind of the boxing gym, really.
Yeah. Well, that's going to miss the pitch. Well handled behind the stumps by Sheh Mohammed. So free hit coming up. And Fahim Nazir needs no invitation. The thing with Fahim Nazir, I think on the free hit, often we'll see batters trying things, maybe a ramp or something they wouldn't normally do. But he knows, look, I can absolutely just drive up and under the ball. I'm going to try and stay really correct. And let's see what he does to Kogiani. It's exactly what he does. And so he doesn't really care that he doesn't get it because he'll probably be caught here. And because it's a free hit, it's not out. But yeah, Nazir, that's his value, I think, is just trying to put another ball on the roof, no matter where the ball is.
Vinny, I did have a watch of our concurrent action that's going on this morning too, and it's almost like it's on a different pitch.
Yeah, I tell you what, yeah, if you averaged out the two pitches,
They'd be perfect.
yeah,
We've got a very narrow one here.
Definitely. Goes straight, he's laid on it. Chance. Fielder comes around and takes it. And it's Senegal Safi that grabs it. It's a good old-fashioned crocodile style, but it's effective. I suppose who cares if it's the one that you swallow. So Ringo, unfortunately, barely makes it to centre stage before he has to go. Second ball for a duck, and it's 29 for 3.
Oh dear, my main man, the drummer from the Beatles, he's gone early this time. You can see he's clearly looking probably to go over long on, but it just skews completely off the outside edge. And Senegal Safi, yeah, definitely not the way we were taught when we were younger, but it is mighty effective. We said it's a hard day's night last night. Oh, what Beatles track is this one as he's gone ever so early for a duck? I'll have to have a think.
We know that sometimes the rock stars, they keep exotic pets. I don't know if Derek the Duck falls into that category, but he's got some company as he goes off Java Dinesh.
Can I go Rocky Raccoon?
Oh,
a
yeah.
Beatles classic. It's not quite a duck, but it is an animal. Rocky Raccoon.
He'll be annoyed because it was a real opportunity for him to make an impact, but that's the way it goes. You take your chances.
Classic tune, that one.
Very good one.
Yeah. Love my Beatles. I grew up in the Beatles.
Classic.
All I had, really.
Classic band.
Yeah, I reckon the Red album and the Red and the Blue album, the two kind of compilation ones, were just on repeat in my household growing up.
Almost our first umpire clothesline of the day. Yeah. Kogiani, pretty good reactions. He actually has to go into an emergency limbo to get out of look. And then, yeah.
Not as much of an impact as yesterday's
Some bowlers are going to start wearing chest pads, I think. Azim Nazir gets the bat with his brother out there at the moment as we get to the end of the fourth over. And St. Gallen, they're not rolling out the red carpet. They've got 3 wickets in the first 4 overs. It's 29 for 3.
Yeah, give you a quick score update as well from that Greece versus Isle of Man women's international, the full T20I taking place down in Romania. Just 89 that Greece could manage from their 20 overs, and Isle of Man women off to a very good start. 28 for none right now. You can watch that too on the European Cricket Network if you don't fancy sticking with us. But do stick with us, because that is the state of play here. I think, like you said, Vinny, St. Gallen CC are looking very strong in this defence. I do love getting that graphic through each morning about the average run rate from the previous day.
Yeah.
14 yesterday.
140 day, and we don't have too many 140 days.
Proper day.
Yeah.
I know you gave me the baptism of fire with the 144 day.
Yeah, that's true.
My first ever day on the ECN.
And like I said, the record was like 15.4. It got blown out of the water. It was 17.2 on that day with all the highest chasers in Hungary. Anyway, start of a new over. Nasafi comes on to bowl. Probably 2 here if they want it. He tests out the arm, and it's a longish throw. And Fahim will easily get back for a second.
I still can't believe that, a 17 average day. Can understand, one game where you get 170 and it's chased down in a sort of freakish, but
I'll give you.
Was that across 3 games, 4 or 5 games?
It was 4 games.
4 games, okay.
4 internationals. Yeah. This is nailed, and watch out. That's the roofer, Maximo. Well, there's Elsa, and she said, "Well, guess what? What am I meant to do about it?" Elsa from Spring Productions getting some free camera time. Well, we're shooting her because we've lost the ball. And 6 more to the Nomads.
I was going to try and get her on the rebound and surprise her, but she looked over. She said, "No, thank you very much. I don't want that one hitting me to wake me up on a Friday morning." Big hit. Another roofer. It goes to Nazir.
This is driven away, and a little bit of work from Musa Ahmedzai, but he does get around and keep it to 1. Don't Spring Productions do such a great job there. That's Elsa, just minding her business and getting a little bit of camera time. But the work they do behind the camera and pushing the buttons is quite incredible.
I also want to say that I think that's the first time I've seen Elsa out of the director's chair. So she would have been pretty unlucky to have ended up with a collision, Vinny, because she's only been out of the chair for maybe 2 overs in total.
Yeah.
For the entire 4 or 5 days we've been here.
Well, I know you just arrived, but I have to introduce you. We've got Elvira here pushing the buttons today. So Elsa's just kind of doing a bit of everything. They're very versatile as well, our crew.
I'll tell you, Latvian cricket is going to be big in years to come.
Yeah, they're very good. In the air, this is going to fall safely. Fahim just had the odd stroker like in this innings. That was one of them.
I think we need an Ali Abbas player cam.
Yeah.
Because it would provide as much entertainment as the high-octane action on the pitch too. Ali Abbas lives and breathes every ball of this St. Gallen CC side.
Well, drags this once again. Bermuda Triangle forming, and it's taken. What a very good catch that is by Musa Ahmadzai. 3 fielders converged in the deep mid-wicket region. Azim, he went and fetched that, but then the fielder fetched it back. It's 40 for 4.
Stunning catch. It's going to his weaker side as well, Vinny, which is the thing that makes it so impressive. A left arm quick has run. What? He's probably gone 20 yards there. And with 2 fielders right around him, he wheels off in celebration, Imran Tahir-esque. And that is a sensational effort.
So let's just have a quick look as we get to the 5 over mark. And here we've got the Continental Cup starting this morning. In fact, it's already underway. Oh, man, making waves in the chase, although we know that a couple of wickets could change anything there. We've got the next series here in the European Cricket Series in Dresden, Germany, as we welcome you into the commentary box for the first time. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on Peacock Friday. Big welcome to Andrew Leonard as well.
How do I go? How do I do?
I think it's pretty good. Get a bit close to the camera so people can get a look at the little pattern you've got going there.
It's a floral number.
Can I touch your fabric?
Please, always do.
Oh, that's very nice.
It is. It's not as nice as yours.
No, but it's very peacockish as well. I like that. But I think you need to be close to appreciate the detail. Anyway, Manny, you can sit down for a minute. And this ball is sat down. In fact, it's found a seat in the grandstand. Maximo Fahim. Oh, he's not just a big fish. He's a whale, isn't he, out there? And he makes quick work of that first delivery of the 6th over from Haroon Khan.
40 off 20 now. He's got 40 of 46. Rather ridiculously yesterday, we saw an innings of 53 of 54 at one point with some brilliant farming of the opening partnership. That was Salman.
This is hit straight to the fielder.
And right now, Vinny, it really feels to me like it is Fahim Nazir versus St. Gallen. Nazir may need to not just double this score up, he may need to do more than that for the Zurich Nomads to get there. If he got 80 plus, it's very much game on. If he doesn't, I think this game's going to the hosts.
And the fact that Fahim Nazir is already the highest individual score in the match. No one from St. Gallen really was able to turn a start into something more. And yeah, right now Fahim is dominating. Quick load of Corey Ruckers, who has popped into the chat. Corey, of course, was commentating the end of the night series, which finished on Monday. A little bit short and heaved away. Maximo! As Fahim Nazir closes in on his half century. You can see he likes to step out of his crease. He's not too troubled by pace, and sometimes bowlers, they dig it in thinking that might be a good tactic. But he was easily able to deal with that one.
Yeah, high quality stroke again. That's what we've got to look forward to.
Yeah,
in just about 6 weeks' time, 7 weeks now.
Corey was curious. He wants to know who's in with Switzerland in the ECC. Well, there you go. You've got the 11 there. You've got Cyprus, Romania, and Malta. And why are you being so snoopy, Corey? Because you're coaching Spain and they're in Group A. So,
g'day, Corey. Good to hear from you, mate.
Well, this is another slow ball, and that's going to disappear. Maximo and 50 to Fahim Nazir in quick time as well. He brings up his half century of 23 balls, 6 Maximos in a 4. And right now, he is running away with this cricket match.
Well, 77 not out off just 24 deliveries yesterday. That came against the Paktuns Almi as the Nomads won by 9 wickets. They can't win by 9 wickets today. But if Nazir keeps going, particularly if he doubles up from where he's from right now, maybe the Nomads can make it 4 consecutive wins. St. Gallen defending this unbeaten record. They need to get Fahim Nazir out.
Oh, it's absolutely laced through point. And the fielder probably had to go 10 metres, had absolutely no chance. Right now, just can't bowl to this guy. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. As Haroon tries around the wicket. Offers a bit of width, and Fahim's so perfectly balanced to put that away.
Well, he's batting on a different planet right now. He really is. And he's moving into contention. I think he's into 4th place in the leading run scorers right now.
Yeah, full, fairly straight. This will be the end of the over. Fahim will retain the strike. He's retained the strike so well at the moment.
Hard to separate those. He's definitely one of the 4 best batters we've seen. But Hassan Ahmed, his opening partner from the Zurich Nomads, who made a duck. You saw him there dismissed for 2nd ball duck. Look at this card.
Yeah.
Quite ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just
57 out of 59 off the stick so far.
2 other runs off the bat.
Yeah.
But alongside his opening colleague Hassan Ahmad, who is currently the leading run scorer in the tournament with 244 runs. Hard to separate him, Mohamed Akhtar from Vedigan, Arif Sanger, who's made such a name for himself this week. And this left-handed batter, Fahim Nazir, they are without doubt the four standouts.
Yeah. And this is only week one. Remember, we're going to see Geneva today for the first time. We'll see Kosanate. Trust me, there's more stars to come. And Fahim swings across this one. Start of a new over. Safi coming back in the 7th. Just quickly, just addressing the chat. Craig Elman saying, thinking of another Beatles song now for St. Gallen, Help. And I think you're spot on there, Craig. Nice one. Oh, this is a false shot, though. And looks like Ali Abbas is the man. He's going to try and take it. Just can't turn around. It's a tough catch going back. Probably one of the outfielders needs to call the skipper off there, but no one had the heart to do it. Fahim gets lucky.
And that's what he's saying. He's saying, you guys are running in. I'm going back. Why haven't one of you called for it? I don't think he's ended up even getting a hand on this.
No.
And again, in the back of his eye line, the 53-year-old skipper, well, complete dismay. Help. I need somebody.
Not just anybody. And the next one is a run off the bat. Someone that's not called Fahim Nazir. It's Chowdhury who gets off the mark. Actual first ball.
Well, it's an easy role to play if you're Fahim Nazir's partner right now. Get a single, get him on strike, and allow him to do what he's doing. He's 58 off 27. Can he keep going? 60 to win off 21.
Oh, this is another ball that's going to go the distance. Dagger in the heart of Safi as he gets escorted out of the ground. Maximo Nazir into the 60s. What batting.
Brilliant ball striking, and every single run that comes now is going to further sully Ali Abbas's mood. The captain, don't think it was an easy chance, but he knows it was a chance. Didn't end up getting his hands on it. Long on, deep mid-wicket. Both probably had a play on the ball too. But they left it to the skipper, and the chance went down.
Oh, well, that's 6 more. Tell you what, somebody put the kettle on because this could be done quickly the way Fahim's going. Maximo. And now he has 70 runs off his bat out of 77 in the innings.
And just 3 others coming off fellow batters. Quite extraordinary solo performance. It's a one-man band here. Look at all the Beatles references coming out.
He's had a question from Clever. Of course, the captains in this match, they're 53 and 54 respectively. He's asking who's the oldest player on ECN. It was Alfonso Jayaraja, who used to captain the national team in Italy. He played in the ECS at 75 years of age. There's 6 more. Oh, this is just unbelievable hitting with alarming regularity. We lost that one as well. Nazir, 76. And that's the end of the over. The Nomads, 83 for 4.
Extraordinary. That is a 6. Literally anywhere in the world. It's nearly gone onto that far bank, which is... Well, we can get the tape measure out. Maybe we will at some point. I think it's about 95 metres to that far bank. That's what we've got to come up. It's the Nomads going again. Remember, if they win here, if Fahim Nazir gets them over the line and they beat the Crickets, where they'll be big favourites to beat them, the Crickets have struggled, they're going to go 5-2. 5 on the bounce.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's very, very possible. The Crickets, of course, they've struggled so far that they do have 1 win. Yeah, the Crickets will be chirping first with the bat because they'll be on deck in about 35 minutes as we'll start match 22. Anyway, let's go back to the action. That's almost a wide for height, I think.
And also a quick reminder, Vinny, that if the Nomads do win this game, I know they'll have played more matches than anyone else. They'll be the first side to complete 6 games. They will go top of the table.
Bottom to top. They were bottom.
Just like that.
They'll be top. I mean, it did take a couple of days of hard work. But
in what? In 27 hours, 28 hours?
Yeah,
28, 26 hours.
Yeah.
Because they played the morning game yesterday.
That's how quick you can be down, you can be up, you can be thrown around like you're in a washing machine. That's European Cricket Series for you. This is a top edge from Chowdhury going in the air. Fielder backing back. There's no real interest from Fahim to get it 2, and I know why, because right now he needs 24 for his century.
Oh, Penny, you didn't say it.
Nah, he's that good. I can't jinx him.
You didn't say it.
They need 40.
I thought we weren't to use the C word. No C word on air. You can't mention the century till it happens.
You actually said the C word.
I did.
Actually, so did I.
Yeah, you start.
Now he goes with a jumping hook shot. That could be a no ball. I think it is, because it's the second bouncer in the over. And that means he'll get a free hit. So maybe 2 jinxes make a right. As we both mention it, the bowler digs it in like he's Alan Donald. And now the problem is he's got Fahim at the other end who's on fire, and he's going to get another free hit.
And this is actually really well played because he's almost had to come up into the air and make contact. St. Gallen, well, they are maybe just one run separating the two sides at this stage, but Nazir driving them home. Here's the free hit.
That's absolutely laced. And that's Maximal, 6 more. Little errors being punished and big errors getting punished even more. Fahim Nazir just so well balanced. Excellent batting shape. Slightly clearing that front leg and just an ease with this, the way that this ball leaves the field.
He's a great player to learn from. Young boy or girl, if you're watching on, look at how still he is at the point of release, which therefore allows his head and his eyes to pick up as much information as possible to then execute the shot. Great batting.
Goes after this. This will just be a single though. Well, Corey Ruckers is watching from the Netherlands where he says it's raining. He's watching with Netherlands skipper Scott Edwards. They are housemates actually.
Scotty.
Scott, hopefully you're well. And Corey and Scott just saying, looking at that Group E, they're predicting an England 11 Swiss final in that Group E. And this is hit, and it's hit pretty well as well. Now, it depends if this is good or not for Nazir, but it does get the Nomads past 100. Chowdhury opens his shoulders. Maximal 6 runs. Nomads just cannot put a foot wrong in this chase.
And it's the first boundary hit by a batter who is not Fahim Nazir, would you believe? Well, very, very good morning to Scott Edwards. Amazing job that he did as the Dutch skipper down at that ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier. I predicted an associate to qualify. I was the only one of the commentary panel to do so. So I've got Scott Edwards to thank for that coming through.
Another no ball. Oh, now they're going to sneak it as well. Now, honestly, I think Kugiana might have just lost the plot here because this is halfway down. He's already bowled 2 bounces in the over. This will actually carry a warning as well, a bit like the warning for the for high deliveries. And so yeah, he's actually going to get a warning as well. And if he does that again, he'll actually be off. We've only ever seen it once for 4 bounces in the over. You remove for the attack. It was called the Shebekel incident, and it was in Krefeld in 2021. Kutub Shebekel.
There's still 2 balls left. He could do it. Sher Mohammed, the keeper there, he was that angry. He was almost paralysed by the anger with the delivery, so he forgot to collect the ball. It meant that Nazir comes back on strike for the free hit.
Important part of wicket keeping that. Anyway, Fahim doesn't really get this one like he wanted, but he will get a single. Tell you what, if you're a good team man, you're blocking this if you're Chowdhury now.
He's also off that dreaded number, Fahim Nazir, the Australian unlucky one. 87, 13 shy of the word that should not be named.
We're a long way from Australia though here. Chowdhury will get a 1 and he'll take it. So, well, might need to beam the scores out to them out in the middle. But anyway, it's game on here as we get to the end of the 8th over. That one had a bit going on. It's 107 for 4 after 8.
And look at the recovery from that rumworm that you saw very briefly. Surged back into contention. There was a big dip with those wickets falling before it fell, but now it's come right back towards it.
Worms are scared, and that's fair enough. I just realised, though, it feels like they're all over this game, but this is a classic one-man band innings.
Correct.
Not a one-man band team, but, I mean, really, if he was to get out now, there's 18 required off 12 balls. So, and if you get a couple of new batters out there, it's not a slam dunk.
Well, what I'd love to see from Ali Abbas, get the men in the circle, stopping a single, don't allow Nazir to get back on strike.
We'll get the one here. So, yeah, this game's a lot closer than I felt it was, just because Nazir's dominating so much. But that's the thing, partly because a lot of batters haven't had the strike, but also no other batters really firing this innings at all. Chowdhury, okay, has hit a 6, but he's the only other man to hit a boundary in this knock.
At the same time, Vinny could end it in 3 hits here.
True, but will he? Oh, maybe not. That's pretty close. Bowler runs straight in front of the umpire. Here's the issue with Haroon Khan. It's maybe hitting, it's maybe missing. For me, it's 50-50 live, right? With the angle. Where does it hit him?
I think that's going to cannon into leg stump, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, out, I gave it live. Hits the heel. For me, it's still 50-50. But look at where the bowler is. The bowler's right in front of the umpire, so you can't expect that call. Now, this is hit hard, but you're happy with a 1 from Nazir because it gets him out of the way for now. And sure, Chowdhury's also a good hitter. Well, this game's tightened up a bit, 16 off 9.
If that was given, Vinny, I think it was maybe, if anything, advantage to St. Gallen. But instead, for the moment, Nazir is still here. He'll probably just need 2 more big blows if he can get on strike.
Well, slower ball. Adios, Pelota. Maximo. And just like that, Chowdhury breaks out. Second six. Puts Nomads in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's a little slower ball. It's picked and it's heaved high and handsome all the way to the corner flag. An almighty strike from Chowdhury. Massive moment in the game there, Vinny, with that LBW appeal being turned down. Usually when you get it that
you like
full,
that one, didn't you? For me, and
yeah.
I'm normally keen to get the finger up. I just thought when we saw the replay where it hit him on the foot, it didn't hit him really middle of the foot for me. It hit him more in the heel. Maybe an umpire's call, but the umpire couldn't make a call. That's the real issue. It could have been as close as you like.
I totally get that point,
Yeah.
but the Hawkeye for me says that that's smashing in the leg stump.
Agree to disagree. But anyway, this is hit. One bounce. Just a single makes it 9 off 7. Huge ball coming up, biggest ball in the match so far.
Has to be a wicket for St. Gallen, Vinny, for them to get into this contest and have a real chance in the 10th and final over of the defence of their almost what we felt was 5 runs shy of par total. Imagine they had 129 now instead of 124.
Just quickly, proportion runs in innings. Viv Richards in ODI once made 69% of the total. Right now, this is 77% of the total. Probably goes down a bit after that for Fahim Nazir, so it becomes 8 off 7 now. But for us, when we had the highest ever score on ECN, it was Gurvinder Singh Bajwa in Barcelona. He made 156 out of a total of 178, and that was 88% of the total.
I think that Viv Richards was Texaco Trophy, wasn't it? The 189 not out.
For a long time, that was the highest ODI score.
Yeah, I want to say the oval maybe, but we'll have a look at that.
Last ball, the over. And it's turned away and it's dropped. And it's not 4, but it is 1. Just burst through their hands. Nazir, so close to the finish line. He gives an opportunity.
Vinny.
I know it's travelling, but it's a fairly comfortable catch. Gets him in the collarbone in the end. And what's more, it means Nazir will face up in the 10th. 118 for 4 after 9.
Well, Nazir could have been gone in 88. He could have been gone in 89. Somehow he's still there. There is still the chance of the golden ball. I said it was going to happen on Friday. Is it in the first game of the day? Oh, Vinny.
Oh. Well, this game's had everything. You've only been here for half. So now we've got Sasi Kumar is going to come and bowl the last over. There are 7 required for the win. 6 would be a golden ball. Outside chance at best. Nazir, 90. I mean, he could still go 4 and 6 or 6 and 4 to bring up the 100 here.
Has to be a wicket first ball, Vin.
Goes up in the air. And into the gap. They'll get 1. And the chances of getting that century are getting more remote. But now it's more about just winning the game in the first place.
Yeah, I think the century is, well, it is still technically possible. We need a single, then he'd need a 4 to tie the scores, and then he'd need to hit the last ball for Maximo. So it is still technically possible. But the bigger picture is this game is still alive, particularly if the Nomads can get a new man to the crease. Can they find a wicket? The
attempted umpire clothesline. That was because Ali Abbas was still adjusting his field. So the umpire said, hold on a sec. I like the umpire had the reactions. He'd actually pull the... He went to put the hand out and realised the ball was in front of him. Yeah, okay.
6 to it off 5. 5 for that golden ball, Vinny.
All right. Hit hard. Can the fielder needs to cut it off? He can't. Not a great ball from Sasi Kumar, really. It was banged in. The pitcher's not going to give you a lot of help. And now that puts Nomads on the verge of victory. Just 1 to tie, 2 to win from here.
Almost everything short really has gone the distance. Something back of a length coming in above the height of the stumps is okay, but that was too short. And Chowdhury, well, with 2 to win, he's leading his side to victory now.
Now this will tie the scores. And if you could pick one man out of... Oh, now they'll do it on an overthrow. And St. Gallen literally throw the game away. The Nomads, they make it 4 in a row. The wheels were off at the end, and a game that you always felt the Nomads were in control of, but the engine started rattling towards the end, didn't it? In the end, Nazir won't make a ton, but he will lead his team to victory as the Nomads, they will win with 4 balls to spare.
An extraordinary innings, an individual performance of some brilliance, and a nice little cameo from Chowdhury, who got into the act, has driven the Zurich Nomads to 4 wins from 4 games. And I think it's broken the hearts of St. Gallen CC. A lot of conversations happening out there. Maybe talking about that LBW decision, also the drop catch. St. Gallen had their chances. I really think they've only got themselves to blame. The 2 drop chances, one of them very difficult. And Ali Abbas's team will have to fight back and go again. This package of highlights is all going to be about one man, Fahim Nazir, 11 sixes and 3 fours.
He batted very, very well. 3 balls to spare, pardon me. I misspoke a second ago, but let's go back to the highlight. Hassan Ahmed, rare miss from him. He knew straight away he was in trouble, just top-edged that. Keeper did the job, nicely taken by Sher Mohammed. And the wickets just continue to fall. That one about as out as you like. But we'll come to another LBW later that I think it deserved a very, very close look, but the umpire didn't really get a look at it. But in between, we had wickets falling. You saw that they lost 4 in quick succession. But meanwhile, Fahim Nazir just continued to plunder the bowling with Elza. I think she needed a helmet, to be honest. Back to the play. But then this was a brilliant catch, wasn't it, to get Azim Nazir that broke the brothers up. Azim only making 1. But St. Gallen, they did a lot of good things, but also I think there's some key mistakes costing them and some key moments and missed opportunities. For him, yes, he's tough to bowl to, but he will give you opportunities like almost everyone because of the crazy nature of the game and the fact that batters are being so aggressive. And yeah, as things tightened up, it was hard to believe actually that Nomads weren't going to do it in quick time. As it got down to the last couple of overs, he found an ally in Kazim Chowdhury. His 23 off 10 was pretty important as well. That was the crucial one, wasn't it? Burst through the hands. I think that would have taken it back, maybe even to a 50-50. But then in the last over, they were able to get there with an overthrow. So St. Gallen, so many positives to take out of that, but I also think a couple of moments that they'll live to regret.
Yeah, without doubt. I think that certainly they're going to look at things and think what could have been. But Fahim Nazir, the star of the show, 1 point Vinny, they were 40 for 4. And look at the binary code for the other batters who were dismissed. 0-1, 0-1. Kazim Chowdhury, a really good little innings. He won't hit the headlines. Fahim Nazir will take those. He'll earn the plaudits. But without Chowdhury's knock, I'm not sure whether the Nomads would have got over the line as Nazir started to just run out of gas right towards the end, giving up those chances. Having that ever so close LBW appeal go his way. 9 extras in total. How critical were they? Just 3 deliveries to spare as the Nomads, they make it 4 on the trot.
And they do. Man, living dangerously at times though. That's a couple of slightly below par chases they made hard work of. 2 for 9 though, Kogiani. He was brilliant opening the bowling. Musa Ahmedzai came back with a very tight second over, conceding only 1 off the bat after he went for 18 in his first over. He picked up a wicket. So did Sadegul Safi. Apart from that, Sasi Kumar wasn't quite able to keep them quiet at the end with just a handful remaining. We'll take a break. Pretty entertaining first game of the day. We'll be back in about 20 minutes with the first ball of the next game. And the Nomads will be taking on the Crickets. Once again, they'll be chasing with the Crickets. Set to open up with the bat. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on day 5. Peacock Friday with Andrew Lennon. We'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Grundemer Stadium here at St. Gallen in Switzerland. Don't you love those pictures as well? So much beauty in the natural landscape here in this part of the country. In fact, all around Switzerland, there's so many great places to visit. I do encourage you to come and check it out for yourself. Right now, we're going to check out match number 22, and we'll see the Nomads, who have just pulled off a victory in match 21. They are going to back up in match 22. They're taking on the Zurich Crickets. Let's see what happens at the coin toss when Rob Kemming has the 2 captains.
Your call. Tails is called. It is heads.
Well, I don't know if Azim Nazir is wearing his lucky socks all week, but he seems to be pretty good with the coin tosses. He's won it and he's elected to chase, and that seems to be what they like to do. So, yeah, the Nomads go out there in the field. It means the Crickets will be opening up. Now, they have a few players to watch. It's nice to see Abid Barakzai back in the Crickets lineup, though he won't have the gloves because Nick Henderson will be keeping for them, the skipper. And they've got Nurkan Ahmadi in there, who's had a bit of a breakout week for the Crickets as well. They certainly seem to be a slightly different side than we saw back 3 years ago when they had a very young side. They've certainly come a long way since we last saw them on ECN. Fahim Nazir, though, wasn't he incredible? 91 not out in the first game of the day. He's a big obstacle, but he's not the only one for the Crickets. And we're going to have to put a decent score on the board first up, and the supercomputer is only predicting they'll make 80. If they do that, I think it'll be pretty tough stuff for the Crickets. Speaking of tough stuff, Andrew Leonard joins me in the comedy box, and a little bit of a champs versus challengers about this contest. Nomads had a bit of a scare towards the end there in the first game. Certainly they'll go in big favourites in this game, but the Crickets, they've also shown that they've improved a lot in the format.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that's the first and very last time I'll ever be described as tough stuff, but I appreciate it, Vinny. I really do. You said soft stuff, cuddly stuff. Yeah, that's probably a bit more along my lines. Cricket-loving stuff.
Yeah, I mean...
Doesn't have the same ring, though.
You got a little bit of the teddy bear about you at times.
Thanks, Vinny.
But only
too.
You've got like what I'd call a cuddly personality.
There it is.
You're just kind of, yeah, you're just very, very warm and comforting. That's why. It's one of the reasons that I enjoy your commentary.
Let's hope today we can be warm and comforting for all of our viewers as we take a look across this beautiful St. Gallen CC ground. It's the reserve football team ground of the St. Gallen FC, who are going to come into action for the first time in the season in just 2 days' time. On Sunday, the Kaiban Park that we're in the shadows of will have probably 18,000 or something in that vicinity, as Fahim Nazir will get things going with the ball. He did remember to take his cap off, and they're going to try and dash a quick single. Oh, this is tight. We're going to go upstairs, and I think Jawed Ringo Stardanesh thinks that he's got his man. Could we have a wicket from the first ball?
Yeah, I think he's in trouble. I think he's in a lot of trouble. He was back on his heels, Ahmadi. Did not get a good jump on this. Let's check it out on the replay. Will he get to face the ball? I don't see him yet. He is going to be gone. He gets the ball in the stumps, I think.
Might just need to see it once more. I think you're right. I think the flick onto the stumps is spot on.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. The ball ends up pretty much at the base of the stumps. Let's check it out one more time.
This is the angle here. So he's got it in his hands. He's flicked it. Yeah, that's clean as anything. And Nurkan Ahmadi, you will not believe this. Well, we know it's a diamond duck, Vinny. But what's a diamond duck from the very first ball of the innings run out without facing?
Do you want me to tell you what I think it is? I think it's called a titanium duck.
Was it not the platinum? I thought it was what's the platinum? Platinum's something else.
I looked it up. But also, these are so unofficial that different people will argue it.
Correct. They'll call them different things. Yeah. There was one that I did this.
Maybe titanium is like first ball of a season if you run out without facing a ball. It gets that ridiculous. Anyway, I think Ahmadi's a huge fan right now. Some people call platinum duck if you're out on the first ball of an innings, but that's when you face.
Correct,
right?
yeah.
And I got told that if you get run out without facing off the first ball of an innings, it's titanium, just like the song.
There was one that I heard in this recently.
Some of these are ridiculous, by the way.
Well, royal duck is another word used for that.
Yes, that's true.
First
Royal
ball
is
of the
more
innings.
common, but I
Yeah.
also heard platinum duck. Anyway, batters don't like any ducks. Here's Tarakil, though. Actually, it's Rahimi who's facing up because the run out was at striker's end. Nazir.
That won't be given as a wide. I thought that was very marginal. Thought this is surely outside the guidelines, Vinny. Oh, generous from the umpire. We've seen a few tight calls this morning, haven't we?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. Platinum duck is sometimes used for first ball of an innings interchangeably with royal duck.
Well, critically, Vinny, as this one's slapped down the ground for the first runs off the bat, the first runs of the innings, full stop. You've got to love any of these names because they're all just comedic, aren't they?
Yeah,
I'd never heard of the silver duck before. Which
silver and bronze.
yeah, they're
Just people need to fill the columns somehow.
yeah, a bit
They're writing
villagey.
these articles.
I do remember from back, I was the kind of guy who, even if I got out, I'd then go and do the scorebook for the team. You know, I just wanted to stay involved in the game and in some capacity. Nicely bowled. Maybe a quick single. They get home safely this time. I did used to enjoy, particularly if a teammate or one of the opposition got a duck, I did used to love doing the animation on the scorebook.
Yeah, me too.
And I wasn't a very good drawer, but I enjoyed doing it.
Just like me, I'm terrible at drawing. I am awful. But anyway,
That makes two of us, mate.
crickets did not need that, to say the least. Amadi is it's a good hitter. They're not quite as deep with the batting as the Nomads are.
Big swing and gets enough of it to get it over the head of the slip that is in place. Can't blame the intent. 4 runs to the total. Nice movement from Nazir.
Yeah, I think that the more I've seen of this, I think if you're going to have a slip, just have him right back on the circle.
Yep.
I just think that's a catching position where you'll have the most range, and just like that edge, I mean, even that might have gone over him if he was on the circle. But yeah, that kind of first to second slip line, but on the circle, is something I think we'll see in the Carlton Oval a fair bit this year.
It's traditionally there for either a forward defence or a drive, or maybe a back foot drive or a back foot defence, which are shots you don't see that much in 10 over cricket, I suppose. End of the first, just 6 runs from it, and critically the wicket of Nurkan Ahmadi, who I felt for the crickets to get competitive today was going to be the key. He is gone, but it's not just the action here in Switzerland. We've also got women's official T20 internationals going on right now in
Romania, yeah. And so Greece, I know that you're a little bit disappointed, of course, with your Greek heritage, that Isle of Man swept them aside in the first game, but Greece will be back, and they are actually playing back-to-back first up today. So they're playing Malta in match 2. Now, Malta, we have seen before on the European Cricket Network, but they've never won a game on ECN. So could this be a chance for them? And Greece, of course, we've never seen them until this morning. So whoever wins that game in match 2, they will be having their first win on ECN, and starts in about 55 minutes. Rico doing a great job over there right now. Anyway, back to the action here, and it's going to be Amjad Ahmed to bowl the second over. Starts by getting worked away to the leg side for 1.
Yeah, one more point, Vinny. It is great to see the sun out.
Oh, yeah.
Because I looked at the forecast last night. It did not look good. It really didn't. It looked to me like we were going to be in for a little bit of a rainy day, a day for ducks, if you will, talking about ducks. But right now, it's looking set fair, and even over in the distance, looks pretty good too.
I thought the morning seemed okay. The afternoon, they have some concerns. Hopefully it stays away, though.
Strange weather all over the continent, isn't it? I spoke to you earlier in the week about it being the wettest July on record in Ireland. I was watching the BBC News last night. Love getting BBC 1 and 2 in the hotel.
Yeah.
I was watching that last night, and the entire I'm not exaggerating, the headline piece of the news was how bad the weather was. And difficulties for the farmers in terms of harvesting their crops. Club down the ground, gonna have the first Maximo, more like it from the crickets. They get something going. Rahimi, straight as anything, good use of the feet, 6 to the total.
What a brilliant shot. It's one thing to charge, but to stay balanced like this takes a lot of skill. And his shape there's perfect. He knew straight away. He didn't have to run for that one.
But this news report, Vinny, was not only focusing on the farmers having it difficult, they then went to see some tourists. I think it was in Blackpool or Scarborough, one of those classic British holiday seaside towns. You should have seen the cut of it.
Yeah.
Howling wind and rain. As this one's helped away, not Oh, it is going to go all the way, and it nearly clatters in
no.
to our groundsman, who's just giving the in-depth outfield a trim. Big smile on his face, bit of TV time for him. He dealt with it like a pro, Vinny.
Yeah, I tell you what. This is why when you're in the golf driving range, they don't let you go fetch your own balls. Because I tell you what, this could have been a little bit nasty. Well, first for the groundsman, but then also the fielder goes to get it, and he almost gets a toenail clipping that he wasn't banking on. Anyway,
he never even flinched, did he? He literally never flinched.
That's why in the driving range they always have the cage around.
Correct.
Did you ever go to the driving range and try and hit those guys?
Literally the only reason we went when we were younger. Tried nothing else. I just love the way he never changed his line. He said, oh yeah, that's the cricket ball. That's going to go across in front of me. Keep her up to the stumps now. This is a good move because Ahmed, impressive as he has been, he doesn't have much pace. He's mainly been slower balls and cutters. So Jawed Dinesh, who seems like he's been everywhere, comes up to the stumps to try and keep Rahimi back. He does keep him back in the crease. And a good stop on the edge of the rope. And yeah, it's not just the weather here then, Vinny, and north up in the UK and Ireland, but south of here, 45 degrees down in Greece.
That's the thing, yeah. It's been super hot in other places. Unpredictable. I don't know whether it's more of this and we're noticing more, or I don't know what it is. But I suppose coming from Australia, where it's normally a bit more stable, you know what to expect. But even in Australia, I mean, we've had some crazy events as well in the past couple of years that I've seen.
Yeah, definitely more extremes. Whatever you think about how or why, but there are definitely more extreme weather events occurring, and it's not going to make it easy for cricket as well. I think there's a task force being put together on that. They won't get a single here. End of the second over, it's 20 for 1. Also saw overnight Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, joining the MCC World Cricket Committee, specifically with an eye to how to make cricket more sustainable going forward. He's a great leader of the nation. Vinny, let me ask you about some of your extremes. Hottest temperatures you've commentated in and coldest? You've definitely you've done everything.
I did Malta Finals Day in 2021 in the full suit as well, and it was definitely it was probably 42 in the 40s at least.
And again,
remember,
outdoors.
We're outside, we're outside all day
in the cube.
In the cube, which tends to act like a bit of a microwave in those conditions. So that was probably the hottest. Come back to the action here. This is down leg side for a wide first up.
Nomad's now top of the table, Vin, as well, as we saw.
Yeah, exactly. So they've gone bottom to top. Turned the competition upside down. So coldest, though, we did a full day in Bulgaria in April last year, where it was because it said it wouldn't rain. The computer projection said we wouldn't get too much rain at that time, and they were kind of right to an extent. But we did play day one, no precipitation. It was mixture between 1 and 3 degrees for the whole day.
That cold in April.
And then match 5 on day 2 had to be abandoned due to snow. and we went proper snow.
Proper white snow.
We had issues. Yeah, proper chucking it down snow.
You do quite often get a county championship game early in the season.
Yes.
Abridged by snow or interrupted by hail. As this one's hooked away short of the fielder. Good piece of work by Amjad Rahmani. They look full of confidence all of a sudden, the Nomads, Vinny, don't they? It's amazing what a difference a few days make. Opening day of the tournament, 2 defeats. Yesterday, 3 consecutive victories, although they had to fight hard for them. Like they had to fight hard for the win this morning. But right now, well, even though there's a little bit of a fight back from Rahimi, they're looking good to make it, 5 from 5.
Yeah, and even if you go back to the first day, it wasn't that they played really badly. I mean, they cracked 152 against Zoltan. Just Zoltan chased it down within 8 overs.
Oh, big hit. That is a big one. May well run close to the bank. Not quite a full banker, but towards the base of it. And we've got our umpire back who's got the lunges out too. It's a Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. There's been a few go on this location. Rahimi went straight down the ground once. This time he leans back and basically slog sweeps it over the leg side. I've started to think with the bankers, if they get there on the full, I feel that's the senior banker.
Yeah.
And then if it rolls into the bank, that's a junior banker. I feel like we need to have two levels.
Yeah, bankers, roofers, Maximos.
I mean, you're not going to get bounced onto the roof. So I mean, a roofer's a roofer.
I can't remember one of the innings that I wasn't with you yesterday, and I was obviously, as you know from solo commentating, you tend to go off on soliloquies because you've no other option
sometimes.
And I was talking about Bertus de Jong who I was with in Edinburgh, the CricBuzz journalist who really focuses not just on Dutch cricket but associate cricket in particular. He's a big fan too of the European Cricket League. And I told him I was coming over for the first time. And he said, well, what's your catchphrase going to be? Every commentator has it. I said, oh, mate, come on, you know me. I'm not really
Can't force it.
a catchphrase kind of guy. But the one that kind of started is coming to my mind is because you have like fun words. Like, is Maximo in the dictionary? I don't.
It's in the ECN dictionary.
Well, of course, in the ECN dictionary. Is it in the Oxford English?
Not
yet.
Not in English. In other languages will be in there. But anyway.
But yeah, so you puns and plays on words. And you asked me if you could describe my first day in the ECN network in 3 words. That's a big swing and a miss. 3 bowled, 34 one end of the power play. I came up with 3 C's with a bit of alliteration. I said chaos, carnage, cricket. So I wonder will my one be carnaggio? Because we do see carnaggio.
So you're combining.
I'm evolving it.
Because what do they call it when you mix 2 words together to make another word? There's a word for that.
It's not onomatopoeia. It's not spoonerism.
No, it's not. But that's going to really annoy me because I literally read that word the other night.
You'll get there.
But you're combining 3. Portmanteau.
Portmanteau, correct. Well remembered.
Yeah, and then I'm not French, by the way. Don't be fooled by my accent.
Carnaggio, Vinny.
So you've done like a double portmanteau.
That's the only way
Carnaggio.
So if I'm only given the one word to describe everything I've seen, and that means like that's neither brilliant nor terrible. It's all encompassing. It's taking in the best and the worst.
I like it. Look, if it's natural, let it flow. That's the thing. You can't force these things. And I like it. But it does sound to me like a very highly paid multi-millionaire striker that's just been signed by one of the Premier League teams.
Maybe St. Gallen FC.
They
just signed Carnaggio. Always good up front.
Well, maybe because it sounds a bit like Roberto Baggio that we were talking about the other day with these kits.
So changing bowling and an immediate
Maximo Carnaggio from Rahimi. Good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, right on cue. The introduction of Tharan Itharan Thanavalasingam, who is probably my favourite name in the whole competition. I don't know how many syllables are in that, but it's certainly pushing up towards double digits.
11, 5 and 6.
Big hit again. It's going to be 6 more. What a change to this game. We felt that the Nomads were well in control of it, but the introduction of spin seemed to really suit Firdaus Rahimi. It's another Maximo.
Yeah, really nice shot. You take a bit of a risk anytime you try and slog sweep and cross the line. It was always thought of not really a cricket shot until Steve Waugh made it his own, and then it suddenly became legitimate. It's risky, but it has its rewards.
Oh, real chance for 3 consecutive 6s there, but instead it's an inside edge. It's a very productive shot. I think people tend to either be sweepers or not sweepers, but those who enjoy that slog sweep in particular can get great profit from it. You can play it from almost any line. You can play it on the length.
Yeah.
Tries a slog sweep, speaking of it, and that one's gone a long, long way. 6 more, the 6 is starting to rain, and maybe the Crickets are sensing an upset. It's a big over, 19 from it, still 2 deliveries left.
Yeah, absolutely tattooed, and you just called it. It's a shot that you play on length more than line, which means if it's straight, you can be in trouble. But even if he misses that, not too many risks. It's a dot ball, but if he hits it, he gets 6.
Yeah, probably the worst outcome is that little looping top edge to short third. Holds it back. No holding back from the batter because Tarakil now getting in the act. Prior to those 2 deliveries, Vinny, well, he'd only hit 3 off 6, and just like that, he rockets with back-to-back Maximos to surge the Zurich Crickets into the game. It's already a 25-run over, and he may have all the syllables in his name, but he's going the distance right now.
Yeah, he is, and tell you what, this one could go supersonic, but yeah, the Crickets, they've come such a long way since last time we saw them. They're really throwing down the gauntlet to the Nomads here. Last ball of the over.
Oh, it is going to go supersonic. It's 31 runs from the over. And all that Thanavalasingam can do is look in dismay. This is good batting. Great use of the feet. Comes down the track, gets it over long on. 6 more.
So there's an element of premeditation in that, but on this pitch, it's not doing a whole lot for anyone. So he has those... That confident skip down, but what I really like about the shot, it keeps his shape. You know, he doesn't then get lazy in the execution when he actually hits the ball. Excellent over, to say the least, and that run rate, well, that batting run rate gets a big boost there in the 4th, 31 off it.
Well, we haven't really seen a trajectory like that in the entire tournament. Often we've seen flying starts and things then starting to duck down. But look at that, rocketing up towards the stars, towards the skies. It's over 15. They continue at this rate, they'll post 150 plus, which will be a big challenge for even the Zurich Nomads' power-packed batting lineup. And right now, the Crickets are looking to spring a big upset in this All Zurich derby. They were definitely underdogs coming in, but if Tarakil and Rahimi keep going, very much game on.
Of course, he had the run out first ball where Amadi's gone without facing ball, but it doesn't really, okay, it costs them a wicket, but if these two put a partnership together, it's a little bit irrelevant. You know, it's just whoever's there is doing the job and scoring at a very good rate.
Yeah, here's Amjad Rahimi. He's been very good. Has he created a wicket-taking opportunity? He has! Oh, where was the ricochet catch, Vinny? Extend your arm, second fielder. It would have been gone. It popped into the air. It's ended up going down.
Yeah, he wasn't touching this with a 10-foot ball in the end. Chowdhury, let's see, he goes back with his teammate. But see, he already said, look, I'm not going to touch it. It's all yours. But the problem was he never got back in the game once he withdrew himself from the situation.
Oh, Qasim Chowdhury, one of the heroes at the bat from the morning game. Oh, that's monstrous. And listen to the reaction from the Crickets. They know they're in this contest. Sixes just raining around St. Gallen right now. It's another Maximo.
Yeah, what a shot again. Pretty much just playing on length. Slightly across the line, but still the shape looks pretty good from the batter. Bowlers have just struggled to find a length that works for them. I think apart from a genuine Yorker, not much you can do out here.
Really good stroke. Tarakil coming into his own now. It's going to be 6 more. Well, where do you bowl? You go fuller, you get dispatch, you go a bit shorter, you get dispatch too, and the lunges are out for the umpire. He's getting his hit session in. If the lunges keep coming, it means the sixes are going to continue to rain around the ground. 6 more. The Cricket's flying.
This is Carnaggio in the first degree right now. I mean, the Crickets have come out. We thought the writing was on the wall. Don't want to call it too early, but the fact that they lose that run out first ball, but then this partnership has been crazy. They put on 74 in just 26 balls, and it's both batters that are going. That's the thing. It's not just one guy that is doing the damage at the moment.
Vinny, the last 9 deliveries, there has been 7 sixes. There's only one way to describe that. It is quite simply Carnaggio here in St. Gallen. Short wide, and gets away with it, but only just.
Time to breathe for a second. Rahmani is trying to smile as it is. Remember Rahmani. I think that's wide for me. I don't think that's inside. I think that gets some of the tram line. Anyway, bowlers probably feel they're owed one. He probably feels like he's owed one because he was the man that wrapped the batter on the pad on a hat-trick ball earlier on. Seemed very adjacent.
Down the leg side this time will be signalled as a wide, as all leg side deliveries are. Well, this game has just turned on a sixpence. It's turned in the course of 9 legal deliveries where 7 sixes and a couple of singles were picked up. So if you add those up, you do the quick maths, 44 runs off 9 legal deliveries, and the Cricket's surging into this contest in a big way.
So it'll just be 1 down to take the wicket. Seems to be okay for time. 20 minutes still to go. Still a ball to go on this over though. Vaishak's got a good question. A bit early for random questions, but it's never too early really. We love your questions. He's asking, how do I keep my throat clear? Doing so many days in a row. How do I come back with the same modulation? It's a very good word, modulation. Vaishak in the box. Anyway, I'll tell you some of my secrets in the moment because I've got Andrew Leonard with me here that he knows a thing or two about commentating a lot of games. What a shot! It's a charging pull, and they're loving it out there. Maximo Rahimi to 46, end of the over as well. They are cruising after a bit of a tough start. It's 82 for 1 after 5.
And look at the celebrations at the non-strikers end. Not just the umpire with the lunging 6, which I might try and impersonate up here in commentary. Can we come up and say hello? Let's see if I can get my lunge in. But also the non-striker who's got it out.
Yeah.
We'll come up and say hello up to commentary cam here. There's the lunging 6, Vinny.
Yeah, Tarakil's enjoying it. What a start for the Crickets. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Leonard with me. In the box with you on a Peacock Friday for this very exciting clash, match 22 between the Crickets and the Nomads.
Yep.
So Vaishak was asking, how do I keep my voice clear? Well, I suppose I've learnt how not to overdo it.
Really?
Well, now having a microphone's good because in
Really?
sometimes I always wouldn't have the good microphone support, which I do now on ECN. How about you? What are some of your secrets?
I tell you the one for me, and I learnt this in Nepal. I'm sorry, I know I'm always talking about Nepal, but I spent
Not at
so
all.
much time there in Kathmandu. This is going to be 6 more.
Whoa.
Clear the throats. The Maximos are coming. We may be speechless by the end of this innings because I know it was 184, the record total. That could be under threat if these two keep batting the way they're batting.
Yeah, excellent shot. It's just a momentum runaway train at the moment, isn't it, by the Crickets?
Yeah, I think that the key one for me to keep the throat in check, it's the hot lemon honey ginger. Because when you go to Kathmandu, you're up at elevation about 1,500 metres above sea level, and that's something they love drinking. The grated ginger with hot water and then lemon and honey, and it just soothes it perfectly. Ginger, I don't know if you eat or drink ginger. If you don't, start doing it. It's one of those superfoods. It's so good for you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ginger, actually. But see, because I'm in so many different places, I kind of have to modify wherever I go based on
with
what's
the flow.
available. I'm a big fan of a peppermint tea in the morning,
yeah.
actually. Anyway, here's Azim Nazir.
Big hit again. Well, I've said this a few times, Vinny. It's 6th in any ground in the world. It's a junior banker. It just rolls up the hill. And it's going to be 50 for Rahimi from just 18 deliveries. Extraordinary innings. Vinny, I know we've had bigger innings. We may well end up always taking the bows from his teammates. I think this could be, for me, the innings of the week. It's turned this game around so quickly.
Well, he comes in after one ball, has to face up, even though he's the number 3, and he has just been brilliant. Underdog story. Cricket's lost 8 matches before they won one on ECN, and now he's going to get a no ball. He's really in form. He hits that for 6 as well, but he will get a free hit.
It's such a funny one because you can probably see that that's going to pitch off the wicket. You throw the hands at it.
By the time he gets you, you'd have 0 reaction time.
Free hit is going to go all the way. I know we've had higher strike rate innings. He's striking at 300. For me, this could be the innings of the week.
Well, it might be. Still time to go. I mean, we're running out of superlatives at the moment because this is just absolute chaos right now. 58 and counting. 100 comes up now for the Crickets in the 6th over.
And since that 3rd over, when they started to turn it around, the Crickets bench has not sat down. The 100 is up, and there's plenty more time to push up towards that record target of the week. Has he got enough of it? No! Put down! It's a life! And of all people, well, would you believe it, if there was anyone in the outfield you'd put your bottom dollar on holding that catch, it'd be Fahim Nazir. He's put it down.
Yeah. I mean, you would have bet Nazir would hold on to this. Look, it's not an easy one because he's kind of down. It's low. It's dipping on him slightly, but he gets 2 hands to it. Rahimi dropped on 58.
Oh, it just keeps going. The Maximos raining every ounce of this ground. I think Tarakiel's going to join Rahimi on 50 in a moment. What a partnership, Vinny. A reminder, they came together after the first ball. It was none for one. Since then, they put on 109 in 5.5 overs.
Unbelievable. This is what I love about the format. You think, okay, Cricket's, maybe what are they going to struggle to? They'll be lucky to put 100 on the board. They are blasting it. Nomads have got the shoe on the other foot at 109 for 1 after 6.
Last 3 overs, Vinny, have gone for 27, 21 and 31. They have turned this game around. It was only 30 for 1 after 3 overs, but the last 3, they've gone for 79 somehow. I'm not quite sure how. And very much the Crickets, they're not just surging into contention in this game, they are rightly now favourites if these two can keep going. Anything north of 150, never going to be easy to chase down. And the projected scores are higher than that, Vinny.
Yeah, we're at 180's pace now. This is crazy. Wants to dispense the helmet. To be honest, I wouldn't be changing a thing. But yeah, now we're heading into the last 4 overs. Rahimi, 59 and counting. Yeah, thanks, Jules, for your little tip about a product that might be good for my voice. I suppose I've learned how to work in a good space where I can project, but I don't have to overdo it. I was brought up sometimes doing lots of fundraisers and functions for sporting clubs where it could get a bit rowdy, and that's when I used to lose my voice a lot.
Yeah, that's a short ball. Is it too short? Yeah, going to be given as a wide. Ahmed, who's been so good from his first delivery, concedes a wide. Here's one quick question for you, Vinny, just with it being a Friday, a fantastic Friday, a Peacock Friday.
Sure.
Which are the days that tend to garner the most traction in terms of viewers coming in and engaging? Is Friday a good day for it?
Always. It depends. Honestly, the biggest thing it depends on is what other cricket's going on around the world.
Gotcha.
So I don't think there's any pattern as far as day of the week. It kind of just depends on the schedule of cricket around the world.
Interesting. Going to be 6 more. Well, if these two keep hitting the way they are, and the non-striker's almost celebrating more than the striker, another lunging 6 signal comes out. We're going to have viewers in their millions. This is ball striking of the very highest quality.
Oh, yeah. Once again, it's just on a length that he can get under. And he's just so confident. Batting without fear. Talked about in the longer forms of the game, batting is kind of based on fear of losing your wicket. These guys, they are unencumbered out there.
Doesn't get this one out of the middle. Will they think of a second with the sliding stop? They're going to go for it. They're going to end up at the same end. The throw goes to the keeper's end. Oh, is that a direct hit given out? It's the main man. How's he done it? Jawed Ringo Stardanesh with a sensational run out.
It's actually an incredible run out. I said it's not on because also with this situation, it's not on for 1 run. Don't worry about it. But Rahimi, he's so thirsty for the strike. He comes back, and I thought he was going to get away with it because the throw went to the wrong end and went to the keeper's end, which is the end you'd expect. But then how about this work from Dinesh, who picks it up, and then with the glove on, he hits the stump. So that is a fantastic bit of fielding. And unfortunately for Tarakil, he's the man that's going to have to go. Great improvisational work from Ringo.
Oh, look at that. I wonder, can we get that reverse angle replay once more? That's the one that clearly shows it. And a good decision from the umpire. No need to go upstairs. He was well short. Clearly hits that, what would be the off stump if we were bowling from that end. In comes the new man. Back live with you now. As this is whipped into the leg side. Will just be a single. You won't have seen it live, but not out of the middle of the bat. The new man. Who is the new batter, Vinny? I don't even know who's in yet.
Yeah, I'll say in a second.
It's Khalid Niazi.
Khalid Niazi is out there. But it feels like just a bit of a buzzkill, doesn't it? The Crickets are up and away. They had the momentum. It wasn't really necessary. It might not hurt them that much. They've still got batting to come. But those two were just kind of in this fantasy land, weren't they? Where everything was going their way. Let's see what Niazi can do.
Well, Niazi's going to try to do what the two right-handers are doing, but he's going to hole out doing so. And it's a good catch, well held. I'm not sure why there's no celebration. Maybe a little confused as to the onslaught. He might have even lost it a little bit up in the sky. Ends up almost taking it reverse hands. A really good, well-judged catch.
Yeah, it is a good catch from Nazir. Like I said, he's a very, very good fielder. Didn't see it. See, he's given the jazz hands, which is basically code for I'm not seeing it, because it is a very similar coloured background to the ball with the clouds in that part of the ground. But Niazi's going to have to go for a golden duck. He's got Derek for company.
Oh, we've had what? We've had the platinum or the diamond. Sorry, we've had the diamond, now we've had the golden.
Yeah, they don't want to collect the whole set in this innings, though. But yeah, it's taken the wind out of the sails of the Crickets a little bit, who are still, on paper, they're in just as good a position.
But it also piles the pressure on to Rahimi and anyone new to the crease. We've seen Nick Henderson usually take a little while to get going. Nicholas Henderson, the captain of the Zurich Crickets, be delighted with the side's position, but momentum is such a factor in all types of cricket, short form cricket, particularly this 10 over game, Vinny. This is hit out towards the fielder to his right. It's going to be a boundary. Good start from Henderson, and that will get the Crickets moving once more.
Yeah, Henderson, not a bad man for the occasion. The captain there, a steady head, and provides support for Rahimi, but he starts with a blow of his own. As his score's climbed above 120 and still over 3 overs to go. Nice ball for Ahmed. Always tries hard for his side. He's got one more opportunity.
Right into the block hole. Beautifully bowled, but just as expertly played. You've got to feel for Ahmed here. He was the standout bowler the entire day yesterday. He's nailed the block hole. Somehow Henderson squirts it away for 4.
Fast hands, strong hands to get that away. Didn't have a lot to work with. That will take us to the end of the 7th over. 126 for 3 after 7. Tell me about a group you like that. I'll give you a quick one I'm looking forward to in particular. Jersey Guernsey.
Yeah, there's such a rivalry.
Yeah.
One of the oldest in the world. The interinsular, they call it.
Is that it? Interinsular?
I hope I've got
okay,
I think it's the interinsular. I think it's a yearly game that is played between Guernsey and Jersey. Thank God I have got it. As soon as you said I did Interinsular. It's a really
okay, that's
weird
good.
name.
I'll remember that. And Jersey and Guernsey, they always bring heaps of supporters as well to the Cardamom Oval. So I don't know if we have to erect some extra security or anything to keep them apart.
Well, need security out in the outfield here because the runs continue to be bombed by Rahimi. We've had plenty of threats to the 3-digit number that won't be named, and he moves into the 70s. He's got time to get there. 73 not out, batting at number 3. The Interinsular, it's been held every year since all the way back in the 1950s. Always gets big crowds.
Yeah.
The Jersey boys, as their fans are known, and the Guernsey teams. And it's been played every single year, with just the one exception during that COVID year since 1950. In between Jersey and Guernsey.
Great information.
6 more. Oh, well, it's almost like action replay stuff here, Vinny. Is it? This is not a highlights package. Firdaus Rahimi doing it on his own.
Yeah, what a shot. He hasn't been too worried by the 2 wickets that got lost in quick succession. I suppose if you get a duck, make it a golden. We've had a diamond, we've had a golden, but the batters that have been there, they've been scoring at a frenetic pace right now. They're on 188 pace.
Do you want to have a guess as to who's leading that series in the 50-odd years of it, or the 60-odd years of it?
I'm going to say Jersey 30 to 20, something like that.
Has he got enough of this? Yes, he has. That's not out of the middle, Vinny. Everything's going for 6. Rahimi, he needs 15, and there's still 15 deliveries left in the innings. We've had it threatened so many times. Is this the moment?
Well, maybe. This is just unprecedented stuff. Before this innings, and he did play back in earlier in the week, of course, but his top score was 30 not out. And right now,
well, he's blown by that.
Staring down the barrel of century number 18 of the season. We saw Hassan Ahmed go close yesterday morning, 98. That's as close as anyone's gotten. Right now, 85 not out.
68 games between them, Vinny. I'll give you another chance in a moment. I'll give you the result at the end of the over. Jersey and Guernsey. Runs continue to come, just the single this time.
Have a ballpark guess. I'm going to say 45 to 23.
So that's a very good guess, right?
It's only a guess.
You've been stitched, though, and I've stitched you properly here. There's 14 draws in there. They used to play time cricket.
All right, take 7 off each.
Stitched you.
I'll go 37-21 then.
Well, that's pretty close. You've got the 21 right, remarkably. Guernsey have won 21. Jersey have won 33. Direct hit would have been gone.
Pulled it off again. And he's run all the way to the boundary this time, Dinesh, and he's almost hit the stumps.
He is great to watch, isn't he? Ringo Starr, the main man. He's everywhere.
I've never seen drummers move this quick. Normally they just sit in their spot. But have a look at this. Yeah, and there's nobody that's really queuing up for the keeper spot in his absence, so he goes at the stumps. This would have been out.
Would have been gone. Back live now. And not out of the middle, and critically, it's only going to be a single. So Henderson will be with the strike at the end of the 8th.
14 draw. How long? What's the format? Is it 2-day format?
I don't know what it was back then. It just gives us the fact that it was match drawn. Let me take a look.
148 for 3, as I put Lenny back on the research computer after 8 overs.
I think so. It's been played as a 50-over contest in recent times.
Okay.
But no, I think it was timed cricket back in the day. Whether that was over 2 days, probably. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a timed game, and then in 1992, I think something in that region, it switched to a pure limited overs format. Right. So actually, it was the 1980s. So the last draw was all the way back in 1977. Almost everything was drawn in the early days.
So what did I say at the end? I said 37-21.
Yeah, but it was 33-21, and then 14 draws in the mixed.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to give myself a partial pass.
Yeah, I think you're pretty good with that. It's actually even moved now to a T20I Cup too, but they've got such great facilities there between the KGV, College Field, Grainville, Farmers Field.
Farmers Field, of course. Farmers have been in the ECL last couple of years, made the finals week.
Real culture of cricket there.
I want to visit as well. I haven't been there.
Now, interesting change of bowling this one. It's Thanabalasingham, who went for 31 in his first over. Should they have gone to a 6-bowler, Vinny?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe you back a guy that's had a good tournament. It's just 1 over. It can happen. What I will say is most expensive figure, 61. This is the only circumstance where you probably could go down.
And it could well go down if he hits 5 more of those for 6. We're not just going to have the century, we're going to have the records aplenty. Almost every ball has gone over that long on deep mid-wicket region. Rahimi can't miss right now.
Into the 90s, but not looking too nervous at the moment. And the crickets, I know that bees swarm. I didn't know that crickets swarmed as well. That's what we're seeing right now. Rahimi 92, and he's not going to take the foot off the gas, I'll tell you that much.
Is that enough for 98? No, it's not. This has gone a long way up and put down. The two men came together. And interestingly, I think he's looking for a no ball of some kind. I don't know what the issue is.
Well, what's happened here? It's been called like, so does it see a dead ball signal?
I think maybe the bails have come off before the ball was bowled.
Yeah, so maybe that's what happened. I don't know if we've got it. But the bails might have come off, but not because the bowler actually knocked them off. Let's have a look if we can get anything here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the bail came off before.
It should be a dead ball
yeah,
then, Vinny, shouldn't it?
It's been caught a dead ball, so it wouldn't have even counted. As far as the actual catch, I mean, normally you get preference if you were straighter down the ground over a field that's further around.
What about the game awareness from Rahimi to know the bail had come off? He immediately turned around and said, no, that doesn't count.
He might have heard it.
Maybe he put him off. He said it would have hit it for 6.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When we had issues on Monday, eventually that rule was kind of scrapped because everything would have been a no ball. Oh, a dead ball, pardon me. But technically, that if either umpire notices that happens, they should call the ball dead immediately. And I think that's basically what was done. So the square leg umpire has communicated. So that won't even be a dot. It won't be a 1. It won't be anything.
It's a dead ball.
Yeah.
It's a reboot, if you will.
Yeah.
And it means that Rahimi still has more than a fighter's chance to get there.
How's your double luck, though? Drop catch and wouldn't have counted anyway. 92 as he reboots.
Doesn't get it. Still has time to get there. And one man who'll breathe a very deep sigh of relief is Thanabalasingham, because he's not going to go for those record figures, barring something ludicrous with some no ball action.
I feel like we've just had time to take a deep breath for the first time in a while, but here's Henderson on strike.
Hit well and hit for 4. I think it's just bounced probably a few inches inside the rope, and the fielders helping the umpire out. 4 more to the total.
Oh, this is some innings from the crickets, isn't it? And the Nomads have been on a winning streak, but they haven't had it their own way along the journey. But this is some exciting cricket here.
Well,
160's up with 8 balls to go.
The 184 is under real threat. We called it a long way out.
You know what, though? Who's to say that Nomads can't chase this down?
Correct.
With the batting they've got. 2 to come.
Henderson gets this over the offside, but that man is at the interesting deep extra cover position. They might be. Oh, I thought they could have taken on the second there.
Would have been tempted. But then you don't want to run out a guy on 93 coming back to non-strikers down. Must ball the over.
Take the single.
Nah. Oh, he'll take it if it's there, but he'll take a 6 if it's there too.
He's looking for the Maximo, doesn't get it, and he's going to end up with the single, which is maybe the best possible result. For some reason, when batters get into the 80s and 90s, the petrol gauge starts to creep towards 0. He's not getting them as cleanly as he was, but he only needs 6 with 6 deliveries left.
162 for 3 off 9. Already we're looking at a 160s chase. We had a 170s chase in Hungary recently. Amjad Ahmed, the only bowler to take a wicket. Nazir, the only bowler to go single-digit economy. But I tell you what, if you're ever going to see a 180s chase, this team, this field.
Yeah, this is the one.
I'll give you a guess. What do you think the highest score batting second is?
So not the highest successful chase.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I reckon because you're asking me, it's higher than the 174 that was chased down. So I'm going to go 184. I'll go 10 higher.
187.
Wow.
We had a 191, 187 game. The most runs scored in a game, though, 403, when 229 played 174.
Here we go. Rahimi on 94. A Maximo away. Goes into the sky. The petrol gauge has run out. Catching opportunity held. It's another one gone in the 90s, Vinny Sandhu. Can you believe it? You could almost feel the engine was just starting to chug, and he didn't quite get to the finish line. Gone for 94. What a knock.
Yeah, what a knock. I mean, had a couple of slices of luck in there along the way. But, in the end, he's going to have to go. What a knock, though. and he's thrilled about it. I know he doesn't make the three figures, but what he's done, he may have set up a memorable victory for his club, a club that had never won in 8 attempts until they finally won at their 9th. And it's the table toppers and the defending champions. He's just cracked 94 against them, and he's in the zone right now. He's still in the zone, walking on a cloud.
I loved every second of that reception that he got there. It was raw emotion there, Vinny, wasn't there? It was rather than euphoria, it was actually very emotive as he was hugged and greeted by every one of his teammates. His career best innings here, 94, has driven the Crickets to 160 plus, but with 5 deliveries left, what can they muster up to? Good change of pace, I think it was, from Amjad Rahmani, who's been impressive for me, himself and the youngster Amjad Ahmed have been the 2 standout bowlers for the Nomads. As this goes a long way up, but not long enough. A chance taken by the man I'm just talking about, who punches the sky, Amjad Ahmed. He's a good young cricketer, 17 years of age, Vinny. Hasn't he judged that well?
Yeah, he has. And so the Nomads, they'll feel these are important deliveries as well, even though I know they're the horse has bolted, but they've still got the artillery to chase it down, don't they? So if they can keep the Crickets in the 160s here, that makes their task a lot easier. And Derek, for such a high-scoring innings, he's been incredibly busy in this first half of match 22. There's the hat-tricks. Regina Sidazay, the first woman to take a hat-trick, and also that was on her international debut in the ECIW.
Vinny, I reckon this is hat-trick attempt 20 plus now. Only day 5. We've had at least 4 a day.
Yeah, probably about right.
Probably
about 20.
I reckon this is about 20.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it going to be Amjad Rahmani? I don't want to say we should have had one in the first game, but we very nearly did with the awfully tight LBW appeal. Is this the moment? It's Jabber Keel on strike. Oh, a coat of paint. Vinny Sandhu, how is this missed?
We've had 2 of the closest calls on a hat-trick this morning. We had an LBW, which I think is still before the courts.
Oh.
And then this one has missed by the proverbial coat of varnish. And the hat-trick hoodoo continues here in Switzerland.
What's happening? Vinny, how was that missed?
Top ball's handy, though, for the Nomads.
Yeah, they'll take it. And this squirts away, more like it, for the Crickets, just to give them something, a punch of the sky from Khalid Niazi down to the sideline as it's squirted away by Jabber Keel for 4. Still 2 balls left. This over has gone for an eternity.
Yeah, it feels like it has. So, I mean, even to set the highest chase ever, they'd need to get 8 off these last 2 balls. Jabber faces up again.
Goes into the air, deep mid-wicket, nestles underneath it and can't see it. And it's going to end up costing them 4. They can keep running if they want, they don't need to. And I have to feel for him, but he nearly got himself into that spot of bother before. Use your cap, find some way to get an eye on it. Instead, it's cost his side 4 runs.
But when you really don't see it, you really don't see it. There's certain tactics you can use, but the barrel was dry for ideas for Fahim. They are in the 170s. Last ball coming up.
It's not going to be a chance at the record chase because they'll end with 171 instead. Well, what an entertaining innings we've seen. From an average start of 30 for 1 after 3, they have pongoed 141 runs from the remaining 7 overs at more than 20 per over in that period to finish with a rather remarkable 171 for 5.
Yeah, well, don't know what I can say about that. It's the last thing we were expecting after we saw this first ball, where a very good hitter, Amadi, was run out before he even got a chance to face up. This was the start. Nomads, they were cock-a-hoop after this. Good one-hand pick up and throw. But then this partnership was quite incredible that developed. It was worth over a ton for the second wicket. And both these guys, Kudos Rahimi as well as Sahil Tarakil, absolutely blasting the bowling. And not even the lawnmower could do the fielding during that period. It was quite breathtaking to watch.
117 runs the two of them put on for the second wicket. And between them, they shared 20 maximums. That's right, we're only playing 10 overs per side. 20 of them went over the rope thanks to these two, who didn't just hit the ball everywhere. They had a few moments of fortune too, as the relay or the ricochet catch couldn't be affected, but the quality of the striking and a few bankers, and also the celebrations, the delight for each other. Sahil Tarakil, the opener, and the number 3, Firdaus Rahimi, well, they made merry, and every maximum was celebrated with great vigour. not just by the two batters, but by the subs on the bench as well. That drop catch was a massive moment. Of all people, it was Fahim Nazir who put it down. But here was the suicidal second run attempted, and the brilliance of the main man, Jawa Dinesh, who has entertained us so thoroughly, not just effecting the direct hit, but doing it with the glove. Unbelievable. Then a good catch held despite not seeing it. The sixes continued to rain. Firdaus Rahimi, remember his name, he stuck them as big as anyone did over the rope. A couple of roofers, a few mini bankers too. Big hits and great entertainment for the Zurich Crickets, who were so good. A little bit of a late wobble thanks to the dismissal of Rahimi, who went for 94. Very well held by Thanabalasingham, and it meant that the Crickets had to be satisfied thanks to their main man. And a final dismissal of Abid Baraksai, who was dismissed for a golden duck. So nearly had the hat-trick to go with it. It was action aplenty. And then the rather comical moment as he gets out of the way to round up our innings highlights. 1-7-1 for 5. But here we are. Let's take a look at the batting card. The Crickets are down in their team huddle. They are determined to defend this total and take what would be an upset victory and really throw this entire 11-team group here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland into absolute, well, throwing the cat amongst the pigeons doesn't do it justice. It would throw the group table wide open. 94 and 47, the two numbers to remember. Sahil Tarakil and Firdaus Rahimi's innings. Sensational batting of the highest quality, as we see maybe one of the highest totals of the week. What about the bowlers? Well, not a lot to cheer here. 2 wickets for Amjad Rahmani, probably the pick of the bowlers. I've been so impressed with Amjad Ahmed too all throughout the week, but he went the distance. Only bowler with an economy rate of less than 10, Fahim Nazir. He got those overs done with early. Only the 4 extras, probably one of the best things the Nomads did with the ball in that innings, and that means at the halfway stage of game number 2 of the day, it's match number 22 in total, would you believe? We're almost getting up towards the halfway stage of the day. It's the halfway stage of game 2 though. And the Zurich Crickets, they posted 171 for 5. Can they defend it? Find out live with us in just a few moments' time. A very warm welcome back to St. Gallen, the host city for this, the European Cricket Series 2023 Switzerland. And we have seen a rollicking first innings in game number 2 of the day. Remember, 5 games every single match day here in the group stages. 55 games in total across 11 consecutive game days. And all the 11 teams, they come in and out of those game days depending upon their schedule. And after 3 wins from 3 yesterday, and then making it 4 consecutive this morning in a nervy contest for the Nomads to move top of the table, having lost their opening 2 matches on game day 1, they now somehow have ended up with a position whereby they're right up against it to make it 5 in a row. So to make it the perfect 5, they're going to need something special from one of these 2 left-handed openers. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed have maybe been 2 of the best batters in the entire tournament. So if anyone could chase down this total, it is going to be the Zurich Nomads. But they'll need 17.2 per over right from the start, as Sahil Tarakil will take the new ball. And every dot ball is going to make that significantly more difficult. Watch that required run rate jump up to 17.5 after just 1 dot delivery. So are we in for something extraordinary, with one of the highest totals in the history of the European Cricket Network being chased down in this 10 over per side contest? Or will the Nomads' impressive effort driven by Tarakil and Rahimi be enough? It will be a boundary to get things moving for the Zurich Nomads. It goes to Nazir. Very nicely played, just the wrong line. Maybe a bit of movement through the air actually as well. And that ended up being flicked away for a pleasing boundary by Fahim Nazir. Remember, he was the star of the show in this morning's contest between St. Gallen CC and Zurich Nomad CC. Made 91 off just 38. That was 91 not out as well, as they hunted down that total. Short, wide, carved away. Oh, very marginal. The fielder is signaling 6. We're going to check that. Has this actually bounced? Let's get a look. Oh, it is 6. Yeah, just by inches. Great honesty from that fielder too, helping out the umpire. It is a Maximo, so that's more like it. Probably need 2 6s in it per over really to get into this contest, with about 17 runs per over required. That's going to be 6 more. Well, already promising signs that maybe we're on for something remarkable here. Do not go anywhere wherever you're watching on, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook as part of the European Cricket Network, on Swiss Sport TV, domestically here in Switzerland, or back in India, in the Indian subcontinent, live on Fan Code. You are in for a lot of entertainment over the next 45 minutes or so, I suspect, as it may look like it's close to impossible. But if anybody can do it, it will be the Nomads, driven by these 2 power-packed left-handed openers. That's not going to help the Cricket's cause. A wide down the leg side. Pressure telling on Tarakil. $155 more needed to win off just 56 balls. You'd think of this equation in an ODI or a T20 international. You'd say, stop the count, the game is over. But that's not the way things work here in 10 over cricket, with the pitches we're playing on. Such good batting surfaces. Oh, nicely bowled. Definitely late swing. And very, very close. It's given out. Oh dear. Well, there was a clear inside edge for me. You could hear it and you could see it. And I didn't even really see a massive appeal. And I don't think Fahim Nazir can believe this. You're going to see it yourself on the replay. There's movement in, no doubt. But he's smashed it into the right leg. That's as big a deflection as I've ever seen off the bat to be given out LBW. Oh dear, that's not a replay the umpire's going to want to see. Oh, we have to call it like it is, I'm afraid, up here. That was... I don't really think there was much of an appeal. You could see that the fielder who was fielding the ball couldn't believe it, and I'm not sure even the bowler could either, but the finger went up And that's the way our sport works. It's the umpire's decision. And the first wicket falls. Nazir gone for 16. Well, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit speechless here because many batters don't feel as though they're out there. That's the Geneva CC team that are going to come in to play their very first game one. They're taking their warm-up seriously. I haven't seen that one before. The sideways arm out move over the wicket, and the batter's going from the wrong side. I think that the non-striker wants a no-ball signal for not agreeing to change his action, but it's going to be a Maximo. Well, it's all happening in the first over. 23 runs, including one that's come over the wicket when the non-striker thought he was going to be coming round. And that has gone a long, long way. The lunging 6 is out. 6 more to the total. It's a Maximo. And can Hassan Ahmad use that rage? You can see Hassan Ahmad saying to the keeper there, how was that given out? And the keeper just smiling. There's the highest chases in history. They can't go past that remarkable game last month where Hungary defeated Portugal, not just tasting down the 173, but doing so with balls to spare. Are we going to have a golden ball? That's the other possibility. Always 3 results possible. And a big, big call here from Zurich Crickets. They think pace off is the way to go. And they think it's Khalid Niazi is the man to bowl his leg breaks. And Vinny Sandhu, I'm a little bit speechless, I have to say, after that first over I have seen, because there were 23 runs and a wicket in it, but that really doesn't do it justice, my friend. As this is going to be chipped down the ground for a Maximo all the way, very nearly into the dugout. It cannons into the bin, actually right next to the dugout. They'll have to check that ball. Vinny, what have I just seen in that first over?
I'm not quite sure, to tell you the truth. I mean, obviously, play umpire doesn't have that benefit. Tough thing is, I mean, it's pretty open as well up to the off-field officials if they feel that there's a clear and obvious error. Now, normally with nicks onto the pad, it's one that you wouldn't look to overturn. But, I mean, to be honest, with the replay we saw, for me, personally, it falls in the clear and obvious category. But Fahim Nazir, unfortunately, doesn't get the overturn.
I'm not sure you noticed the next ball then.
Yeah.
Which the batter was clearly standing on the left-hand side, and I'm not sure whether the bowler had indicated a change of action to the umpire, and you could see the non-striker, who's just clubbed this one for 6 more, and he looks like he's got the bit between. He wanted the no ball because he said, well, hold on, the bowler's not told me he's now bowling over the wicket.
Yeah.
And this risk of bowling the young leg spinner to the power-packed left-hander as early as the second over in the power play, I'm not sure it's the right one. And bang, bang, 6-6. Hassan Ahmed, he's using that rage to drive the chase.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe sometimes you have to light a fire under a team, but I tell you what, Fahim Nazir's not a batter you want to burn up. But anyway, you know, it's a bit like, in a way, the first innings started on a negative for the Crickets, but look how they turned it around. It seemed to spur them on. And Nomads certainly have a lot of very, very good players and can still chase this down.
Floated up and smashed out of the ground. I think this one's going to go on to the roof. It's a roofer.
Ooh.
And it's
is it? Oh, it's a fake roof.
It's gone through the roof.
It's hit the rafters, I think. Oh, well.
It's gone through the roof.
Hassan Ahmed's
pumped a hole in it.
We may have a skylight here that we didn't bank on. Hassan Ahmed, he's 18 off 3. You can't really get a quicker start than that.
Well, extraordinary. 6-6-6. Really like Khalid Niazi as a young leg spinner, but he's been thrown to the wolves here somewhat. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Ahmed, one of the best hitters we've seen in Switzerland, and we're maybe not just on for a 36-run over. It could be more than that. Can Ahmed get back on strike? He can't.
Didn't really leg it out there, Hassan. Would have been a handy one. Just quickly, Kersley mentioning the keeper, Nick Henderson, keeping with a helmet back at the moment. Something I'm seeing more and more of. Now, on this field, it's pretty lush, but on some of the fields, some of the second bounces can be really dangerous for the keepers. And then the other thing is balls being returned from the field that can hit the side of the pitch.
This goes into the sky. Niazi to the right-hander, a better matchup, and he gets a wicket. Oh, so costly. Ahmed not getting back on strike there. A beautiful flighted leg break. Credit to the youngster. He held his nerve. He may have been hit for 3 maximums from his 3 balls, but the Crickets have a second wicket. We've only had 10 legal deliveries, Vinny. 43 runs and 2 wickets.
Super important that Hassan got back for the 2 there, because it's a team game, but these one-on-ones, they make such a big difference. He'd gone 6-6-6, and then it's almost like the old intentional walk in baseball. They get him to the other end, they get a crack at the right-hander, and they have success immediately. This has had everything so far, as the score is 43 for 2 now in the second over.
Yeah, certainly the chat is firing up, Vinny.
Hey, it's all about emotions. It's all about emotions.
They've got them going, and I suppose when you have 43 runs, 2 wickets, and just 10 deliveries bowled in the chase of 170 odd, you can understand why people are getting engaged and loving the action. Action aplenty here at the European Cricket Series. I try not to use this phrase too much when I'm commentating, but it's all happening, Vinny.
It is all happening.
New man to the crease is Nazir, and look at how much better the matchup is for Niazi with the leg breaks turning away from the right-hander.
Credit to Fahim Nazir. I mean, he just had, I think, a natural reaction. I mean, you're taught fingers up you go, but it was a genuine reaction that he had.
He's done well to get himself off, to be honest, and I can empathise hugely there. Just going to be a single, which means, critically, Hassan Ahmed will not have the strike. Not the greatest end to the over after a flying start for the Nomads, but they are still going on the right pace. The score after 2, 44 for 2.
And let's also emphasise, umpires are human beings like everyone else.
Correct.
They sometimes you just see things wrong. It's true. There's something that we saw, we picked up. You see it once and you call it as you see it.
Vinny, the number of times I have miscalled a ball, then I see the replay, I say, God, what did I see?
Yeah.
So it does happen.
Exactly.
Here are the standings. The Nomads are top of the table now, and the great news is Geneva are coming in to make it just Cossonay as the odd ones out without playing a game just yet. But we'll see them tomorrow, is it?
Yeah, and I'm pretty hopeful that we'll have a Cossonay representative here before the end of the day. So don't want to say too much, but
say no more.
I will not say no more. Anyway, here we go. It's over number 3, and I suppose they're on the pace at the moment. Can they stay at the pace? The pace is essentially 51 after 3, so they've made a strong start, but they have lost those 2 key wickets.
What is going through Hassan Ahmed's head at the non-striker's end? 13 balls in, he's only faced 3 of them. He's hit all of them for 6.
Should have run the second run on the wide.
He should have.
Probably. No, he's just going to see it and hit it. I'll keep it pretty simple.
That will be a no ball off the wicket and a free hit to follow.
You weren't here, but at the start of the day, I said I was going to keep a free hit count. I knew I'd lose a count pretty quickly, and by about 4 or 5 overs in, I already had. But we've got to be on it. Because of this pitch, we've had more no balls than ever. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the rule. In a second.
Big swing and a miss.
For me, it should. I get the reason that no balls off the pitch or side of the pitch are called no balls is because they can come back a bit unfairly and bowl people or get batters in trouble. But I would like to see the law amended so that it's just called a wide, and it's only called a no ball if the ball is hit or if it hits the stumps or the batter. And I'll tell you why, because it's a bit more of an inclusive rule as well. I see in junior cricket, in lower levels of cricket as well, say in European women's at the club level, for example, where you'll have a bowler that might be struggling with the accuracy, and it takes away a wicket-taking opportunity next ball. So I just think that would be a bit of a fairer outcome. Also, it means it doesn't go as buys against the keeper. It doesn't go as a dot against the batter. I just think in the spirit of the game, that's not really the spirit of what a no ball is.
This is more like it from Nazir. He took a little while to get going. Does get a maximum all the way. And the 50 now comes up inside the 3rd over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Just turns it off the hip. Well, Bishop has a bit of a retrospective angle on the controversy here, saying that's the fun of the game. I love it how it used to be when there was no technology to make the decision.
DRS,
and just you had to cop it. It doesn't happen too much at the highest levels anymore.
Well, there's a few good watches on YouTube, like there always is. And maybe after this game, after you enjoy the entertainment, you can stick in some of the worst umpiring decisions.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the 80s. It felt like the 70s and 80s were the kind of the particular time for it. This is going to be 4. Just whipped off probably middle and leg, something like that. Gets enough bat in it to get another boundary. The ones I love the most were the two non-given LBWs. Glenn McGrath, Australia versus Pakistan.
Yeah. Everything was going down the leg side for about 20 years. Anything that wasn't hitting the middle. Yeah,
I think these two were.
Yeah, that probably was in the middle. Yeah, but see, they nipped back a bit. Oh no, it's gone off a perfectly straight line.
For Glenn McGrath, all people, he was tight to the stumps. He was so easy to give LBW decisions to. That nearly hits the off stump, and Ahmed just can't get strike.
But I think that with the prevalence of ball tracking technology now, we're seeing a lot of the kind of myths that we told ourselves in the old days that a bowler coming around the wicket can't get an LBW against left-hander. Now, I think through recalibrating our brains based on what we've seen with the ball tracking, I think we're realising that a lot more things are out than previously we thought.
This goes into the air. Is it a third wicket? Yes, it is. And I'm not quite sure what the other batters are doing in and around Hassan Ahmed. The job is surely to get him on to strike, but the all-action start continues. 3 wickets, 56 runs, just 18 deliveries of action.
Oh, I love the European Cricket Series. You never know what you're going to see. The cricket's coming out, the ultimate underdog story. This is Farhad Moman, takes the catch and then spikes it NFL touchdown style as well. He is all emotion. As Hassan playing a lone hand at the moment, but he can't get the strike. But, well, here's your boy. It's Ringo Starr, Javed Dinesh coming out at number 5.
You might need to adjust that baseball cap. I'm not sure it was going to fit over that beautiful mop of hair. I think he's been watching back the coverage, Vinny. I think he knows we've been talking about his hairstyle, and I think he wants to give us a look at it. Credit to him. I love him, Javed Dinesh.
We get a quick look at it. I'll tell you, so with ball tracking, and I'll tell you my personal opinion, because I think the attitudes have changed since the ball tracking has come into DRS, or decision review systems. So I think that originally it was like, okay, the umpire's got his job to do. We want to overturn the howler. So the howler being an obvious error. So that's why you have this umpire's call. Well, okay, if it's close, we'll say it's not necessarily a bad decision. We're just going to overturn the ones that...
The real bad ones.
Yes, the real
Actually, I thought
ones.
that was a good approach to it. My man coming into the attack for the first time with his left arm seam.
Well, it's belted. Absolutely belted by Hassan Ahmed. That's 4 runs. What a start to the over.
Yeah, first 3 balls he hit for 6. The 4th one he hits for 4.
So I get that, but I think that times change. And for me, I'd like to see umpire's call eliminated, and I'd like to see if it's hitting, it's hitting. Because I think that it would give consistency. So I think, what are we, 10 years later?
Even more than that. I think it's
15. Yeah. It doesn't sit right with me that the exact same situation can be out or not out, depending on what the umpire says. Now that we're getting to such a high degree of accuracy with these things. Come back to that in a second.
Doesn't get this one out of the middle. It'll just be a single. Yeah, I kind of see it both ways. I understood why they've gone with umpire's call, and I like the review thing now that you don't lose your review if it's umpire's call. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I definitely think they need to go back from 3 per innings to 2 per innings. 3 came in because of COVID, because they said, well, we can't get neutral umpires there because we can't fly umpires in. So just in case there is some even unconscious bias from the umpires, unintentional bias, we're going to go to 3 reviews. Yeah. But COVID's gone now. Go back to what you had. We've too many reviews. So this is, I know, it's a bit of a radical take on a new concept, but anyway, wait for Dinesh, who's going to face up here. Maybe sneaks inside, maybe not. Yeah, I think that's a fair call, given as a wide. My man, none too pleased by it. Very expressive. Like a Brazilian footballer. Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think it just gets a tiny bit of the line. That's enough for it to be called. I'd like to see if it's hitting, because I believe that even the best umpire, they're not as good as the ball tracking. So this is what I believe. So I know they go, it's called a no ball here. Yeah, this is tight. Did it just catch a little bit of that sort of green, artificial, the darker green? I mean, maybe. But wide is a more likely decision. It's one of those ones. It's going to be a free hit. If I was in doubt, I'd be calling it a wide. Yeah. Again, for the spirit of that law. Free hit, just a single. This is chaos. So, what did you say? It's Carnaggio. So for me, it would mean that something does go back to the bowlers in an era where everything's gone heavily towards the batting, the quality of the pitches in general. I just think that
if it's out and it's out, and they say if there's an epidemic of LBWs, well, so be it. You've missed the ball with your bat. God gave you a bat for a reason.
Now, this could be massive, this moment. Oh, two fielders colliding, but holding on. Mirwais Baraksai, and the cartwheel comes out. He's usually got the gloves. Now he's in the field. Despite the bump from his fielding colleague, he holds on and celebrates in style.
Oh, the crickets are on fire, and a bit like the tyres at the edge of the Formula One track, he had a bit of a barrier to slow him down, and then the cartwheel. This has had everything so far. The Nomads, they just cannot believe what's going on, and to be honest, I can understand. Hassan mishits the first one. He's been starved to the strike. But then have a look at that. You've got the Mirwais Baraksai who takes the catch. You've got Abid Baraksai who actually stopped his momentum. And the Baraksais combining in a strange way for that wicket. And now it's one brother replacing another for Nomads as Chowdhury comes to the crease at number 6.
Well, I think that's the game-winning moment. He may have made 23 off 6 deliveries. I know there's a lot of time to go in this chase, Vinny, but they need 108 more from just 6.2 overs, and I think that could be a bridge too far with the 2 openers gone. But one thing is certain, the Nomads will keep fighting. Good piece of fielding out in the deep. It's all happening in this game. It really is, Vinny.
You know, one thing that I actually secretly like, and it's a bit different at European Cricket Series, there's a couple. One is when bowlers and umpires give out bolds, which I like.
Yes,
in an era where umpires are graded on proportion of decisions correct, I feel like it's a no-brainer to stick the finger up. I like it. Even though technically they're square, like umpires meant to adjudicate bowls. So that's one thing. Zup's in the air. Fielder comes around. He's not going to get there. 1 bounce 4. So they're still going to throw the bat. To be honest, they're on the pace at the moment, run rate-wise. But those 4 wickets, it makes it hard to believe they could do this. But Nomads, they do bat deep. End of the over, 69 for 4. After 4, we'll see the Worm in a minute, and they're, I think, fractionally ahead of the Worm. But
Vinny, I've got one more for you on the DRS.
Yes, let's keep talking
and
about that.
This one, Vinny, for me, I cannot believe, and when I was at the ICC, I went to the head of umpiring and I spoke to him at length about this. Probably one of the best men I've met in my entire life, a guy called Vincent van der Biel. He's now since retired from the ICC. Adrian Griffith took over, the former West Indian Test opener, and he's actually just vacated the spot as well. I'm not sure who's taking over.
Yeah.
But so let's go, forget about the COVID days, but in a normal one-day international, they had 2 reviews per innings, right? Okay, so you've got an ODI, you've got a World Cup game, you've got the World Cup coming up later in the year. As Rahimi comes into the attack, starts with a full toss that's hit straight to the man and juggled over the rope. Well, he's just taken a brilliant catch, hasn't he? Mirwais Baraksai, and he's given it very fairly as 6. Oh, it should have been a wicket. Instead, it's a Maximo.
Yeah, bang. Off the hands, over the fence. How quick things can change. Okay, go ahead.
So you get 2 per innings, right?
Yep.
2 reviews per innings, and that's per innings. Okay, so in a normal first innings, as this one's hit to the offside, just a single. Let's say you only use one of the reviews and you get into the final over and you clearly hit a ball behind.
Yeah.
What you see, because it's in the last over, they'll review it.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll go for the review, sometimes in hope of getting the no ball signal that maybe the front foot had slid over the line. As this one goes a long way up, a punch of the bat in frustration from Dinesh.
Oh, another.
Oh, nearly an impact on the head rather than the hands, and it was really self-preservation. And it's the sub-fielder, Gakaldis Chetty.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who he's on for, but it's put down.
I think actually Hotak hasn't taken the field, but this is almost like returning a punt that gets to call for the fair catch. Anyway, I'm glad no one got hurt then. So hard to hold a conversation, isn't it?
Oh, inside edge. I think that's a drop chance. Harsh to call it on Nicholas Henderson. I'll finish my point at the end of the over because something's happening every ball.
I'm not calling that a drop because it was too much of a deflection, but continue.
I'm not in the keeper's union. That's why I'm calling it a drop. You are.
Takes a big deflection away.
Would have been a ridiculous catch. Like that Bairstow when we saw the Ashes where he just stuck the one hand out, ended up on his backside. Certainly trying to hit every ball. Clearly pitching outside leg. That one can't be given out.
How's your train of thought going? So yeah,
still there.
When people are just going, okay, I've got a review left. It's the last over. I'm just going to review it. I even think I saw a bold review once from you.
Well, this is my point. So all I said was keep the same number of reviews as we see in Misfield, which is going to allow a second. They will get home as it's not collected cleanly. Chowdhury had to get the afterburners on.
Oh, what a day.
It's rather manic and
bit.
Carnaggio-esque out there.
Well, we've got 5 overs to complete our trains of thought. We've still got one to go in this over.
Club down the ground. Just be a single to close out the 5th. We do get to the end of that over. It's 82 for 4. But my point was, Vinny.
Yeah.
Give them a number of reviews per match.
Yes.
So you reward them. And again, this goes back to the mindset of we're trying to correct the howler with the DRS system.
Yes.
We're not trying to strategically use reviews or who's the best reviewer.
Yeah.
In the off chance it might have pitched an inch outside leg, but you actually felt it was out.
True.
So give them a number per game, whether that was 3 or 4. I thought it should have been 3.
Yeah.
I thought 3 reviews was the right number for me, Vinny. But even if it's 4, award them over the course of the 100 overs rather than per innings, because otherwise you get that ludicrous situation. At the end of the innings, you just go for the review.
That's actually quite interesting. Yeah, but it comes down to maybe it needs a radical rethink. And so I look at other sports. There are certain times that all reviews in the last 2 minutes of a football game, for example, in America, they come from the officials,
they
not
say
from the
we
players.
need to have another look at that.
So maybe we need to, a better way. And again, everything evolves over time. Anyway, this is in the air. I think it's going all the way, and it is. Mind the fence. Whoa. And Maximo Dinesh, he is still there. And they're not actually that far behind. Do not count them out of this, the Nomads. 6 runs.
Well, you've got to admire the intent, the fact they keep fighting. Yeah, that could be a good shout as well, actually. If it maybe everything in the last 10% of the games, the last 5 overs in ODI, the last 2 overs of a T20I, just automatic. It's a booth review or whatever they call it in NFL. Big swing and a miss.
So I'm going to touch on a couple of things you said there. The issue we've got, the review process also depends how quick it is to game down a lot. Okay, so that's one thing actually we do pretty well here.
Yeah,
most of the time is you have a quick
and
look.
They have got better in internationals. Yes. At first it was terrible. There's still the occasional one, but they definitely have got better.
Yeah, so that's one thing. But at the moment, run-out reviews, their line decisions, the players don't review them. The umpires call, they get the information, they come back. Okay? So, as we see this ball hit at cover, valuable dot ball. So for me, number one thing, my original point was I would like to see maybe the umpires having more of control in being able to check decisions they've made rather than having the player ask for it. Now, I don't know how you do that exactly. That's absolutely blast off middle of the bat. And mind the windows, Tino. Maximo Dinesh comes up with a roofer, and that one is not coming back. What a shot.
Well, he's got something, doesn't he? He's got a real style, a panache, and they just keep scrapping here. They keep fighting. I'm not saying they're ahead, but they're by no means out of this contest yet.
Yeah.
Over the offside this time. 2 fielders converge together. It goes over their heads. Back-to-back maximums. Whilst Dinesh is still there. This is game on. The 100's up.
Oh, and still over 4 overs to go. Now he gets a little bit short. Gets belted away over the offside. Yeah, so maybe that would be one way to do it, to have in the last period of a game, whether you say that's after 8 wickets out or whether it's in the last 5 overs of a limited over game, that the players don't control the reviews, the umpires do. It also means tailenders who have no reviews, that's because they're selfish batting people have used them up. You're just getting more decisions right. Oh, trouble.
Chance. Oh, gone. Given out on the field. And I think Chowdhury, who's running between the wickets, struggled. Dinesh wanted the single because he wanted to keep the strike. He will keep the strike, but Chowdhury has got to go.
Yeah, given out on the field. I think he's out by some distance. Dinesh just kind of goes on the hit. As we'll see. It's a good effort, I think, from Chowdhury to get in, but he's well gone and perfectly positioned to make that decision. So, yeah, chaos all over the place. Nash is still there, but Chowdhury's going to be run out for 9. It's 100 for 5. Okay, now I've got like a minute. Let me make my case for no umpire's call at all. Because I think the intention was just to overturn very bad decisions from umpires. But now I'm more in the camp of let's get more decisions correct and consistent. So even I've changed my thoughts about it. Even what we do here on the European Cricket Network, we never used to look at ones that were 50-50 for line decisions. We're like, okay, look, you can understand why he's given that out.
Yep.
Fair enough. But to me, it's not really about the umpires. It's about what all the viewers see. So if you see the ball even clipping the stumps, a ball clipping the stumps is still clipping the stumps. I know you can say, oh, it's not 100% accurate, but it's more accurate than a human.
It's definitely not. They even say that themselves.
Okay, it's more accurate than a human being. Yes or no?
I'm going to say no, purely to be contrarian. Chopped it on and inside edge. And Dinesh, well, he did everything he could to get onto strike. And he's gone now. Gets a pat in the back.
Oh, this is sitting at everything. Is that you? The lie detectors all over the shop here. 100 for 6, and Crickets have had. Oh, they might have kissed the Blarney Stone on their trip to Ireland the way they're going at the moment. This is one that just slides on, grabs the inside edge. He steals the strike, but he can't do anything with it. 100 for 6 in the 7th.
The Crickets are pumped up, aren't they, as well? As a little leg cutter just went away. Dinesh devastated, and the little jig was out from the keeper, the captain, Nicholas Henderson, and the bats will be changed. So I think that could be game, set, and match.
He basically pushes his partner off the cliff and then jumps off after him the very next ball.
The Lemmings have gone 1-2.
Can I tell you something? Okay, so I'm not saying that mine's the popular opinion, but I'm thinking about other sports like Major League Baseball.
Yep.
They're starting to talk about here's the strike zone, and really, the umpires are game facilitators less than decision makers now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, because with big money on the line and contracts and all these things, to have that consistency, to me, a ball that's hitting the stumps is a ball that's hitting the stumps. Let me tell you one thing that's going to make you smile, though. Something we had a suggestion from one of the viewers, that we don't really have Snicko, we don't have the hotspot, right? So someone suggested that we have a polygraph as the DRS system, where you sit the batter down in the corner of a little room and you say, right, what's your name? Where do you live? Did you nick it? And if the needle goes around.
Oh, this could be another one. I think we may go up to the third umpire here. And the keeper, Henderson, he's convinced. Is it 2-2?
I thought maybe his foot is still in. His bat's definitely not down. If he swivels his foot back, we'll get a better view from side on. My instinct was out, but then sometimes batters are really good at sneaking their foot back in really quickly.
My initial instinct was out.
He's out there.
Let's get a look. Oh, yes, he is gone, and he's gone by a long way. I think the umpire, what he was thinking about was, shall I just give it out on the pitch? Gone for all money, and it's 2-2. We've got another chance at this elusive hat-trick, Vinny.
Yeah, we do.
It's a team hat-trick, though. They've gone 3-3.
Yeah, it is a team hat-trick. But, well, we picked an interesting game to have a debate about the nuances of the DRS, didn't we? But anyway, it's going to be Derek the Duck, who has been shining brightly today. Nomads. I mean, you'd imagine they'd have to be in the 5 somewhere. But, I mean, for example, if you're trying to get top spot, this is making it tough with these 3 losses in the first week. Have a look at the hat-tricks. Uma Tariq, by the way, 1 and 2. That's not a misprint. He took 2 hat-tricks in innings.
Phenomenal.
In the first game. So that was 6 of his 12 balls. The other 6 went for 22. That was playing for Austria against Malta.
That was an action-packed 12 deliveries.
So there were the 4th, 5th and 6th balls of both of his overs in the 8th and the 10th. And can you imagine that his best 6 balls, the 12, he took 6 for 0, and his worst 6, he went magical, none for 22. That's what happened. Anyway.
Here's the chance at the hat-trick. Surely it's going to go. Is this the moment? No, it's pongoed out of the ground instead. Well, you see it all. European Cricket Network. It's another one of those elusive hat-tricks that goes missing, and it goes out of the ground from Thalabanasingam.
I told you this earlier in the week. I've seen more hat-trick balls hit for 6 than you've had hot dinners, Lenny. And Thalabanasingam, he copped a bit, didn't he, when he was bowling, so he probably feels it's time to hand a bit back.
Not out of the middle this time. Won't be a single. Yeah, 66 to win off 20. If you took the 7 wickets away, that's not impossible, Vinny. It's still less than 20 and over.
I think 20 is my point of no return here. I think I need to adjust it here in Switzerland.
Yeah, agreed. That's edged away. Will it run away to the rope? Not quite. Should be a couple.
So the point of no return, that's one of my little casual things I've brought in.
Yep.
Or the PONR. I've also got the POGI, which is POGI, point of getting interesting. You know, like a low chase, and they need like 8 and over. And it can even have a T20 as well. Sometimes it can just creep up and it starts to get a bit interesting.
Oh, through the shot to close out the 7th over. Score 108 for 7. The Nomads have it all to do. They'll need 64 to win off 18. A very tall task indeed, particularly with the 7 wickets that they've lost I do think DRS on the whole has been good for the game, though, Vinny, as we look ahead to the next contest.
Definitely.
St. Gallen taking on Geneva, who are making their entry into the tournament.
Ansem Mahmood will lead Geneva. Idris Ulhaq to hold the gloves, and he's listed to open the batting as well. Watch out for Afif Katak. He played his first internationals for Austria recently, and so, yeah, really excited to see him out there when we return in about 25 minutes' time. Geneva to hit the park for the first time.
Well, it just creeps up on you here, doesn't it, on the European Cricket Network? The games come thick and fast, as it's going to be Shahabuddin Zaze to bowl his first over. That'll be a wide down the leg side. A nice tumbling stop from Nicholas Henderson. The other thing, Vinny, about my point about not carrying the reviews over, particularly with the umpire's call review now being retained, they don't need more reviews.
Yeah, that's true.
What I would actually go, rather than 2 per innings in an ODI, I would go 3 per match. You've got 3 for the match. Use them wisely, and only use them if you really think that the decision was wrong.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. You don't want to slow the down. We're getting better at doing them quicker, not just us.
Yeah.
Around the world, they're getting the information quicker. So ball tracking historically is the one that takes a bit of time.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time to load.
We run it through the supercomputer first, so they're kind of just stalling with looking for inside edges that don't exist for a while. But yeah, it's an interesting one. But I agree, it's been better for the game, and it's actually improved umpiring even when there's
No
not
doubt. Yeah.
TRS, when there's not ball tracking.
And Graham Swan was the big beneficiary, the kind of first big. That's a good strike. Are we going to get one on the roof? We are. Oh, crash, bang, wallop. It's a roofer. And a great strike from Rahmani.
Yeah, what a shot. Well, I'm never going to say anything's impossible here with the way that these guys hit the ball.
57 to win off 16. Not out of the middle, deep third in place, takes the catch. The wickets, the runs, they keep coming. And it's Farhad Momand. He's had a good day in the field. And big smiles on his face. We called him Bebeto earlier in the week. That's a very good athletic effort.
Yeah, nice catch, but it's just been the issue. And the wicket's consistently falling. Sliding doors moments in this chase. There's a few that if they'd gone the other way, we could be looking at a very different situation. We'll never know, I suppose. We only live in this reality. It might be a simulation, but the action is real here in the European Cricket Series. It's 115 for 8.
Yeah, Vinny, one thing I was just talking about before you came to join me for this innings, almost pondering myself, we talked about that table getting very congested. If this result goes the way of the Crickets, well, I don't think you can claim that any team, there's going to be a run out here. Oh dear, the wickets keep coming. Mumazai, he is run out for a golden duck from his first delivery. He was trying to get Tanabala Singham on to strike, but the simplest of run-outs affected by Firdaus Rahimi, who's a banker now for the player of the match.
Yeah, he sure is. And again, it's a race to the stumps. There's only one person winning that race, so yeah, Mumazai is going to be the next man to go.
Well, Golden Duck makes an appearance again. There he is. There's
He's been
Derek.
underworked, to be honest, in this series, Derek. So he's certainly appearing pretty frequently here on Peacock Friday.
He's having a good strut today. Bit of a day for the Ducks. There've been plenty of them, even in the high-scoring nature of our contest. They're still rolling out. 1 wicket away. And that's all they need. We haven't seen many teams bowled out, Vinny. This could be one of the rarities.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But that table, we'll maybe see if we can get a look at it. And we'll see if we can bring that points table up. It is going to have a very, very congested look to it. Oh, so nearly. A wicket to close out the 8th. Zaze's over is a good one. It's a wicket-taking one. Score at the end of the 8th is 116 for 9. Might be able to bring you that points table now. But Vinny, you couldn't say that any side is certain of qualification, and no side is out of the realm of qualification yet. How brilliant is that to see?
Yeah, we'll bring up the table in a second, but yeah, every series is different. You never know what you're going to see. Sometimes you get a kind of wealth inequality, as I call it. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. This is one, I think you can say, even with a result like this, anyone can beat anyone in any given game, and they're the matches, they're the tournaments where typically you'll say it's a bit of luck that keeps teams at one out of the finals, for example, one end or another.
Farhad Momand to bowl. Now, is this going to be the moment, or is it going to be a Maximo? It will be a Maximo. It plugs into the turf. a well judged. Maybe that was an 8 iron rather than a 9 iron as it went a bit over the rope. Mamandu's bowled generally pretty well, but Thanabalasingham is showing that he has got good hitting down the order. Hasn't had much need to be seen with the bat. And that will be a dot ball nicely inside the guideline. It's the attempted helicopter shot from Thanabalasingham.
Yeah, been 10 points for style. Thanabalasingham, yeah, I feel like I'd be happy if he could whack a few away. I think Moman's got different ideas.
Yeah, it's going to be a bridge too far for the Nomads, but I think if you'd offered them 4 wins from 5, Vinny, in those back-to-back games,
yeah, probably.
Probably have taken back-to-back days of games. I mean,
they didn't see themselves losing to the Crickets, though.
No.
It's last year's winners versus last year's wooden spooners here, and the wooden spooners are going to win.
And when you say last year, you mean 3 years ago.
Yeah. A year in the pandemic is now 3 years.
It just all merges into one.
Yeah, last time.
Wait, what time of the year was that event in 2000?
From memory, it was around about June.
Okay.
And it was one of our first events that we did after the lockdown.
Gotcha.
We did Sweden, then we did here. Good take.
Yeah, good keeping again. He's been excellent, Nicholas Henderson. They've got a wealth of riches. Remember, whereas Baraksai sparked that discussion for us about the keeping hat-trick. He took a wicket.
Yeah.
2 catches, stumping and a run-out. A perfect
back
performance. Yeah. This could be 6 more. It is going to be, as the fielder is to pedal backwards. All he can do is collect it from the St. Gallen host city hoarding. And the maximums keep coming. Thanabalasingham gets something to shout about for the Nomads. 128 for 9.
44 off 6. We have had a 45 run over once. It was actually that game, the only game that's ever had 400 runs in it, where the team batting first had 229. Badalona Shaheen, and then the 174. We have a quick check at the bowling figures. By the way, anytime you want to look at the table, I know you're very interested in it as well, just go to our website, europeancricket.com, click on the series and click on standings. Look at that. Some wickets falling very, very quickly, just when you thought the Nomads were going to be able to turn this around. Here's last over then.
That was the team hat-trick, wasn't it? A run out to close out the 6th over, and then 2 wickets from consecutive deliveries. That I think once they lost those 3, that was that. I know they've ended up running it somewhat close at points of this chase, but like I said, for them to get to this total, it would have taken Fahim Nazir or Hassan Ahmed, one of those 2 power pack left-handed openers, to do something very special at the top. This one's clubbed nowhere. Dot ball.
And just quickly, we're winding to a close here. We'll be back in 20 minutes, but why don't you turn over to the other channel right now, if you are watching on our YouTube channel or watching on Fan Code. Greece and Malta going head-to-head at the moment. So Malta at 52 for 3 off 8. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but there's a bit of a Nepali flavour to the Maltese lineup as well, Andrew. So I know that you've got Greek in your blood, but I think if you had to have a second side
split
there.
loyalty there.
Yeah, they're playing right now.
Maybe I'm a winner, whatever the case. Best of luck to the Hellas.
Well, both
women,
these teams,
the
in a
Greek
way,
women.
consider themselves winners, but in a more correct way, the Crickets will be the winners in this one. But what entertainment, controversy, everything, you name it. You know, sometimes people say this is scripted. You can't.
You could not.
No one would believe it.
Any of this. Yeah, we've had more than 300 runs and the wicket taking. Delightful moment. We have seen a side bowled out, maybe the first of the week. Well, the first that I can remember off the top of my head. Might have had 1 or 2 others, but the Zurich Crickets have pulled off what is a monstrous, a massive upset. It really is. They have shattered the stumps and they have blown open this points table. They have deserved this victory without doubt. The way in which they've played, they have outplayed the Zurich Nomads at their own game, who can't make it 5 wins on the bounce. And they've won by a comfortable 42 runs. That's what's coming up next, Vinny.
Yeah, coming up next, St. Gallen versus Geneva. First time we'll see Geneva in the competition. Cannot wait. They won the toss. They've elected to bat. So good, confident move, but St. Gallen, well, they'll be disappointed after not getting the job done first up. So stay tuned. That match 15 minutes away. Let's go back. And I cannot wait to see this highlights package. You might need to fasten your seatbelt. Now this one almost took a chunk out of the bat, but the umpire had an initial reaction that it was straight off the pad. It was a tough one, but them's the breaks in cricket. And anyway, they still fought back though, despite that early hassle. But yeah, you never really count the Nomads out. They got themselves back in perhaps a winning position before a team hat-trick just sent them back into purgatory.
Yes, certainly plenty of good action on the pitch, and this catch was maybe the biggest moment of the lot. Credit to Mira's Baraksai for getting the cartwheel out and holding his nerve.
Yeah, I forgot that happened. I love these innings because they are.
That was his drop.
They are everything. And look at this. We almost had this. I mean, NFL scouts are watching out for Zazay after that one. But Nomads kept swinging Dinesh. He looked like he might be able to swing them something. But then this is where it all went wrong, didn't it? 3 wickets in 3 consecutive balls, just totally derailing this Nomads fight back.
I missed that the first time around. He lost his cap, didn't he? But he kept swinging, and then he was dismissed. This was part of the team hat-trick. 3 wickets from 3 consecutive deliveries. 1 run out, and it brought about the dancing steps, the jigs from the keeper, the captain Nicholas Henderson, who then stumped the very unlucky Amjad Ahmed, who went for the big one but couldn't get his bat down in time. Action just kept coming. Good catch held by Farhad Maman down at deep third to dismiss Rahmani, and then another run out. This one was as easy as they come for Firdaus Rahimi. He's going to be the player of the match, there's no doubt about that, because he smashed it everywhere, and that was very much the icing on the cake. The winning moment, full enough, straight enough, and the Zurich Crickets, they were good enough to beat the Zurich Nomads.
Just when you think you've seen it all, you'll see something else, and we certainly saw it there for the Nomads. As we look at the scorecard, you can see that Dinesh, Ringo Starr, as he's known here now in the ECN, his top score is 27 off 14. Hassan backed his first 3 balls for 6, but he was starved of the strike, wasn't he? And then 21 for Tanabala Singham late in the piece, but the game was kind of gone by then. 9 extras. Got to say, Nazir, still, I think he'll be in the Hall of Mirrors having a good hard look at himself, wondering how that went against him. But in the end, it's a team game. They had the chance. I think they played themselves back into it. But yeah, those 3 wickets in consecutive deliveries, just completely throwing them back behind the 8 ball again. As we look at the bowling figures here for the Cricket.
Every single one of the 5 bowlers took a wicket. 2 for Tarakiel, for Rahimi and Zaze. Well, we called it a fantastic Friday. It's a bit more like a funky Friday with the tunes that they've got coming out. The problem really for the Nomads, those wickets, they just continued to fall with too much regularity. And they also fell in clumps, 3 on the same score, and then the 8th and 9th also falling on 115. But there's still handshakes going all around down pitch side in the dugouts. It'll wrap up our coverage for game 2 as the Crickets, they pull off the big upset to throw the points table wide open. Do come back with us in just about 15 minutes time for game number 3, as we're going to see the entrance of Geneva into the contest for the first time. They'll be taking on the home side, St. Gallen. Really looking forward to that one. We'll see you in about 10 minutes time.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. What a morning's entertainment we've had so far. We've seen 9 of the 11 teams so far this week, but now it's time to say hello to a team that we've never seen before in the European Cricket Series, not even back in 2020, and it's Geneva who will be making their debut, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table. It's going to be the hosts that welcome them, St Gallen versus Geneva, match 23. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Rob Kemming over there with the 2 skippers.
Okay, welcome Geneva. That is for tails. That is the heads. Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
So Geneva win the toss in their first ever ECN match, and they've elected to bat first. Not so sure about the signalling there from the captain, but I know that Geneva, they are here on merit, and they have some very, very good players. I've heard a lot about them. Let's see if they can turn it on the big stage. Look, never easy coming into a tournament this late either, with other teams already having matches under their belt. But I do think, you know, they'll be comfortable with the format. They do play a lot of T10 cricket here in Switzerland. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how Geneva go first up. But St Gallen, we know that they went pretty close in the first game, but it wasn't quite close enough against the Nomads first up this morning. They're a team that did start with 2 wins. In fact, they've scored the highest score in the tournament. They'll be hoping to take something away from this contest, no doubt. Geneva winning the toss and batting. Andrew Leonard will take you to the first ball. Let's get ready for the start of match 23.
I will indeed. Thank you so much, Vinny Sandu. Always good to see Vinny in his hallmark, trademark outfits. He told me it's Peacock Friday and that his outfit would be even brighter and louder than usual, but I think if anything it's a bit quieter than the last 2 days. He's one of a kind, our Vinny, and always, I know every one of you love listening to his commentary, his analysis and his enthusiasm. If you don't find it infectious over the airwaves, I tell you it's even more infectious in person. So we get to game number 3 of the day, and we're nearly all set for the action. We're going to see the entrance of Geneva into the contest. Really looking forward to seeing how they go. The 10th of the 11 teams that are going to be playing throughout this European Cricket Series Switzerland. And immediate action as Hack is struck in the pad by Ahmedzai. We're into game 23, would you believe? Where does the time go? And the left arm around the wicket bowler. We see Musa Ahmedzai slip in place. And that's full, and it's not only the debut in this year's tournament, the debut on the European Cricket Network full stop. So 3 years ago, the first European Cricket Series for Switzerland took place. Geneva weren't part of that. It's been expanded and enhanced for the return in 2023 with 11 teams coming together. And this is clubbed down the ground. They're going to get their first runs as Hack picks up a single. Geneva winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Did enjoy that signal that the Geneva captain gave. Might be looking to score a few leg byes in the contest, if that leg tap was anything to go by. So the left-handed Ahmedzai will come on to strike. We've seen some really extraordinary innings thus far today. 2 in the 90s, individual innings. Still yet to see that magic 3 figures crossed. It has to be a matter of time with the quality and weight of run scoring that we've seen. That will be given as a wide. full pace delivery. Not able to get anything on it. Interesting field. We've got 5 in the ring on the offside, including that slightly wide slip that you can see on the right-hand edge of your screen. And then 4 in a ring. This is down the leg side. I think it's flicked the pad. Not quite going to have the pace to get to the boundary. We will wait for the signal, though. Yeah, giving us leg buys. Could definitely see just going down. I think that's a good decision too. Not just the leg buy signal, but also the not out decision. There was an appeal. I think Ahmedzai was actually pretty interested in it. But angling down. So the 2 fielders outside the circle, 3 overs of power play in all 10 over contests. Good Yorker length. A bit too quick for Ahmedzai. One Ahmedzai to the other, that is. Musa bowling to the batter. But long off is out and deep mid wicket is out. But it means that Ali Abbas, the St. Gallen CC captain, is only going with 3 on the leg side. So the line has to be there. Mix up. And the initial fumble is then doubled down on with a second fumble from Jaffer. It means that at the end of the first over, the score will be 5 for none. So here we go for the second over. It's going to be Kagiani to bowl it. Yeah, the 2 batters in at the moment, Idris Haq and Numan Ahmedzai. Andrew Leonard here with you. Delighted to be into what is now my 4th day of European Cricket Network action. 5th day in total. Going to be here for 9, so doing 5 on the trot. And I've got a bit of a day off on Sunday, which I'm rather looking forward to. Got to get up to see that Lake Oversea, I reckon. As that's the first Maximo. More like it. Well, they just took a little while to warm up. It's a mini banker right up onto that far bank, which is a long, long way out there. Particularly at that angle. That comes right out of the screws. It's a big one. All the way for 6. And having just had a look in the first over, Geneva, they do look resplendent, don't they, in there? Almost a mini West Indies tribute number. Sort of maroon and a little bit of yellow in there. This one goes into the air. Now, there's no one in the deep on the offside, so it's going to be back-to-back 6s. Bit of a top edge, possibly, but Kagiani goes the distance and just a bit too much width on offer. I don't think that's the line that the captain, Ali Abbas, wants him to bowl, because he's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket in place. I think he wants him to be tight into the stumps, bowl fuller and sort of towards a leg and middle stump line and try to utilise those fielders. But then again, there's no fine leg in place, so the margin for error is quite narrow. I think this field could be looked at. That's the line, but he simply hammers it out of the ground. Oh, Hack has just come to life. 6, 6, 6, much more like it for Geneva. Just thinking in that first over, are Geneva going to be able to come to play in the way that the other teams have shown us, with a general average run rate of around 13 runs per over. He's going to change his angle now, no surprise on that, but the field does not change. And Kagiani, after a single from the first ball, he's gone the distance. 6, 6, 6, and you can make that 6 more. Count them up. 6, 6, 6, 6, 4 of them consecutively. And the Maximos raining around the St. Gallen CC ground, much to the chagrin of the hosts. After a good tight first over, just 5 runs from it, Hack has really warmed to the task. No doubt the Geneva team have been watching all the action. It's going to be 6 more. Well, some awesome power on show from Idris Hack. He's the keeper too. And he gets a pat on the shoulder because that is, well, a rather remarkable over. 31 runs have come from it. And Geneva, welcome to the tournament with a bang. Here is the points table. Now look at how congested this is getting. Of the teams that have played, everyone's picked up a win, and it's only Alton that are left undefeated. And it means that between first place and 9th place of the teams that have actually played thus far, only 6 points separate them. And everyone is still very much in the mix for a top 5 spot. I think net run rate could be key. So St. Gallen's, which is so good right now, that could come into effect. But they're going to need to keep winning. They did go down to defeat in the morning game this morning. They'll want to claw that back on game day 5. As Ahmedzai is going to continue. Bowling to his namesake, Nouman Ahmedzai, who does exactly what he needed to do, which was just to get the main man, the hitter, who's in form, get him on to strike. Oh, bowls him. Brilliance. Absolute brilliance from Musa Ahmedzai. It's the off stump that's rocked back, and after that flourish from Hack, he gets a pat in the back as he goes off. Good spirit of cricket on show there. Oh yes, bullseye right into the off stump, and the bails go flying into the air. Look at the grunt as he's released it, and then the roar of delight. High fives and hugs all around. That is the first wicket to fall. Game number 23 off to a flying start. 37 runs and 1 wicket from just 14 deliveries. And you have to love the ECN action, don't you? Musa Ahmedzai strikes back. Just 4 runs he conceded. And the leg by 2. So 5 from his first over. You're very welcome along to today's coverage. Great to be with you. Do let us know where you're watching from. Send me in a message on the live chat here. I'd love to hear where you're actually watching from. Which city are you in? You enjoying your Friday? What are the plans for the weekend? Andrew Leonard here with you. And delighted to be bringing you every ball of this European cricket series. The return to Switzerland after that 3-year break. And right now, Ahmedzai's proving too good. Run out chance, direct hit would have been gone. Well, they were like bees gravitating towards honey, weren't they? Because 5 fielders ended up getting right next to this ball, but nobody went to the stumps, and it meant that they had to try and throw it to effect a direct hit, and they couldn't. Lovely to hear your messages coming in. We'll get to some of those at the end of the over. 3 deliveries left in the power play, as it's just angled in, nicely worked into the onside to get the new man, Ansar Mahmood, who's the captain of Geneva, get him off the mark. Pumped down the ground, but the long off-fielder is very straight indeed, and this has been an excellent spell. Probably don't see the bowlers hit the headlines as much as the batters because of the nature of 10-over cricket. Bowlers can only bowl 12 deliveries. But where's St. Gallen to go on and win this? Particularly if he picks up a second wicket here, I think we should see Musa Ahmedzai in the mix for the player of the match. Been a sensational spell, just 8 runs off the bat, including that single. One of the most economical of the competition thus far. 2 overs, 1 for 8, take about. He's bowled out already, and at the end of the power play, the end of the 3rd over, the score ticks over to 41 for 1. As that single just ticks in, you'll hear a helicopter coming overhead. You have to say the wicket's played really well, hasn't it? Fades into the back pad, going to angle down. That's a good decision. As leg bye hasn't been given. Didn't hear any bat involved there. I think that's been given as a run. Maybe there was now a late change, and I think the umpire's just remembered. So leg bye now signalled. Pumped down the ground. As we look at the projected scores, keep your eyes on those. We equate those off the current run rate and then 2 above and 2 below it. Oh, just half a chance for Coggiani. St. Gallen, interestingly, sticking with Coggiani after he went for 31 in his first over, but he's come back nicely with that dismissal of Idris Hack, certainly giving some respite to the bowlers. Current run rate 12.5. That will get them on course for what we suspect is about a par total here, 125, 130. That's more like it. Oh, that's a shot of real class. Well, he took a long time to warm up, didn't he, Ahmedzai? He's already faced 7 deliveries, but inside out, over extra cover. Yes, it's into the slot, but oh, he's hit that beautifully. Really good strike. It's a Maximo. More like it. Oh, brilliant. Roofer cannons onto the roof of the grandstand. And for me, that's one of the shots of the series so far. Get a good look at this on the replay. Look at the shape he makes. Yes, into the slot, but perfect follow through. And as always with the left-handers, I don't know why they look more stylish. They just do. That is a 6 of the highest quality. Nouman Ahmedzai announcing his entrance to the tournament with a bang onto the roof of the grandstand here, the 2,000 seat grandstand that we're up in. This time doesn't quite get it out of the middle, but I think he's going to get at least a couple of runs. In fact, it'll run away for 4. So 6-6-4, another counter punch from Geneva. Game just keeps swinging, doesn't it? All these sides in Switzerland, they look so evenly matched. It's made for highly entertaining cricket as we get to the end of the 4th. It's a very, very big over. And the score moves now to 60 for 1. I suspect Hekmat Coggiani is not going to want to see his figures, as he's finished his 2 overs and bowled none for 49. Change of bowling enforced because the 2 openers have bowled out. This is going to be close. Just see if this has gone all the way. Oh, I think it has. I think that's over the rope. Yeah, clearly. Take it back 2 frames. Just there, you can see the bounce. Ali Abbas doesn't look too happy in the foreground. The bounce is behind the rope. It is a maximum. It's gone all the way. I'll just check if it was signalled as a maximum. It is indeed, yeah, given correctly by the umpiring team, who are doing a great job to work in tandem with the match referee. Slower ball, deceives him, hit into the sky. 3 fielders converge and it's put down. Oh, there's a collision. Oh no. Sasi Kumar, it was, who's ended up with his head cannoning into the thigh of the fielder who's coming in. Here he is, he's the one who calls it, but the 3 of them almost ran into each other and then he nearly clears out Senegal Safi, who's out at deep mid-wicket. Collisions aplenty today, we've had 3 or 4 of them. As the action, it just keeps getting hotter and hotter. Well, there's slower ball, this time it's been picked. But straight to Senegal Safi. St. Gallen need to drag this back. Yeah, certainly Geneva are entering this tournament making some noise, to say the least. Nicely done off his own bowling. The low full toss, they can often prove difficult to get away. Cleans him up. The movement in and a roar of delight, a punch of the chest to go with it. Well, a slap of the chest really, wasn't it? And Ahmedzai, who gave us maybe one of the shots of the tournament with that gorgeous elevated drive over long on all the way for 6 that went right onto the roof. He's been cleaned up. Look at the movement through the air. That has swung a long way, maybe a little bit of an inside edge too. He's actually chopped on in the end. The length was right, and isn't he delighted as Haroon Khan strikes back. The action aplenty continues, so it is the opener Ahmedzai who's gone for 21 off 12, 2 maximums in there, and the score is 69 for 2. Angled in and just worked away by the new batter, who is Joseph Moses. Definitely getting in the mix for one of the best names we've had throughout this European cricket series for Switzerland. Halfway through the first innings, the score now 70 for 2, and we've had 2 14+ days, and well, I think the way today is tracking, we're probably on track to not just maybe stay alongside that. The morning game was 124 v 125, so that's 12.5 and over. Then the old Zurich derby was 171, played 129, so that's going to average out about 15 per over. A few of those clouds, I know it's sunny right now, a few of those clouds in the distance are looking a touch ominous. Let's hope they disappear off somewhere else. As we are back live, it's just helped into the offside for a single. Going to be Sher Mohammed to come into the attack as another helicopter. He is flying right over us. Actually just saw the shadow pass. You can see the umpire looking up at it there. Shadow passed over the bank. That one could have been a plane actually. Maybe it was a helicopter, not too sure. Nice slow leg breaks. Umpire's indicating that one's pitched outside leg. Correct decision. Nice drift though. Have a look at this. Drifts a long way through the air. Definitely pitches outside leg though. So spot on the money, that call. And this time I think we're going to see a no ball. I think this is going to be a no ball. It was the attempted quicker one. And oh yeah, definitely a no ball signalled, and the free hit is to follow. Not sure why he doesn't stick with his leg breaks. He's tried to bowl a bit of a dart. Lesser pace through the air was causing problems. Nicely carved away by Mahmood. It was a chance at a free hit, so the keeper goes back a couple of steps. Bowled right into the slot. Run out chance. He can be out. Run out. Oh, given not out. We're going to go upstairs, in fact. Good decision to just check. This could be close. So the batter was trying to get going. Throw comes in. Oh, I think this is gone. I think the bat's in the air. And surely the finger's going to go up. You can be run out, remember, off a free hit. It's the only way you can be out. But for me, clear and obvious indication. I think that's out. The fielders and the batters don't know it yet, Given. Yeah, certainly. Probably what? 4 or 5 inches out of his crease. Great work by the bowler to get back. And sometimes we see this happen. The batters just get a little bit waylaid by the fact that they've got the free hit. They think they're almost invincible, but you can indeed be run out, and that's exactly what's happened. Geneva, they have lost their third. I think it's going to be Joseph Moses, is it, who's gone? We'll get that checked. As the new man is Roshan Pereira. I think it's Moses that's gone, although I have to say the numbers are certainly making things tricky for us. Maybe Moses is actually still out there. Maybe it's Answer. In fact, we'll get it checked. I'm not 100% certain just now. In fact, it is Answer Mahmood, the captain. That one's given us a wide. Yeah, Answer Mahmood, thanks to the team for helping me out there. Sasi Kumar with the throw to Sher Mohammed, the bowler who whipped the bails off, and a good decision to go upstairs. It was definitely out. Oh, it's going to be another no ball, the second of the over. And even if it's caught in the deep, it's not. We're going to have a boundary check too. We're going to need to side on. Oh, it's all happening. So firstly, that's clearly a no ball. Gets a good piece of it, does Joseph Moses. Well, that was the previous delivery. That was the wide. And I think we're going to have to try into the boundary check. I think it's given a 6. Let's see if we can roll this on. Definite catching chance in the deep that wouldn't have counted. No, it's 4. So it's a no ball and a 4. And the free hit to come, which is now pumped down the ground for what will be a single. So, well, take a deep breath. Because I'm not sure if that was maybe given as a 6 when it, I don't know, our evidence seemed to show that it was a 4. Okay, for the moment that was given as 6, so it was 7 off the delivery. Well, the one thing I will agree with Vinny Sandhu, who's not with me right now, he told me you'll see it all this week when you come and do European Cricket Series for the first time, and he's spot on the money, because that ball, almost everything you could imagine happened. As we will get to the end of a highly eventful 6th over. The run rate continues to be good. They did lose one to the run out off the free hit there. With 6 bowled, it's 87 for 3. So short break in play as we need a shoelace tied. Another one of those masking tape numbers, isn't it, for Joseph Moses. Just talking about some of the best names we've had this week. Randy Duplessis yesterday was one that stood out for me. And of course the incredibly elongated syllable named Zurich Nomads left arm spinner. I'll say it for you one more time. Big appeal. Was a noise. And the umpire signalled wide. He's not having any of it. Let's take a look. Definitely down the leg side. Well, I think well away from the body. Not sure the bat ever caught up with that. Good decision for me. Wide given. But yeah, that left arm spinner for the Zurich Nomads. Tharanatharaman Thanabalasingam, which is 11 syllables, according to Vinny Sanders. This one's carved away for a boundary over extra cover. Got it through the air, and Moses is playing a good little knock here. Gets it inside out, which seems to be a favourite area. Many of the batters, whether they're left or right-handers. Slower ball, very, very cleverly executed. They won't run the bye. It's the leg cutter, so just gets that little bit of kick and jumps over the bats. Punch down the ground. Just gets a hand on it, doesn't he, Hamad Khan? He's bowled nicely. Just mix things up, varied them between on-pace deliveries and those leg cutters. Do come and say hello if you're watching on the live chats on the YouTube channel. We'll give you a shout out. Where are you watching from? Lovely to hear from you on what is day 5 here. That's another slower ball. Very good skills. Great bowling. So come on, tell me where you're watching from. I'll give you a shout at the end of this over. Which city, which country? What are the plans for the Friday? It's always nice to hear from you all. I love having your company too when Vinny Sanders just taking a break. That one thuds into the back thigh pad. I'm hearing from my dad back home. I'm going to give him a shout out, the great man, Mark William Leonard. That's my father, 77 years young now. And he's that good with the technology these days that he can even get the European Cricket Series network up on the big smart TV. They have it home, oh dear, and that was unintentional, but that's a beamer. It will be a no ball signalled, nearly a run out, and the free hit to come. And he does apologise to both the umpire and the batter. No intent behind it, but it went horribly wrong, didn't it? Oh, right up towards the throat of the batter. He was actually done well just to take evasive action, really, in essence, make sure it didn't go towards the helmet. And the apology and the acknowledgement, lovely to see. But it means that Pereira has the free hit. What can he do with it? Another slower ball, very clever from Khan. Khan and Ahmedzai, the pick of the attack. Thus far, Musa Ahmedzai, 2 overs, 1 for 8, and Khan's going to finish with 2 overs, 1 for 19. That's what they have coming up here on the European Cricket Network, and plenty more cricket to come. These are the main series events, which go on for primarily 2 weeks. Usually it's, in essence, 2 weeks. It's sort of 11 days, or between 10 and 12 days of group stages, and then a finals day too. Germany is next on the calendar. In fact, August and September really belong to Switzerland and Germany. Dresden and then Krefeld, before heading down to Italy and to Rome. It'll be interesting to see the action there from one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. 7 have been bowled, 97 for 3 to go. And it's going to be Safi to bowl his first. Senegal Safi will probably bowl these 2 death overs. That's a big hit. Not going to have the elevation to get over the rope, but will be a boundary for... Working hard, aren't they, the officials? Not just the umpires on the pitch. The third umpire there helping out with the signal of 4, sitting next to the match referee. But yeah, great to hear from you all. Give my dad a shout out. Who else is watching on? Craig Element, nice to hear from you. He says, Lenny, your commentary has been brilliant too. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. As that is a big hit. Oh, yes. Back-to-back boundaries, 4 followed by 6 as Pereira starts to heat up. The hundreds now come up. In this 8th over, Geneva certainly making a good entrance. Only just noticed, I think he's got the sunglasses on, doesn't he? Underneath the helmet. Like to see that. Did see one of the Bangladeshi players do that against Ireland. I don't think he needed them out there that day. They might be prescription lenses too. Craig, he's asking me how long am I staying here for. I've got 9 days of action in total that I could join Vinny. Catching chance in the deep and taken. Nicely held, good technique. Right on the edge of the rope as Mohamed Kujiani Takes a good catch. Doesn't want to go in and celebrate with his teammates, though. He's going to stay out there. Picked up off. Around the top of off, wherever you're bowling. Top of off's not a bad place to hit. Brings about wicket-taking opportunities. So that'll be the end of Pereira. And the score now falls to 107 for 4. But the action will keep coming. It's going to be Zahidullah Abdul Rahamzi, who is coming in. Just got the cap on, broad shoulders. So yeah, 9 days for me, Craig. I will be here for 5 consecutive, 4/5 of the way through that, nearly. Be in action tomorrow, day off on Sunday, and then I'll bring you the remainder of the group stages. 4 more days before I have to fly back to Dublin next Friday. Get ready for the Ireland versus India T20I series, one I'm really looking forward to. We'll be on call for that. Lovely to hear from everyone. Bisharu, Wasim Ahmed, Mohammed Mamun Hussein. Where are you watching from, guys? Do tell me. Nice to hear from Dave, one of the admins, talking about the roof constantly getting hit. Big swing and a miss. If he'd made contact there, Abdul Rahimzi, that would have gone onto the roof. Pratik Sarkar talking about, because of the small playing area, collisions can often occur. That's a good shout, yeah. Nice to hear from Alamgir Hussein, Mohammed Farhad. Inside edge, going to be a single to get the new man off strike. They won't take on the second, and wisely so, would have been run out. Bisharu saying the real Chris Gale is on strike here. I know Chris Gale back in action up at the GT20 in Canada right now. Somebody looking for advice on where to bring someone for a first date. That's Raza, good question. What is a good first date? Cinema is usually a good go-to, you don't have to chat too much. What about a coffee or a nice walk? There are the wickets as the runworm just maybe coming down a little bit. Still on track for what, 130 you'd suspect, maybe 135, 140 if they can finish strongly. Nice to hear from Julian Dawson, watching on from Berkhamsted. Bisharu watching on from Arnhem in the Netherlands. Dr. Paul Broughton, lovely to hear from you. Watching from just outside Stirling in Scotland. Place I've been, lovely cricket ground in Stirling, although I think it is fond of a bit of rain. And Dr. Paul Broughton says he's watching while working from home. Good on you, mate. Nice to have your company, and hope you're enjoying the action from the side of your eyes as you do a bit of work too. That one's pitched outside leg, so can't be given out. Nice flighted leg break from Sher Mohammed, and he even says to the umpire, yes, I know. Lovely drift he gets, doesn't he? That's because of the revolutions on the ball. The more revolutions you can get on the ball, if the seam position's in the right place, and depending upon your angle of release, the more drift or curve through the air you'll get. This is not going to drift because it's an on-pace delivery. Two fielders come together, long on, calls it. Doesn't get it completely cleanly, but does enough. Musa Ahmed's eye to hold on. He's a good cricketer, isn't he? The left-arm seamer helps to affect the 5th wicket as Mohammed gets a well-deserved wicket with his variation. It's the on-pace delivery, the little seamer. And it just went too high, not long enough. Who else is watching on? Someone suggesting bring her to a restaurant, eat a nice meal for a first date. Where would you go for your first date? Ooh, I've been on plenty over the years. Well, actually, not that many. Not that many, but I've been on a few. Yeah, cinema. A walk's actually a really nice one to do, because when you're sitting over a drink or having a dinner, you know, you're kind of looking straight into each other's eyes. It can be a bit intense maybe for your first romantic meal or drink together. Jabber Keel comes to the crease. It's another seamer. Oh, it's an outside edge. You're going to have another chance at the hat-trick. It's 2-2. Didn't hear that edge on first audio, and the captain is delighted. Over he comes, Ali Abbas, the grand old statesman of this St. Gallen CC. They are fighting back in a big way. Critical overs these. Yeah, there was an edge, wasn't there? Very ambitious shot from Jamil Jabberkeel from his first delivery, and a punch to the bat in frustration. It was the guilty look around. Good umpiring decision. The finger goes up, and we've got yet another chance at the hat-trick. We've seen so many opportunities for this Hall of Fame, the 2023 Hall of Fame, to be joined. I think we're into maybe 23, 24 attempts now. And are we going to see number 23 We saw one ever so close to giving out LBW. And then we saw one just shave the leg stump in the last innings. But what is I think the fourth hat-trick attempt of the day is going to be a real chance for it. No, again, it's denied. 2 and 2, but only a single for the new man, Fazal Kareem. It's brought those projected scores down. I think Geneva at many points of this first innings will have been thinking of 150 plus. They're not going to get there. Can they even scrape up to 130? They'll need a big final over to get there. And that will only be a single as Mohammed continues with these on-pace deliveries. Bisharu wants the hat-trick. Didn't get it. Helix suggesting bring the first 8 to Mickey D's. Don't think that's a good shout. If you do drive, collect them in the car. You have a good chat in the car. Get a walk in somewhere scenic, and then go for a coffee or a meal together after. That's the way to go, I reckon. Cinema's old school. Wide signal down the leg side. They'll get 2 free runs to the total with the additional run being run. Good work from the keeper there. I have to say, Vivek Garg, who has probably saved 3 runs as this goes into the sky. Should be a catch, held out at long on. Makes good ground, and the crocodile hands, they come out again from Senegal Safi. Ali Abbas is delighted. He wasn't happy his side lost the last game, and one of the fielders even takes a recline in the deep. And right now, St. Gallen, well, they're making it look easy. One of their fielders, he's like Hugh Hefner out there. There he is. He's just having a rest. I suppose they did play the early game, and now he decides, okay, now it's time to get up. Haven't seen that before. Good catch this held with the 2 hands coming out. As it was Senegal Safi. Geneva have got themselves in a muddle. End of the 9th over. It's 112 for 7. I think 130 is out of reach. Can they even get up to 120, 125? Helix asking me, was that the number 33? Not all Irish people say 33 in the kind of the somewhat stereotyped way, although I do enjoy a good impression. And then the one that people love hearing is 33 and a third. We don't all have that thick Irish brogue, although I suppose I travel so much these days, my accent may not be as strong as it used to be. I'll never lose the complete Irish twang, I don't think, but certainly not a thick Irish accent, the one I have, I don't think. As this is going to be another wicket. The wickets are just tumbling. Geneva could be bowled out here the way they're going. The full toss is pumped down the ground, and it's a good catch held by Sher Mohammed. He's had a good day. St. Gallen are fighting back with real aplomb here. It's a little away swinger, and yeah, good catch, well judged. Outfield so good here. Remember, it's the St. Gallen Cricket Club ground, but it's also, well, it's primarily, I suppose, a better way to put it, it's the home of the St. Gallen Football Club, their reserve team ground. What a ground it is for a reserve team facility. About 1,500, maybe 2,000 seats in the grandstand that we're commentating from. And also another 16 or 18 football fields out behind the grandstand. Maybe 6 or 8 of those artificial, 6 or 8 real grass. Wonderful sporting facility in what is a very special little city, St. Gallen. We're going to get into the city for the first time tonight. I promised I'll bring Vinny for dinner. So looking forward to seeing the town centre, as the hectic schedule doesn't allow too much downtime, but I think we deserve a meal tonight. Safi to Katak, the new man. A good swing and a miss. The throw comes back. His teammates have to make sure they know. Oh, a few people getting a bit of a laugh out of the 33 and a third. That's the way I would pronounce it correctly, but I can do the impression if you want. 33 and a third. Big swing and a miss. Oh, sensational stuff from St. Gallen. Remember, Geneva had a platform where they could have roared on to 150 plus, but the 9th over's gone for just 4. This over thus far has gone for none. Make that another dot. Wicket, dot, Maybe one of the overs of the week thus far. Safi inspired at one point. They were 87 for 3 after 6 overs. Since then, no momentum at all. Just 25 runs added to the total. And it's another dot. We've got a chance of a wicket maiden here. We thought we'd seen it all this week. We haven't had the century of the hat-trick. Wicket maiden was not on my bingo card of things that we could see happen. But there is every chance now. With a wicket, we could have a double wicket maiden, or a dot, we're going to get a wicket maiden. Let's see. No, it won't be the wicket maiden unless the run out can be affected. Oh, it could have been. They're going to go for the overthrow. Ali Abbas, the captain, just lobs it in gently, and they're not going to get that second run, so it will be 1 run, and Katak will be run out at the striker's end. Very good game awareness from Ali Abbas to just keep the throw at a medium pace, get it to bounce off the consistency of the wicket itself. Just 1 run and 2 wickets in the final over. Senegal Safi, maybe you should be in the mix for the player of the match. Take a bow, sir. Outstanding bowling. Yeah, remarkable scenes here. We'll be back with you with all the action after we take a look at the highlights. Plenty of it. Great to have Geneva into the action. Let's go and see the best of this innings. Love this song as well that plays over our highlights, getting more and more into it. It's a catchy one. Here we go. What happened? Well, it all happened to start with. Idris Hack was the one who got things really going. He hit 5 sixes in just 9 balls to pick up 31 off 9. And the sixes, they started in a big way, but then it was a strike back from Musa Ahmedzai with a brilliant delivery that cannoned into the off stump. He actually, I think, hit 31 off an over, didn't he, Idris Hack? 5 of those sixes all came in the same over. Then over to Numan Ahmedzai. I think that was the shot of the tournament. I don't want to be over the top, but what a stroke it was onto the roof. Then there was collisions and drops in the outfield before a chop on from Numan Ahmedzai. Here we go. Another look at the replay. The little chop on. Then the bowlers really came to their fore. There were some moments of magic, but runouts too. That was off a free hit. This innings just had a bit of everything. Great game awareness, I have to say, by St. Gallen CC. Doesn't surprise me with Ali Abbas at the helm. Then that was a drop catch that was given as 6. It looked like it was 4. That was off a free hit. More Maximos aplenty. As Mahmood, Moses and Pereira, they all hit 1, but then the catches started to be taken, and St. Gallen, they didn't just come back into the contest, they roared back into it with some brilliant bowling. There were hugs in the deep too, and that was 2 and 2. We had another chance at the hat-trick, but it didn't quite happen, and the crocodile claws came out. Senegal Safi, I think he's in the mix for the player of the match because of this final over. 2 wickets and just 1 run off it. He took catches 2 in the deep. And despite the attempted overthrow, he can't get past Ali Abbas. He's too wise for that. The bails were whipped off, and that wrapped up all of the action. The keeper doing the rest. Yeah, really good tune, that one. I think of the 2 that we use very frequently here in the European Cricket Network, that's my favourite. Oh, we're not back to our traditional one. We're into a more melancholic one. What's this one? Maybe a little bit of sort of late 80s pop or something. Not quite. It's not really a power ballad. Well, that's more like it. Like that one. That's a bit more upbeat. There we go. Guys are... Well, maybe they do requests. Yeah, that's more like it. Idris Hack to start the show at the bat. 31 off 9. 21 the second highest scorer for Numan Ahmedzai, and despite contributions from 3, 4 and 5. Oh dear, look away now. The bottom of the card. Looking more like binary code. 3 wickets for Sher Mohammed, but the pick of the bowlers for me, Senegal Safi and Musa Ahmedzai. Look at those economy rates. A run a ball and then under run a ball, going at just 4 per over. The problem for Geneva, look at that scorecard. From 107 for 3, they collapsed all the way to the 113 for 9 that they're going to have to finish with, and that's what they'll need to be satisfied with. Can they defend it? Find out with us. Less than 10 minutes time. Or can St. Gallen CC make up for their narrow defeat this morning and make it 3 wins from 4? We'll see you soon. So welcome back after it's a very quick break. Just saw Mr. Maximo on the bottom of your screens there walking off. I think he was just filming a few pieces to camera. He's always doing something. He is never still, I can assure you of that. Knew I was in for an adventurous week with keeping the great man Mr. Maximo company, but it's been even more entertaining than I ever could have expected. We are nearly all set for the chase now. St. Gallen will certainly fancy their chances. They really will. After a sensational fight back, they came back into the contest in such strong fashion through what may well be one of the bowling performances of the week. It's always hard to hit the headlines as a bowler in this format because the batters just tend to dominate with the big sixes and the strike rates that they score at, but not Sher Mohammed, who took 3 for 21, but Sanagal Safi 2 for 12, including just 1 run and 2 wickets off the final over. I thought he was the pick of the attack alongside Musa Ahmedzai, the left arm seamer, who bowled so nicely with the new ball. And what it means is that St. Gallen, I think with the power, the depth that they have, and the experience too of their 53-year-old captain Ali Abbas, they're surely going to fancy their chances of bouncing back from their defeat this morning, which was their first defeat as the Nomads continued their sensational form. A slightly different feel to the day. I don't think we're going to get into any trouble with the weather, but it definitely has just become very cloudy and a bit overcast. So maybe, just maybe, Geneva with this new ball can get some kind of assistance. Can they get a little bit of movement or just something going in the second innings? They're going to need to take early wickets, you'd suspect. And to open the bowling for them, it's going to be Afif Katak, who certainly didn't have much joy with the bat. Can he do any better with the ball? Hekmat Kajiani will open the batting alongside Sher Mohammed, who's at the non-strikers end. We're all set for the chase. Here we go. And there is a bit of movement back into the left-hander. Oh, they weren't, well, maybe they were sunglasses. That might be those transitions lenses that we saw Roshan Pereira bat in. I thought they were sunglasses when they were on under the helmet. Maybe they're the transitions ones. Give him the benefit of the doubt as a fellow bespectacled man up here. One of my favourite things about cricket, it's one of the few sports that you can happily play in glasses. This is punched down the ground, going to be 4. It's a non-contact sport too. That's another great thing about it. Although I've had a few blows down the years. I think everyone who has either worn one in the helmet. My brother, I always remember, top-edged one onto his nose. I think it broke the bridge of his nose. There was certainly a lot of blood involved. The whites he was wearing were fairly red. Not a great sweeper, Alex. So 110 more needed off 58 balls. Keep your eyes on that required runs per over. About 11.5 at the start. But every run will help as the fancy footwork comes out here. Oh, get him signed up for St. Gallen FC. Well played, Afif Katak. Out comes the boot. You've got to be brave doing that. You can wear it on the inside of your ankle, or you can get it up on the lower shin. That can really hurt. Swung away, and the first maximum goes all the way just over the head of the man who acrobatically tries to keep it in. Really good effort in the end. I think it was always going to go the distance, but didn't he try to palm it back in? Jamil Jabberkeel didn't do much with the bat. It shows you can always influence the game and impact it. Great effort, but unable to claw it back. The first maximum of the chase as Kagiani gets St. Gallen moving. Just loses his run up here. Dead ball would be signalled. And probably gives me the perfect time to introduce my co-commentator. Vinny, I missed you for the first innings. You told me before I came here I'd see everything. It felt like it had it all. It was chaotic again.
Yeah.
Carnaggio
in the first degree.
Cleans them up. Oh, full straight into the block hole. Something happens every ball in this format of cricket. It just keeps proving itself over and over again. He's ended up yorking himself, really. And the stumps, the bails, everything goes flying.
Yeah, it certainly does. And It's just a little bit of movement in, I think, straightening down the line. And Afif Katak, he's a player. I met him actually at the Valletta Cup. He made his T20 international debut in that tournament, and he was just super excited to get out there. Lights, camera, action. And then, I know he's been whacked here in the first over, but he gets Kogiani soon after. Not the greatest shot either. Kind of yorks himself completely, loses his shape, loses his composure, loses his wicket too. And that is first wicket in this response. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, despite that wicket, I still think St. Gallen will really fancy their chances at coming back, Vinny, and bouncing back from that defeat this morning. I just thought the way in which they fought back was sensational with the ball. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, if you look at the splits, which is always something that I'm looking at, the kind of first 5, second 5, it was 70 in the first half and just 43 in the second.
New man to the crease. Plays a very technically correct shot. We don't see too many of those at points. Mohsin Raza happy to just work it to extra cover for a dot.
Yeah, Raza banged a 6 earlier, but then he got one that kind of stuck in the pitch and he just got caught in the ring on the offside. 86 matches since a golden ball. The last golden ball, sure we got it somewhere. And the last golden ball was United, who went down to Brno in the golden ball. And what happened to that golden ball was something we'd never seen before, golden ball 48. Looked like he was going to get 2. He found a gap in the outfield. As he turned and got about 4 yards through his second run, he realised he hadn't touched his bat in his crease correctly. So he had to go back, touch again, and that cost him the valuable distance in the second run. And he was run out. So Brno meant it was another one for the bowlers.
Well, the bowlers seem to be dominating those. I've promised you we're going to have one whilst I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here for 9 days in total, as you know, Vin. We're into day 4 of it. I've also got a sneaky suspicion it's going to be today. Maybe the next game. I don't think this one.
All right. You got the golden ball tingle pre-match. This is one that's going to be cut away. Nice placement there from Sharma Harbour. Now, he's a guy, we haven't seen the best of him today, but he's pretty uncomplicated. He's got an uncomplicated attitude as well. Likes to smash boundaries. There he goes off the mark, first ball.
Yeah, very nicely played. Just sort of stand and deliver. Cut away behind points on the offside. Geneva, it was such a topsy-turvy innings. The first over, they took a long time to get going, just 5 runs from it. And then after that, Vinny, they just burst into life. A 31-run second over, I think it was.
5 on the spin as well, right?
Yeah.
5 on the spin.
And it was just, then we saw what I thought was one of the best sixes of the entire series. This gorgeous, just hold the pose, aerial drive over long on that went onto the roof. We just saw a little bit of everything. I think that for me was the shot of the tournament. And there's been so many moments within that. Then we saw collisions in the outfield again.
Yeah, that's why I kind of had a smirk when you said that cricket's a non-contact sport in the first over. I said, well, maybe you need to watch a bit more European cricket series.
Technically, it's supposed to be a non-contact sport.
Exactly. Basketball's meant to be a non-contact sport as well. This time he just flicks it away and will it have the legs? It does. It rolls into the boundary. So St. Gallen just doing what they need to do early on.
Yeah, nice. A little bit of calypso flair in that, wasn't there? He's kind of almost just got that one leg up. Gordon Greenidge or Desmond Haynes-esque, or you name your batter. Your favourite one from the West Indies golden era. Nice to see the West Indies get a win yesterday as well. They beat India in a T20I.
Well, actually, the fielding side, Geneva, there. Kit is very West Indies.
I said
Did
that
you mention that already?
The first over.
Yeah,
great minds think alike. The maroon and yellow.
This is up and it's over cover, and that's going to be for, well, there goes the walkie-talkie. Yeah, not often you see that kind of misfielding off the field, but we're accustomed to it here on the European Cricket Network. Shrew doesn't really get the jump on that one.
Well, you told me he's notorious for dropping them in the deep, and ever since you've said that, he's misfielded every ball that's come to him.
100%. And Diana, she's got a very different approach. She will not move for the ball, not even a metre. She's a photographer. She will stay completely still. That's her thing. Up and out of here. Roofer time. Shem Mohammed goes bang. Maximo. And well, that's certainly one. He hasn't thought that through, but the shot was good 6 runs.
Oh, brilliant. Throw your batting gloves into the air. I've seen it all. Oh, and he's got to get the booster. What do we used to call that? Give me a... I've forgotten the word when you were younger.
Yeah. Give a leg up.
Give a leg up. Or
get a leg up.
There was some word we used in Dublin. I can't remember. I've never seen a 6 celebrated like this, Vinny. Onto the roof and watch the gloves. The gloves are what it's all about. Yo, up you go. And the slow motion. Sadly, they get stuck on top of the dugout.
See it all on the European Cricket Network here. So here is the next over beginning. It's going to be worked away around the corner. And they're going to go for it tight too. It just gets there. Not out given. Now, Lenny, I'm actually going to, I don't often do this, I'm going to mute your mic. And off you go, because it's your lunch and you're running out of time, okay? Lenny's giving me the thumbs up. So I'll be taking you from here. And so, what about the action here so far? This is certainly the fast and the furious form of the game. How's everyone going in the chat? He's back and pulls this. Moin Raza. This time I think he'll just get a single. Yeah, glove roofer, says Craig Element. It was a glove roofer. Katak, one of the few people to play 20 over cricket on ECN before 10 over cricket, I'd imagine. Having played the Valletta Cup final just a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks now, I think. All right, in the air, way too high. Jamil Jabakil, he shapes back and he takes the catch. Loses the sunglasses but doesn't lose the ball. And Shem Mohammed, he's in the mood to smack Maximos, and he certainly tried there, but it was an up and under job. Nicely taken by Jamil Jabakil. And St Gallen have now lost a second wicket at 31 for 2. And what a shot that previously we saw from Shem Mohammed, but yeah, there go the Sunnies. But the ball is staying put. And Geneva, a good cricket side by all accounts. They're going to fight in this defence. Slightly below par, I think, in the wash-up, but still, we've seen 113 win plenty of matches on the European Cricket Network. And typically, it's above par if you look at all the series we've had here on ECN. I suppose something about this field, these players, this pitch in particular, not providing a lot of assistance for the bowlers. So we've just seen par be a lot higher. And more free hits, more balls hitting the edge of the pitch. So it's the captain, Ali Abbas, that comes out at number 4. Yeah, the gloves on Roof was a pretty good one, wasn't it, in the last over? I think we might have to put that one on the social media, actually. All right, Ali. Wastes no time. Doesn't get it past the infield. We'll have a throw that's eventually backed up. It was a dangerous throw, really, for everyone involved. Well backed up in the end by Jabakil. Took that good catch. Moments to go. Yeah, big swing and a miss. I know we had a question before about what the highest score to be bowled out for is. Remember, earlier on, we saw Nomads all out 129. So I've got the team on it. So I'm going to give you that answer in a moment. What's out? Yeah, he's gone. Plays across it, just straightens down the line. I don't think there's too much doubt here. Abbas has gone for a duck and Katak with the strike. He's got 3 wickets now in the power play. In fact, that's the end of the power play. It's 31 for 3, and it's game on here in St Gallen. Yeah. It seemed to just shape down the line. We'll see it here. Yeah, for me, that's not missing. The umpire didn't waste too much time. Yeah, for me, it was his back pad. We'll get a better look at exactly where it hits here. And yeah, I don't think that's missing. The bat's in the way to actually see the impact, but I think impact's in leg, and he's so far back, his back leg. I just don't see that ball missing this time. Even though you can see middle, you can see off. But I think he's so far back, I just don't see that ball missing the leg stump. So, fair enough. And it's 31 for 3 after 3. Yes, so big thanks to Shazad in the background, who has done some research on this. And he's given me the highest score a team's been bowled out for. It's actually Beverin against Hornchurch in the ECL earlier this year, 139. Big in swinger this time. Start of a new over. It's Jabba kill. Jabba kill. Starts with a dot, which is always a good start. So, yeah, 139. And that was in a golden ball game against Hornchurch this year. It's the only golden ball we had in the ECL. 139, 139. This one is hit into open space on the leg side. It'll just be a single. Now, the second biggest score for a team to be bowled out is Netherlands 11, which was during Championship Week last year. They were chasing 176 for victory against the England 11. And they were bowled out for 131 with 3 balls to go. And so today's 129, actually it's the equal 4th highest score. So big thanks to Shazad. That's great work in the background. Oh, this is going to get over the fielder. There's Numan Ahmedzai. Did everything right on paper. The ball jumped over him and went to the boundary. Game in the balance at the moment, you feel. Yeah, the third, for all you guys out there, if you're curious. Actually, Fateh. 130 all out against 11 Stars in Barcelona. And then the Mechelen Eagles in Belgium, 129 all out versus the Ostend Exiles. So there you go, equal 4th we've had today. Another good innie. Haroon will just get a single for the shot this time. Raza. Saw him smoke a Maximo this morning. Get to do too much with about this time. It looks like a good striker. Oh, now he's chopped on. There's the in-swinger from Jabakil. And Raza just kind of loses his shape here. I think the batter's trying to say, did it bounce off the pitch? But I don't think it did. I just think it's the natural movement. Let's check it out in the replay. Nah, that's well in. That's well inside the pitch. You can see that. He says, well, it's come back at me a long way. But it's not the pitch that's done it. It's just the natural movement from Jamil Jabakil. It's actually off the pitch in the air, but by the time it bounces, it's well inside. So a 4th wicket now. Great camera work as well from our crew at Spring Production. And so glee for Geneva, who grab a 4th, and the score is 37 for 4. Now, Vaishak, hello to you. He's asking about the umpires look like they're standing close to the mat. I do think it looks like they are, but they're a fair way back. Just getting the angles right is important. Yeah, we have certainly been able to get things a little bit more to our standards from day 2 onwards. Oh, this almost comes back and bowls him, but he French cuts it, and it will go super close. It just pulls up inside the boundary. I was going to say easy too. It wasn't really easy, and he's lost a pad. Yeah, so Garrick, he did cop a golden earlier in the day. He may be the first player I've seen to lose a pad very first ball. It's going, and it's gone. It's a blowout. So the crisscross method not doing Vivek any favours. But anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 39 for 4 after 4 overs. Just going back, we did see St. Gallen earlier in the day, didn't we? And Vivek found a way to get bowled first ball. It was a similar kind of shot. It was the inside edge. It went onto his back leg and went straight onto the stumps. This time the inside edge goes away for 2. His first runs in ECN cricket. Helix is asking about Lenny's Peacock Friday shirt. Well, Lenny gave it his best effort. That's all I'm going to say. And I did tell him in advance. This is Karim, by the way. Starts very well for Geneva. Geneva, don't forget, they didn't play in the ECS 3 years ago. So this is their first time. Yeah, Helix is asking, has Andrew got his Peacock Friday shirt on? You know, Lenny's still new. He's given it a good crack. That's all I'm going to say. Edged, and he's got it. He's got it at the 5th attempt. And Harun Khan is going to go. St. Gallen in disarray, 39 for 5. It was an edge that flew away up into the keeper's right. And the keeper, it was a mixture of composure and lack of composure here. Look at this, knocks it up. He's trying to track it. He's clutching. He's like one of those people in the wind machines that are trying to grab dollar bills on a game show, but he gets it in the end. Look at that in the webbing first up. Look at him. He's looking. It comes off his mush in the end, I think. Yeah, look at this. Look at his mouth. Look at his eyes. Look at his mouth. He's trying to track the ball. He loses it, comes back. I think the next one's off the lips. He gives it a kiss. We could do that in 2020. Mwah! And in it goes. Well, disinfect the ball, but the batter, he's on his way. And Idris Huck, who certainly started with a bang. I can't say I've seen the old kiss and catch before, and I've seen a lot of things on the European Cricket Network. St. Gallen, they're not enjoying it though. They are 5 out for 39. I used to be a fisherman, former football player and sports commentator. Rex Hunt in Australia used to kiss a fish and throw it back in the water. Idris gives it a kiss there, but he holds on to it. Ahmed Zai, the cross-hander, comes out and charges first ball and tries to smack it. Who's to say they can't do this still, though? They're not too far behind the rate. Craig Ellerman asking who the best bowling unit we've seen so far in Switzerland. And Geneva up there. Well, I mean, I'm impressed with what I've seen so far, but I will also say they're only bowling their 5th over of the tournament. So the jury's out on that one. Oh no, it's dead ball. Umpires sometimes wear helmets these days. This is one reason you might want to. You lose it when he hits his leg on the load up. Let's have a look here. Yeah. Here's the real ball. Ooh, spicy one. It's past the bowler. He takes a little bit of pace off it on the way down the ground. Makes for an easier stop. Down there by Afif Katak. Yeah, did get a finger on it. Round the wicket now, Karim. There's a wicket already. Charges, dropped. Now maybe a chance for a run, and if he hits, no, can't recover in time. No such thing as easy catches, I suppose. That's Ansem Mahmood, the captain. He'd expect to catch this. Wasn't hit that hard. It was well struck. But just remember that, because Musa Ahmadzai has a life on one. Karim gets one to go above the edge of Garg, who can't score, and has 5 overs in. The score is 42 for 5. Geneva on top in this contest for me. Here's a list of events we've got going on and coming up. Don't forget the ECIs, which will take place in 8 days' time here at this very ground here in St. Gallen. The Swiss national team will be playing. They'll be playing against France and Luxembourg over 9 matches in 2 days of cricket. Women's Continental Cup starting today in Romania. That's going on right now. Greece looking pretty good in the chase so far against Malta. And, of course, the next stop on the ECS tour will be Dresden in the east of Germany. And more T20 and 10 over cricket from the Netherlands involving the Dutch women's team. They'll be taking on Ireland and Jersey in the month of August. Anyway, let's get back to the action as Abdul Rahimzi starts, and he gets him in a fairly uncomfortable area first ball. Musa Ahmadzai. I know his hands get crossed up. Oh, that's That's the bullseye right there. He is hopping around. Always getting curious as to what people advise to make the pain go away here. I think normally distraction is your best bet. So yeah, that's why you'll see them doing some meaningless kind of like leg stretches and bends. Musa, I certainly hope he's got the protection on. I think he does, otherwise he wouldn't still be standing. Anyway, normally the surrounding players will probably find it a little bit funny. Even Musa will, but it'll take some time. Hello to Kel, who's watching from Queensland, loving the colours. I thought you would. Oh, well, that's how you do it. I mean, he might be singing in the Swiss Boys Choir tonight, but he's not worried right now because that one's lifted up and away. Maximo! Musa strikes back. That might be the best shot from a player in cricket history that was hit in the box and is batting with his hands the wrong way around on the bat. Off the next ball anyway. Abdul Rahim Zak. Just getting into the arc of Musa. Oh, now he's copped this. Has he got some bat on this? Must have to go that far. Yeah, 4 runs scored. And so, fighting back St. Gallen. Yeah, maybe just off the glove. Seemed to be above the bat, didn't it? Ran away for 4. I'm surprised how fast this outfield is. They do constantly mow it, but it grows just as quickly. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so Kel watching from Queensland saying, come on, Geneva. Hi from Brisbane. Tell us where you're watching from in Brisbane. Get specific with me, Kel. So charge and don't get a run here. And let us know, Kel, how did you come across the European Cricket Network? Is it just pure luck? I've spent a lot of time in Queensland. I used to play a lot of indoor cricket. I played indoor cricket for Australia, and that's huge in Queensland. Bigger there than any other state, I think, without any doubt, state or territory. 2 to come here in the 6th. Another one beats the top edge. I haven't seen bowlers getting away with short stuff too often. Oh, no ball called. Well, is this for a second bouncer? Didn't seem that high to me. Yeah. Well, maybe. Oh, no, actually, it's not. Maybe that's the one for... I don't remember a bouncer before this, that's all. Maybe it's shoulder. I don't think it's above shoulder. Even if it is, I'm happy it's not a no ball. So just confirming not a no ball. Maybe just the one for the over. And a swing and a miss with a cheeky run-out attempt. End of the over. St. Gallen bring up the 50 during the 6. It's game on here at Grundamos. It is 52 for 5 after 6. 62 required off the last 4 overs. So, yeah, Dave mentioning now we have a Kel, a Ken, and a Kev in the chat. Yeah, Kel, super excited that you're with us. I'm actually from Perth, originally, which is in Western Australia. Queensland versus Western Australia, they're opposites in one respect, apart from the geography, that Western Australia has the highest proportion of their state population living in the capital city and surrounds, around about, I think, 85% or something, versus Brisbane, the capital city of Queensland, having the lowest proportion of the state's population, meaning that Queensland has a lot more kind of small towns, medium-sized towns that spread out across the state. They're at opposite ends of the spectrum. 7th overtime. Oh, it's such prodigious in-swing there from Jamil Jabakil, even this ball 6 overs old. Could be a bit tough to hit against that in-swing. I think the play would probably be to step across, get your pads outside the line and try and lift it over the leg side. I know that's often an ugly shot, but with the guy swinging it this much for the right-hander, it's not going to be easy. I want to see how Musa Ahmadzai handles this swing bowling. It'll be going away from him, the left-hander. Nick Devonshire's asked, what's the difference between Scottish whiskey and Irish whiskey? I think my short answer would be Scottish people would say Scottish whiskey's better and Irish people would say Irish whiskey's better. And I can ask Andrew Leonard for his thoughts when he comes back from lunch. Hit down. Oh, it's poor running, really. Because Garg, really, it's not his say. He's not backing up one iota. And then he's watching the ball and just basically overrules Musa that hit the ball. Garg wasn't going to the danger end there. Similar direction this time, but they'll just get one. St. Gallen hit the skids a little bit today after 2 wins. Tearing down 2 losses in a row. They'll take on Pattoon Zalmi tonight as well, who are a very hard-hitting side. Oh, this could be a wide. And they'll get an extra. Or will they? Oh, it would have been run out. This is all about Musa Ahmadzai. He feels he's the bigger hitter. I'm a little bit surprised he batted below Garg, to be honest, Ahmadzai. It's off the pitch, but the thing is, if it pitches past the line of the stumps, you can't be a no ball for off the pitch. So Ahmadzai, I'd love a 6 here, wouldn't they, St. Gallen, to get them back in this contest. Free hit time. Absolutely smashes it, goes on their hit, and then they'll sneak through for the single. It's funny how when they both decided to run, there was an easy single to a ball that was straight out the field early on in the over. It was around the fielder, and they couldn't get through for a run. Garg needs to play his part here. It was tough for him. First day in ECS cricket. Oh, that'll help. I think that's actually going to be a no ball. You can see the umpire kind of wasn't sure. I think it bounces between the crease and the stumps. Yep. Definitely. It's a no ball for off the pitch. I just gave you my thoughts on that. I'm not a huge fan of that rule, no ball off the pitch. There's better ways I think we could deal with it. It actually goes down as a dot for Garg, which is a bit rough. Free hit though. Oh, and he misses. So I think it's just creeping away at the moment. Pretty close to the point of no return. As far as that run rate required's gone. It's a pretty good shot, but he picks out the field, and now we've got a run out, and Garg's going to have to go. In fact, he won't go. They won't even get a run. Oh, have a look at this. Musa was basically running back to the safe end. To be honest, as the guy who has been able to clear the boundary, you can understand him kind of having to protect his wicket, and he just thinks Garg's a goner, but the throw gets air-mailed over Idris Hark. And it doesn't concede a run. It might not be the worst result, you know, for Geneva as we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 58 for 5. Coming up, more cricket, and we have 2 matches still to go. Geneva, interestingly, they will actually go back-to-back in their first 2 matches in the tournament. They've got Power coming up. And, lineups will be out shortly, so we'll keep a keen eye out for those. Here we go, over number 8. Musa gets one. This is where Garg needs to kind of go or get out of the way with 5 wickets still in hand. No lack of intent though. I mean, you got to feel for the guys batting down the order a bit. Expect to just come out and smack boundary straight away. Not as easy as it looks. Trust me. Karim, the bowler. And a dot ball. So he might have been run out, Garg. It's an interesting one, but just from a strictly strategic point of view, 4 off 8. If it's not happening, it's not happening. Maybe you got to drag him and get somebody else out there, even someone that's lower in the order, just to see maybe they can be having a different kind of an innings. He's Clarkson won this time, so Ahmadzai faced with a pretty tough task. And now I think, yeah, they're making the change. So he's retired out. Okay, so I mean that's I think necessary. I mean you got to feel for Garg. You know he's obviously not feeling great about it. Obviously he's tried to find the boundary. It just hasn't happened for him. So that's why I talked about that run out. I mean we said would that perhaps advantage the batting side to get someone else out there? They elect to do it. Got to say we said it. It's been done. At least it gives someone else an opportunity. All right, but he's not on strike. New batter just making the corrections now. So Senegal Safi comes out, but he's not facing up. So, yeah, Lenny, everything happens when he goes to lunch as well. He said, if we had a retired out, to be honest, we've had dozens. Just a quick look at the teams for the next match coming up. And Power are taking on Geneva. And so this game will start in half an hour. The news from the toss, Geneva winning the toss, electing to bat first. Pretty exciting, I think, batting first, but they just kind of fell away, didn't they, in the second half. Power, though, watch out for the Mahmoods. They're listed to open together. That'll be exciting. But really, they bat all the way down to, guess, where? 6 for sure. Anyway, Musa does get the strike back. Does he get the boundary? He does. So that's what they need at this stage. Is any really boundaries or extras that will bring that required rate back down? Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, the next one. It's going to be knocked away. Leg side, just the single. All right, so Safi, he's been sent in. Like a literal pinch hitter, really. Let's see what he can do. Last ball of the over. Gets a bit on it. Let's see if they can do something magical, because they're going to need to as we get to the end of the over. Right now, Geneva, their bowling has got them out of a tight spot here. 66 for 6 after 8. Looking at the Worm, the power of taking wickets in the first half of the innings. Just haven't been able to get up to that 11.3. So, yeah, credit to the Geneva bowlers. They've been very, very disciplined. Okay, the odd one's got away for sure. That'll happen. But they've only had 2 wides and a no ball in 8 overs. Like their areas. Here's Tarakel. Gets the first one past the outside edge. Yeah, I've got to say, Geneva, their bowling has seemed to be very strong here. Challenged the top edge of the bat a few times. Again, see, it's extra pace. Ooh. Well, this is your classic keeper spots an opportunity. Ooh. Let's have a look at this, because I think he's just in. Yeah, look at that. He's the foot's down for me. I think he's just okay. There's also an argument, is it a dead ball or not? But yeah, he's not out. Just in the nick of time. Gets the heel down. But yeah, the other argument here, I mean, if he was out, which we know he's not, but yeah, to be honest, the keeper, yeah, he reacts straight away and he's going for it. So, yeah, pretty clearly not out, but we'll just wait for that to be communicated. Yep, not out. Decision given. Yeah, Queensland viewers from Australia, they're loving the Geneva kit. Actually, Andrew Ryan, who'll be leading Cossenay in this this competition. In fact, he's not the captain anymore, pardon me. He was leading them in 2020, but Rhino, who will get to see you across the weekend, he's a proud Queenslander. He's probably a little bit upset that Geneva have got the colours first. 10 to come then, 48 required. Safi swings and misses. And has another go. This time he actually does charge, and I've got a feeling, yeah, he would have been out that time. 3 to aim at. Underarm. Yeah, nice shot. That was fairly straight, and he just turns on it. Good wrist from Safi. And St. Gallen, they're going to lose their second game of the day. They're going to have a crunch match against Paktoon Zalmi later on tonight. Yeah, Bagger thinks this is the best bowling performance of the series. Another swing and a miss. So, yeah, confidence breeds confidence. And Geneva, not really like the other teams that have had so many battle scars from trying to bowl on this pitch and just getting torched all around the ground. They've come out with confidence. They've run in. They're sure of their footing. Last ball, the over. Oh, ouch. I think this might have been bat, but he tries to do something funky here, Safi. But Tarakel, he'll finish with figures of number 22. Yeah, tries it, and yeah, might have hit his shoulder or something like that. Didn't seem like a pleasant one, but anyway, it is the end of the ninth over at 70 for 6 after 9. St. Gallen, for a team that made 184, they'll be really, really disappointed that they haven't been able to make a better fist of this chase. And credit to Geneva, though. They've kind of managed to stop the bleeding, take some key wickets in the first 5 overs. From there, they've been able to pump the brakes. 10th over then. As this is in the air. Fielder comes in. Oh, well, not only does he, not sure he gets on the full, but he proper boots it. Now they're going to go for a run out, and I think they're going to do it. Yes. I'd say it was a little bit strange how the ball got onto the stumps. How does? Yeah, I mean, I think it goes past the fingers of the full. Then he just wants to strike back. Yeah. It's a weird one, hey? Off the hand. Does it bounce on the stumps? I think it bounces on the stumps there. See? Yeah, it bounces onto the stumps. So there's no issues there. That's what the umpire saw. That's what happened. 43 or 5 then. And swing and a miss. Comes Ramsey. Still searching for that sneaky stumping back. Hello to Northern Ireland, Nick. Nice to see you. Hello to Ken. Always great to see you there as well. So we've got about 20 minutes until we're back for the next game. In the meantime, if you're very quick, you might be able to catch the end of match 2 in the T20 IWs, the Continental Cup. Rico's there at the moment. Yeah. T10. It is unpredictable. How about the Crickets over the Nomads in the last game? And now Geneva coming and rocking the host St. Gallen. Yeah, they're bowling in particular. And I agree with all the comments in the chat. It's been very, very impressive. And here's the thing. They're going to take on Power in the next game. Power CC with the Mahmood brothers. Does this one come back enough? It's a tight one. My instinct was it was probably a wide. Got some of the line. What do you think? 50-50. Two to come then. Up and just over the top. I'll just get one run here. Yeah, Geneva, probably a good 4 hours out of St. Gallen where we are right now. So that's the reason we haven't seen Geneva so far in the competition. They normally try and kind of clump their games towards the weekend or towards each other, just for logistical reasons. You might be saying, okay, how come one team might have played 7 matches and another team's yet to begin? That is the reason. Last ball coming up. And he gets a fair piece of it. That'll be 6, but it's consolation prizes only. Maximo for Musa. But congratulations to Geneva in their first game on the European Cricket Network. They have their first win. I've got to say, it was a below par total based on what we've seen, but they bowled their socks off in the second half, and they end up winning by 34 runs. The final score in match 23, Geneva 113, St. Gallen 79. The hosts will all have to bounce back. We'll see them later on in the 5th match of the day. Geneva will see them straight away as they'll try and turn off the power in match 24. Let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings. And so you can see it wasn't the best shot from Kogiani. That was his downfall. And Geneva, they were just on, weren't they? Sher Mohammed, he was looking dangerous. He was getting his teammates fired up. That was the roofer of the ball, roofer of the gloves. In fact, if he tried again, I bet he couldn't even get both his gloves on the roof like that. Anyway, Jabakil had a rainmaker come down. He judged it perfectly. Whilst the Sunnies didn't lose the ball, then this looked pretty plump. Ali Abbas playing across the straight one. That was Afif Katak. He was super important, a guy that recently made his international debut for Austria. That was a rare midfield. Geneva, for the most part, they were pretty good. Raza didn't really get going in this innings. Thought maybe they'd bounced off the pitch, but it showed on the replay it wasn't really that close. How about this, though? This is one of my favourites. Is kissed and caught it. What a bit of work from Idris Hart. He juggled that about 5 times before he ended up catching it safely. As things were getting towards the end, the run rate was out of control. This was a weird one. It was booted back. Take on a second, and then the bowler has a bit of a laugh because he drops it onto the stumps. And from there, really, there's no way back. 34 runs at the margin. Coming up next, here we go. Power versus Geneva. Geneva now 1-0 after that performance. And then you've got the Power. I mean, what about them? Asad Mahmood, if they open up, that could be very good. And Sarullah Safi comes into the lineup. He'll be behind the stumps for Power. You got good players there like Faris Virik, who's a late inclusion for Ahmed as well. Let's go to the scorecard. 28 for Musa Ahmedzai, but in a losing cause. None of the top 6 really able to do it. Vivek retired out after he couldn't really make the most of 9 deliveries. But Kogiani and Sher Mohammed just didn't give them the start they really needed to make inroads. And then Mohsin Rana and Ali Abbas and Harun Khan, for that matter, not really on here with the bat. As far as the ball went, well, if St. Gallen were a little bit off, well, Geneva were on with the ball, that's for sure. 3 for 13, Katak impressed me immensely once again. And then you've got Jamil Jabakil with a good catch and also a wicket, 1 for 14. Fazal Karim, less than a run a ball. He was the cheapest of the bowlers. But no, everyone did their job. Even Tarakel came back after a bit of an expensive first over to deliver a good second one. So a good team bowling performance. I'll be curious to see if they can repeat the dose when we see them in the very next match. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes. Take you into the 4th match of the day, match 24. The Power, they'll be on. Can Geneva turn it off? That's the question. When we return here, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with you. Andrew Leonard, not too far away as well. Back soon with more European Cricket Series. And welcome back to St Gallen on a beautiful Peacock Friday. Also day 5 here in the European Cricket Series, Switzerland. Still 2 matches to go today, but don't forget also Rico is in Romania right now with the Continental Cup T20 IWs. And there's been some great action there as well. Right now, Power Stacey, they are back in business and they're going to take on Geneva in the next match. It is match 24. Let's go to Rob Kemming. Sir Rob Kemming, that is, to you. And he's got the captains and the coin. Let's see who wins the coin flip.
Okay, Geneva. Geneva?
Yeah, it's my call.
Your call.
Yeah. Head.
Heads is called. It is heads again.
Yeah, we are going to bat first.
So it is Geneva that won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Doesn't surprise me at all. Couldn't really put together a par or above par innings together, despite that we saw a lot of their batters with that attacking intent. No one really came off. I liked the early hitting of Idris, but I think he was gone a little bit too soon for Geneva supporters. So they're still finding their way. Power, on the other hand, they've already played 5 matches, so they're into their second half of their qualification campaign now. They're 3-2. Mixed bag from them. Watch out for the Mahmood brothers. I think they're always the threat. I'd like to see Asad Mahmood maybe thrown up to the top of the order rather than always batting in the middle order. Maybe just as something a little bit different. But anyway, I'm expecting some big hits, and really, Switzerland hasn't disappointed as yet. This man, he won't disappoint you either. It's Andrew Leonard who'll take you to the first ball here in match 24 with the news from the toss that it will be Geneva batting first after winning it.
Well, sincere thanks as always to Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu. There he is. And they are the 2 starting 11s. This is your fantasy dashboard. Who are you picking? Remember, Geneva are now 1-0, having won their first game of the competition. They had to wait a long time for their curtain call to begin, but they are now back immediately into action. Faraz Virk, one to keep an eye on, but look at the numbers at the top. The 2 Mahmood brothers, Osama Mahmood and Asad Mahmood. Certainly ones to watch. Numan Ahmadzai is going to be at the non-strikers end. As Geneva's bowling really, I think that was what won them the game in the previous contest. There is Numan Ahmadzai opening the bowling for the Paris CC. Going to be Osama Mahmood. Often opens the batting and the bowling. Wonder will that be the case again today. But we're nearly all set now for what is, how are my maths? Game 24 will be Idris Hack. Remember, he smashed 5 consecutive sixes in Geneva's opening contest. And he looks to continue that aggression. Starts with a boundary from the very first delivery of game number 24. It goes to the big hitting Hack, who slices it away. Not where he intended it by any stretch of the imagination, but more than good enough to get a boundary for. 2 games left in the day. It's a fantastic Friday. It's a Peacock Friday, as Vinny Sandhu just told you. I'm still convinced that there's not a huge amount of difference between a Peacock Friday and a normal day for Vinny, such as his style. But we'll show you our shirts maybe halfway through the innings in the commentary camp. I've done my best. My best isn't good enough, clearly. And that is launched. Oh, well, maybe Hack says that the fabulous foursome, the Fab Four, the top 4 run scorers, need to have an expansion, get 5 into the mix. All the talk has been about those big hitters that we've seen early in the competition, and Geneva have just been waiting, chomping at the bit to get going. And that's exactly what they do this time. Tries to repeat the dose. Going to be another Maximo. Not out of the middle of the bat. And it is funny that they are the same size, the boundaries in every direction. And a little bit of it is the foreshortening effect. But that one down there just feels a little bit smaller, doesn't it? Kind of skews away off what is really an outside edge. And yet, definitely 6. So a sensational start. We saw Hack provide this in the previous contest. 5 consecutive sixes he smashed to make it. Oh, this is going to be more of the same. 6 again. He's just warming up. So yeah, he's going to say to Hassan Ahmed, to Fahim Nazir, to Mohammad Akhtar and to Arif Sanger, they're the 4, the Fab 4. Well, maybe they need to become the Fantastic 5. If Idris keeps going like this, just his second innings, he's already shown us his simply awesome power. 5 consecutive sixes. And remember, this is all coming off Osama Mahmood, one of the Paris CC's best bowlers. I know it's an early call, but maybe Hack is the man to break those 4 batters we've seen so far at the top of the charts. This time he mistimes it. Actually does quite well to check his stroke. And just say that he's happy with the single. Zabiola Salamkil does the fielding with number 177 on the back. What about poor old Ali Abbas, his St. Gallen CC side? Off to a flyer, 2 wins from 2 to start with. They look so good in both their contests today, but they just couldn't get it done. As we've got some distinguished guests joining us up in the grandstand, enjoying their first taste of cricket, I think. Might hear a little bit more about these gents in a moment. This one's helped away into the leg side. Lovely to meet boys up here. I don't know if maybe we can get them in to say hello at some point. Great to get new people introduced to cricket. That's what this is all about. It really is. So get to the end of the first over. The score 24-0. This is what's on the schedule across in Romania, happening concurrently now. I think they're probably into game 3, or if they're not, they're just about to go into that. That's Romania taking on the Isle of Man. Great news though, Greece. Well, they got it done. One of my pieces of heritage, you may not know it. I am Irish, of course I'm Irish. You can hear I'm Irish, but my mother is Greek. And it's really good to be here. We're into game number, what is it? Game number 24, would you believe? 24 of 55 here on the European Cricket Series. Switzerland. Oh, that's a no ball. That's going to go miles. Where's that one gone? All the way for 6, and it's actually 7 because the no ball is signalled. It means we've got a free hit to come. And what a way to start his innings. Numan Ahmedzai gets a good piece of that, doesn't he? Goes all the way for 6. Big, big hit, wasn't it? It was almost up towards the chest, the throat of Ahmedzai. The way he reacted, baseball style. Gets it on the full toss and smashes it away for 6. Here comes Ahmed. Free hit incoming. Oh, where's this one gone? It's not going to be out even if it's caught. Remember, he's dropped it. And keeps it inside the rope. 2 runs to the total. Remember, it wouldn't have been out because it was the free hit after the no ball. Little leg cutter he's rolled out. Good effort from Abul Basir Nazari. An all action start to this game number 24 of the series. Great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the action. And that's punched down the ground. Nicely placed. How quick's the outfield? Not quick enough. Very well fielded. Good work by the skipper, Asad Mahmood, leading from the front, gets down. Just sliding across the outfield on his backside. Well, he's got the headband on, doesn't he? Plenty of style, as always, on show here in the European Cricket Series. That's bowled. Full toss, not really any good contact made by Hack, but he's got off to a flying start. 23 off 6 before that ball. He thuds the pad in frustration, doesn't he? Yeah, great to have you with us today. For what is game day number 5 in total. We're going to have 11 days of action with 5 games each day. And those 55 group games, we're going to see the table actually at the end of this over, so we'll guide you through it in a second. That's going to be given as a wide down the leg side. Free run to the total. Big swing and a heave into the leg side. Well fielded. Nicely picked up. Throw comes into the keeper, but unable to affect the run out. Yeah, great to be here in St. Gallen, the host city. Beautiful town. Haven't got into the town centre itself yet, apart from when Ali Abbas collected me. We're going to get in there tonight. We're going to go in and have some dinner, I think, and enjoy. It's a Friday night. I think we deserve that, don't we? Current run rate, 22 at the moment. This goes a long way. Now, where's this gone? Has he got enough of it? Long on, nestles underneath it, takes the catch. It's the captain, Assad Mahmoud. Oh, yes. And the arms are outstretched in celebration from the bowler. Oh, almost like the statue of Christ the Redeemer up in Rio de Janeiro. He holds them out, extends them, but it's the captain who held his nerve, takes the critical catch. Nearly a repeat dose of that gorgeous stroke that he treated us to earlier in the day, but didn't get enough of it. And there it is, Christ the Redeemer. Not in Rio de Janeiro, he's here in St. Gallen. That's the first wicket to fall, and Geneva, they lose their first. The score 37-1 with Ahmedzai being caught by Assad Mahmoud for 10, coming off just 5 balls. And Geneva have to get their number 3 out to the crease. That's the captain, Ansar Mahmoud, who will be on strike with 1 ball left in the second over. Farid Ahmed will be pleased with that. Dismissal. Round the wicket he's going to continue. And a big swing and a miss as we get to the end of the second over. Let's get the points table onto the screen and have a talk about that after this quick replay. So as you'll see here, so here's the points table. Each of these 11 teams, they're going to play 10 games each, which will make up the 55 group matches we'll have in total. Then the top 5, they will advance to the playoffs, but the winners of the league get a huge advantage. They go directly to the grand final. And then second plays 5th and third plays 4th in kind of virtual quarterfinals. Then we go on to the semi-finals. The winners of that semi-final will join the league leaders in the final. At the moment, the Nomads are sitting pretty, but remember, they've played a lot more games than the other teams. So certainly all to be played for. Is that an edge? Oh, that could have been a catch for the wicketkeeper. I think there is an edge because it's given us runs. So the keeper there, it's Ansarullah Safi, edged and dropped. Well, it wasn't easy. He does have those wicket-keeping gloves on to try and get a hand to it, but Safi, he just couldn't react in time. Maybe could have been a bit deeper. And instead it runs away for 4 runs. The runs continuing to flow. Flying start from Geneva. What an entrance they've made to the competition. Worth every single part of that long journey across from Geneva. Oh, what a strike. Oh, beautiful shot all the way. It's a Maximo. 6 more to the total. And the batter can just stand and deliver. I really think that Idris Hack is a batter to watch in this competition. And if you think about the journey that Geneva have made to be here today, to get their 3 games of action. So it's about 4.5 hours on a train to Geneva. Oh, smashed. That is monstrous. It's all the way up onto the bank. It's a full banker. 6 more to the total. How big a hit is that? Oh, that's got to be 85, 90 metres plus. We got to get that measured out. An almighty strike from Hack. Idris Hack making a big statement here. He really is for Geneva. And that long journey. He took it in the car. It's going to take over 4 hours, 4.5 hours in the train. Remember, we're in the northeast of the country, up towards the border with Liechtenstein and Germany to the north. And Geneva, it's all the way in the west. It's over right next to France. In fact, you can just really hop over the border into France from Geneva. But they have made that long distance journey. What time were they up this morning, I wonder? Maybe 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, you'd suspect, and made that long journey over. They're enjoying every bit of it here in St. Gallen. Okay, full toss this time, worked out towards the man at long off, who feels well. The captain does enough to keep it to a single. An all action start, isn't it? So with 3 overs of power play, this is going to be the final delivery where just 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle. Change in the field. Long on is going to come up into the circle, and back goes a deep cover. So the 2 men in the deep, they're both actually on the offside for Nazari. And so he's going to hit to the leg side. Just dragged by Mahmood, not really out of the middle. I think they'll want to get the second to get Hack on strike. And that will be the end of the 3rd over. An action-packed one. Flying power play for Geneva. 55 for 1 the score now. And they are looking very good indeed. In fact, it's 56 for 1. I'll correct myself there. But you're welcome along to today's coverage. Do let me know where you're watching from. Andrew Leonard here with you. I think if I'm understanding what's going on correctly, delighted to have some guests here. Members of the St. Gallen FC football team coming in and enjoying their very first taste of cricket. Look at those big building blocks. That's the stadium they play in there, the Kaiben Park up to our left. So you look at the very top left of your shot there. 18,000 or so that holds, and after a summer break, the Swiss Super League action commences. That's the top division here. St. Gallen, they play in that. Who are the big football teams? It's young boys, wasn't it? They were always pretty good. Zurich FC too. St. Gallen, are they going to have a good year, I wonder? This one's hammered. Oh, very good striking from Hack. He's only faced 13 deliveries. He's moved to 47 already. This is looking ominous for the Power CC. Just the one game for them today, remember. So another big one, another Maximo. That's the Kaiben Park there. Great shot of it from the camera team. Beautiful facility this. We're actually at the reserve team ground. But there's something about it that's well suited to cricket. I think it's those lovely banks that you see all the way around. And where you won't be able to see the grandstand we're in. This is the reserve team ground. About a 1,500-seater stadium. No timing this time, so we'll just be a single as it's very well fielded. Picked up one-handed in the deep by Zahidullah Abdul Ramzi. Now look at those projected scores right now. They have to go a long way to get up to that 184. That's the record total we've seen this week. But that's how good the ball striking's been from Geneva. And has he got enough of this? Yes, he has. 6 more. It's another Maximo going to Mahmood this time. I don't think it's out the middle of the bat. I think it's a little bit of a top edge, but gets a good piece of it. And gets more than enough of it for 6 more. The runs are coming so frequently here. Geneva, maybe they are hunting down what would be a record total. This one's carved into the offside. Not going to have the pace to go for 6, but it will be 4 more. The runs are just flowing. They're coming so easily for Geneva. This is an absolute onslaught we're witnessing here. 4 more runs to the total. Do give us those comments in the YouTube chat. Let us know where you're watching from. And nice to hear from everyone in the chat. James Stewart, as always, keeping an eye on things. Nick, too. Big swing and a miss this time. And he tries to stump him out, but can affect the direct hit. If you do have any questions in the chat, do let us know. I'd just love to hear where you're watching from. Always keeps me company whilst Vinny Sandu's just off on a bit of a break right now. Andrew Leonard here with you, as I have been throughout. Raza, Sagor Abida, Mohammed Amon. Nice to hear from you all in the chat. Last ball of the 4th over. Where's this one gone? Well, it's going to be 4 more. It's going to run away and run away quickly. This is sensational from Geneva. So after 4 overs, rather remarkably, the score is 77 for 1. $19.25 right now. The run rate, and the runs just keep flowing here very consistently. There's no steepature to that curve because They've come with great consistency. The power play has ended, but the runs continue to come. That's going to be 6 more, and it's going to be 50. 15 balls he's faced, and 50 has come in a flash. Add Idris Hack in to this list of the top 4 batters in the competition. 7 Maximos, 7 6s, 2 4s, just 15 deliveries. He's got to that landmark of 50. And what a knock. We've had so many batters threaten the century marker, I'm sorry to say it, and now they've realised it, the teammates. They might clap from the next ball, maybe he'll notice then. Well, where's this one gone? Is it a chance at long on? It is, and taken. 50 and out to Osama Mahmood. What a catch. Just 16 deliveries he was out there for, just couldn't get it out of the middle. And instead it comes a little bit off the outside edge of the bat, probably the right-hand side of it. The left-hand side as we look. And this is a very good catch, held only, inches inside the rope. And a punch of the gloves. I mentioned the dreaded C word, the century. And just like that, another chance extinguished of it. He's gone for 54. A brilliant knock from just 16 deliveries. 7 6s, 2 4s. And the score, it's now 83 for 2. I suspect I'm going to be getting some abuse in the chat, haven't I? I mentioned that century word, and then all of a sudden some great chat going on. James Stewart saying a very Lenny-friendly choice of shirt for Mr. Maximo. I agree with that. Yeah, not quite as sunny anymore, Dave. Good afternoon to you, James Stewart. Dave saying, James, are you saying that Vinny's biased towards the Irish? And Nick saying, no one hates the Irish. Not even on St. Paddy's Day. Even the Chinese pretend to be Irish. We are lucky. I don't know what it is that we've got this reputation around the world, but we'll continue to take it. And one of the things my brother always told me, you're a representative of your country wherever you go. And we're so lucky to have such a great reputation. I think one of the reasons we're quite well liked, there's Irish all over the world. So we've emigrated so extensively to America, to Canada, to Australia, to South Africa. That is going to be close for a full toss. Is this going to be given as a no ball? Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, well, that for me, I think they might need to reverse this. We'll have another look here, but for me, it's clearly over waist height as it rolls on here. He's just a tiny bit outside the crease. That's the only thing to factor into the decision. I think that's a no ball. We'll wait for the umpires. Communication between the third umpire, and now it is given. So given as a no ball, it means the free hit's going to income. I think that's the right decision too. So here, in comes the free hit. Mahmood can't be out, so he can smash it down the ground for just a single this time. With the departure of Idris, maybe those projected scores are a little bit off the kilter, because 187 is a long way away. Now, they still have 5.5 overs to bat, but I just wonder if maybe 140, 150 is a bit more likely. Nicely played. Just going to be a single this time. Yeah, so lucky. Half an appeal. We're not going to go upstairs. Might just get a replay of that. And see here, safely home. Yeah, safely home. Always comfortably home. Umpire just double checking. I think that's good. So, question from one of the chat members asking how big are the boundaries? 50 metres. Yep, spot on. Short. Given, though, as too short, I think. We'll get a look from side on here. Maybe just given as the one for the over. Actually, no signal given by the umpire. Was this over the head height of the batter? I don't think it was. So, got a little bit of a surprise in 2 balls time coming into the Comcam now in a moment. You're going to love this. I can't wait for Vinny to explain to me what's going on. I'm about to guess, so don't ruin the surprise for me, Vinny. Hold me in suspense. I think we've got 3 real stars. Forget about you and I, Vinny. We've got some real stars up here in the commentary box as we come to the commentary camera at the end of the fifth over. We'll start with
Ta-da!
me. Who are these guys? Come on, Vinny, tell me.
Well, I know you're a big St. Gallen FC supporter.
Well,
We've got some of the St. Gallen FC guys here.
One.
Some
How
of
are
the
you
national
guys?
football team
What
here
are
as
the
well.
names, guys? Give me the names, Vinny.
Yeah, go on. Tell us.
I'm Musanuhu. Lawrence Artiziki. Isaac Schmidt.
Okay, let me guess. We've got a striker. No?
He's a goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Winger. Got to be a winger. Left back? Yeah, back winger. Okay, got one right. And 2 goalkeepers.
Oh.
Central defender.
Centre back.
He's got the height. He's got the height.
I'll tell you what I know about football as well. This ball's lifted up and it is out of here.
Maximo, big hit. So, boys, you're all part of the St. Gallen FC team.
Yeah.
How are you enjoying the cricket action? Do tell us.
Yeah, it's been good. Like he explained it to us more, and now we understand. It's really an interesting game.
Yeah, and tell you what, I knew there weren't 2 goalkeepers because you never see 2 goalkeepers socialising. It's like the captain, it's like the president, the vice president. They're not allowed to travel together as well.
I love
Can't
this,
eat the same meals.
And the big question is, how are St. Gallen FC going to go this year? We're going to have a no ball and a free hit incoming.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So last year, what were you, 7th or 8th in the table?
Yeah, we were 7th or 8th. Yeah, it's sit.
Okay, so what's the goals for this year? Come on, tell us.
Yeah, we trying to win a trophy this season and also play in Europe next.
Get to Europe. So what's Europe? Top 4?
Yep.
Top 4. Okay, and on Sunday, this Kaiban Park, sorry to interrupt, that's going to be packed? Big crowd?
Yeah, like always.
Like always. We walk across every morning coming across from the hotel we're staying at, and it's a great facility. It's a really, really good ground. Vinny's doing 10 things at once here. That's going to be bold, but it's off for free hit. Yeah, bold off for free. And I'm still keeping an eye on both things.
You did well because you had your back to that. Actually, Andrew Leonard heard the ball hit the stumps then
the back,
from 120 metres away.
There's the Kaiban Park, though. Well, how good a facility is it?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean, it's good for us to be able to have good football and quality training, so it's a good thing.
First game of the season. How many teams are there in total? Is it similar to the Premier League, 20?
No. We are 12 teams.
12 teams. Okay, so you play each other much more frequently then.
Yeah, we play until the 33rd game, and then they're gonna divide it into two groups.
Okay.
So they're gonna have like six teams playing for the championship and 6 teams playing for the relegation team.
Let's give everyone a wave there. Come on, guys. There they are, live around the world. How good is it to have a special guest here? Vinny, did you organise this? Is this my Friday treat?
I didn't, but I'm always happy to make new friends. And so if we have a 5-a-side football side, I think we'd be as good as anything going right now if it's us 5, but I don't think we'll be doing too much of the work.
Well, if you include the 3 boys, yeah, because we've got a high-quality goalkeeper, we've got a central defender, no one's getting past him. You've got to score the goals for us, though, mate, because Vinny, he's never scoring.
I'll actually be goalkeeper after 1 minute because I always think I can run around and then I get puffed out. So I think he might have to come out in the outfield. But yeah, what a great game for them to watch as well. Geneva, they're lining it up at the moment.
Flying. We've got to come, get that ball in there. We'll come back up to Comcam. Yeah. I'm going to show you how to hold the ball in a second. This just be a single. Come back up to Comcam here. So the big question is, are these? I'm going to give you a roll each. You're a fast bowler.
Yeah.
The reason he's a fast bowler is you hold it like that, down the seam. Are you left-handed? Yeah. Oh, he's a left-handed quick bowler.
He's definitely a good bowler.
I reckon this guy's a spin bowler.
Yeah,
so we got to teach it. We're going to teach it.
Keeper.
He could be a keeper. No, I reckon he could be a leg spinner.
All right.
So we got the leg spinner there, and this man's definitely a batter. He's got the power. He's got the muscles to hit the big sixes.
He's got the headgear.
Sliced away. Just going to be 1 run.
I've got one question for the guys. How are you surprised by how heavy the ball is? What do you think or how hard the ball is? What do you think?
I just think that if you receive it really fast, it's capable.
You are spot on. Imagine playing with a football that was that hard.
If this hits you like in the chest or the leg, it's hard, eh? I don't want to injure you pre-first game.
Just be very careful because our insurance does not cover injuries to professional footballers.
And also, when it goes really high, see if you can catch it there. Oh, look at that.
I told you, he's a wicket keeper. I've got him on my wicket keeper development program.
I reckon he's a leg spinner, mate, but most wicket keepers are. definite batsman here. And you're a fast bowler.
Anyone
You got the height.
anyone with the headgear, that's automatic opening batsman. I'm just sending him straight out. All right, here we go. Over number 700 is up here
100 has come up.
for
Guys,
Geneva.
You're so welcome. Genuinely, real pleasure to have you. I think we got to do something live on air.
Yeah,
Come back to
let's
the
do-
Comcam.
Go on.
We had a selfie on air before.
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. We got the brand new phone. Okay, can we see everyone in? We got all the guys here. Big smiles. Hopefully,
You've done that before.
We'll throw that up. I think we'll throw that up on
Yeah,
the big screen.
I think we should. This is wide for behind the
We
batter.
have one final ask for you, though.
Yeah.
Okay, come Sunday, it's a big game. We know it's a big game for St. Gallen FC. If you guys get a win, do you reckon you're going to come over and celebrate and enjoy maybe? What's the celebrations usually? A Powerade or something like that?
We're expecting 2,000 of your supporters basically for the after party. Anyway,
1 in 10. We want 1 in 10 who goes to the football. Yeah, too right. He's just saying he thinks there's lots of fans here who really love cricket. So, look, what we're doing here, it's the first time ever really bringing cricket to Switzerland. It's the second time in history here. And we've got 11 teams from all over the country. These boys have come from Geneva this morning.
Yeah,
to play
4
3
hours
games.
away. Now, look, finally, I want to give you guys a gift. A cricket ball, slightly used, on behalf of the European Cricket Network. Enjoy that. And the best thing about that gift, it didn't belong to me. It belonged to Rob Kemming. So thanks very much, Rob. Anyway, let's get cracking as we get into the next over.
Lovely to meet you. So great to have you. Best of luck on Sunday. We'll be
Enjoy
watching
the rest
on.
of the game, guys.
We'll be watching on, okay?
Fantastic. I tell you what, if they're athletes, I'd like to see them get the gear
They
on.
put us to shame
Yeah.
in basically every way. Boys, go well. Best of luck this weekend. St. Gallen FC on
Enjoy
Sunday.
the game. Enjoy the game.
Sensational
Now-
stuff, Finney.
Now, I know you thought
That
you had
would-
better things to do, but you're definitely going to go and watch them tomorrow,
I
right?
know. Well,
Okay.
I thought I was going to go to Lake Oversea, but apparently the action.
Yeah.
That's St. Gallen.
No, there'll be...
Bon chance, my friend. Sorry, I know it's probably the wrong language, but best of luck. Go well Sunday. Vinny, did you organise that? Come on.
I didn't organise it, but I enjoyed it.
That was brilliant.
Those guys look like a ready-made top 3 in this form of the game. Anyway, Mahmood.
Before we
Having a
in
good
the
time.
corner. I told.
You're a bit
sorry,
starstruck there, weren't you, for a bit?
I know you told me this would be something different, but
Yeah.
how cool is that? 3
Super cool.
absolute superstars of the game, and they're here enjoying their cricket. I think they seem to really enjoy it.
They really enjoyed it once they understood it, and that's why I'd say it all the time. The 10-over format is so easy to understand. It's so easy to explain. Yeah, look at us. Yeah. That's a great selfie. Send that to me. We'll stick that up.
Oh, that is brilliant. I've got to catch all the guys' names. I'm sure we'll be able to look them up as well. But that was magic. A real moment of magic here provided by the European Cricket Network. I think Ali Abbas is behind that.
Yeah, I think
He's the
so.
kind of guy who just sorts these things out, isn't he? The captain of the St. Gallen FC. You can tell genuinely when someone's enjoying something like this. They've had a great afternoon with the cricket.
There's sports people. They love sport. They love ball sports.
He's just had a ball.
Yeah, he's determined to try and the funniest thing is when they walk past Rob with that ball and he's going to ask for it back and they're not going to give it back.
Oh, brilliant. It was funny because this morning, Vinny, I told you something I saw at the back, which was, I think one of the balls accidentally from the teams warming up got hit onto the football artificial.
That's right.
And one of the players, Swiss players, he's picked it up and he's not thrown it back. He has bowled it back. So, cricket fever catching on here in Switzerland as that one is guided into the offside, guided for 4. And it was really funny. Not only were Geneva good enough to give us the most action-packed 4 overs you could imagine, but when we had them up in the commentary cam, then they just kind of quietened down.
Yeah, that's true. It's very, very thoughtful of them.
Oh, brilliant. Loved every second of
now
that.
you're getting a taste. I know you've been all around the world with cricket as well.
Yep.
To some outposts.
Yep.
But
Big
this
posts
is
to
what
say
I
the
just
least.
love, this kind of bottom-up approach of club cricket in these countries as opposed to maybe some more experienced
The
teams.
ground, Vinny. I think that's going to be a Maximo straight into the dugout.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. This is looking pretty good for Geneva, who struggled to make a decent score last time, but still defended it right now. We saw their bowling lineup can pack a punch. Having said that, we know power. They have some very good batters of their own.
Yeah, definitely. But I do think that they're probably on track for that 170, 180 kind of marker, which is going to be very difficult to chase down. Basir Nazari is going the distance, Vinny. He's only bowled 10 of his deliveries. He's gone for 46.
Oh, yes. You don't want to be raising the bat for the half century with the ball.
All happening. Okay, I think that's going to be a no ball. We may need to see the reverse angle replay I think this is just clipped.
I'm going to give him the benefit. This could be a run out, by the way. No,
I don't know, Vinny.
I got to. Let's see. I'll tell you in a minute.
Very close. Very close.
Yeah, I think it might have just been the natural induck.
It was that was what I got deceived by potentially. This angle's sometimes a better one.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The vibrations moved.
You're just in a good mood because
Yeah.
you just had a lovely Friday feeling. That's why.
Having said that,
Clipped around the corner. There's bat on that, so it will be runs. Don't think it's quite going to run for 4, but they will pick up a couple more. So Naziri, he brings up the personal 50, as does Mahmood. He gets to 52. It's come off 21 deliveries, really good innings, and it's picked up exactly from where Idris Hack started. Geneva, well, they're bolting into this competition and throwing themselves into contention in a big way.
they sure are. The captain, Answer Mahmood. There'll be another Mahmood in the second innings with the right of reply. The captain of power, Assad Mahmood. Yes, Switzerland. We talked a bit about the St. Gallen FC guys, talking about their Champions League aspirations and be able to represent themselves on a bigger stage. Well, the Switzerland national team, they'll be doing that in the ECC in only 52 days now, I think. And they've been drawn in Group E with the England 11 as well as Cyprus, Romania and Malta. Join us for the Euros of cricket. And it starts on the 25th of September.
You could have told me any number, I'd have believed you, because I've lost all concept of time and space.
Welcome to my special life. Here's Razak over number 8.
Smashed into the leg side. Going to be 6 more. There's a real chance that this 184 is going to go. It ricochets off those trampoline chairs up here in the grandstand. That's a nice pickup shot for 6.
Yeah, really nice shot. There's just no stopping in sight, really. Hey, so in your, I suppose it's our profession because we both do it. But we come from slightly different worlds, but not completely, but there's a fair bit of crossover.
Yep.
But I know in your world and I've met a lot of commentators and ex-players that commentate.
Yep.
It's slightly different skill set and emphasis on how you organise your time. I'll just come back to that in a second. It's a pretty good in-swinger there. And now he's going to pick it up and it would have been really close. But I was going to say a lot of it, I know you're a real professional. You put a lot of work into your preparation.
Yep.
But in a sense, that's because you might be doing a game that's 3 hours long. Yeah, it would have been out there. 3 or 4 hours long. And you might be doing sometimes 1 or 2 games a week in some levels. And you can spend days, hours preparing. Here, the preparation, you're living it. It's in your DNA. You know, this is the thing. You don't really have 2 to 3 hours a night to kind of recap the day.
Wouldn't be possible, would it? No, I suppose even when we do it, should just get home, does he?
My fingers wagging because I just think the last one was out by a lot if he'd hit. This one is out by, I'm going to go 42 centimetres and he's out.
Oh, let's have a look here, Vin. We need to slow it down.
It's such a good estimation. Maybe 38 centimetres. Here you go. Ready? And
he is gone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely that sort of 6 inches region. I know men aren't great at judging distances.
That's true. So
something in that vicinity.
I've been known.
It is going to be out.
Yeah.
And given out in a moment. We'll just get that message coming out. So that is the end of Pereira. He is run out for 10. And Geneva, they lose their third. 138 for 3 now. But still plenty of power hitting to come. It's going to be Rafiqullah Mohammadi who's going to come in, the left-hander. Going to take a leg stump guard there. You can see that. And he ends up putting his back foot more like on the middle stump. And right into the slot and out of the park. An extraordinary stroke from his first delivery. Look at how far that one's gone. Monster 6. Absolute monster all the way for a Maximo. And the runs continue to flow in spite of the wickets. Well, Vinny, we are seeing that 184 record total of the week definitely under threat. There's 14 balls left. They need 41 to go by it. And if the projected score is right, they'll buy it by 1. Oh, look at this. Count them up. First 2 balls, bang, bang, 6-6.
Bang, bang, Mohammadi. He gets his eye in ECN style by whacking his first 2 balls out of the ground. That's the skill. It's a skill you don't see a lot in other cricket, but the skill of being able to come out straight away and hit boundaries. Not take a ball or two to get comfortable, not have a look at the bowling, not get the pace, but just come out and just trust your eye, trust your senses, and just go for it. And Mohammadi goes bang twice in a row. Razek's over on the verge of going magical.
This one goes down the ground. I'm not sure he's got anything like enough of it. So he'll get a single to close out the 8th over. The 150s come up, though. It's 151 for 3. Some questions coming in on the chat. Really good. There's going to be pretty tight on time here, Vinny.
I think so.
Penalty runs looming a touch ominously like those clouds. James Stewart says, cheers, St. Gallen FC. Enjoy the cricket, guys. Terjo Hasnat is saying the Geneva team are all power-hitting batsmen. They also have quality bowlers too. Nick is saying, how can you call it football if they only kick a ball? A touchdown is called. I think he's referring to American football there.
I think so.
And James is saying it's fantastic to see cricket getting into Swiss schools, because one of the chatters was saying it's coming into the Swiss schools gradually, just a single this time. And also to Kelly watching on from Brisbane, getting quite late there.
Yeah.
But enjoying the action.
In Brisbane, it's 20 past 11 on a Friday night.
Oh, there you are.
They're just warming up over there.
Well, what else do you want to be doing on a Friday night?
You been to Brisbane?
Oh, mate, Bris Vegas.
Bris Vegas.
Of course I have.
You've been to the Valley?
What's the Valley?
Fortitude Valley is like the party zone.
Oh,
they
maybe
call it the
not.
Valley. Yeah, you have probably. It's like across the bridge from the centre.
Oh, I have. Sorry. Yes.
Look at them trying to hustle through this over. I think they know they're in a bit of time trouble. They might sneak it in.
Well, that's not going to help, because they'll have to go a long way to retrieve that. It's almost up onto the bank. Not quite. 6 more to the total. And when you rush, you come under that time pressure.
Yeah.
Magic moment.
Tell you what.
Good photo, that.
Oh, they are very photogenic. I'm surprised it's not the Swiss modelling team, to be honest.
Yeah,
because they've all photographed beautifully.
They're professional footballers, mate. It's what they do. Going to be more runs here. Going to run the rope close. Good footwork, though. We'll keep it to a couple. And then the hurdle comes out. Vinny, I just have to go back to that phrase. It's all happening.
Yeah, they can do it all. I mean, I thought he was going to get tripped and basically go head over heels here. Watch this. Whoa. Oh, how's the reactions in the background?
Colin Jackson, eat your heart out. The 110-metre hurdle.
All right, where are we at?
Real gents, those St. Gallen boys.
Yeah, lovely guys. I think they genuinely enjoyed it, which made me happy.
How can you not enjoy it?
2 balls. They've got 1 minute, and that'll help.
That will really help. They should be fine now. And look at him sprinting back.
He's saying, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. He actually has breathing room now.
And actually getting through the delivery has really helped him. They're going to have 50 seconds to spare. He only just realised it's the end of the over. I've never seen someone celebrate a lack of penalty runs before.
He has to chase them, Osama Mahmood. You know, both the Mahmoods, Osama and Assad, listed open the batting. You know, it's actually a pretty good tactic just for all the time to rush like that, because it rushes the batter as well. I remember when I was playing T20 cricket, you'd have a spinner who'd come off 2-3 steps and just wouldn't be able to settle. And then before you know it, an over or two's chewed up. Of course, it helps if you're not getting smashed out of the ground every second ball. Last over then, they sneak in for time, and Mohammadi is ready to launch.
Well, just learning a bit more about some of our St. Gallen FC players as we come into the final over here. Big swing and a miss. The big tall goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I think I've got this right, haven't I?
No, wait, what's happened here?
Maybe not. Oh,
yeah, no, you're right.
I think I am right. Sorry,
yeah.
Lawrence Ati-Ziggy.
Yeah, we were having a good chat.
26-year-old. He's played 122 times for St. Gallen. Also, 14 appearances for his country.
You just missed one of the all-time great buys, where he just kind of aggressively threw at the ball to keep the batter honest, and he missed it, hit the edge of the pitch, and they got one. Anyway.
This has gone a long way up. It's going to be a chance for the keeper. Collision time. Put down. He says, what are you doing? Oh, all happening again.
No time for postmortems. Let's get on with the game. Yeah. Hey, these guys, they're bona fide superstars.
Proper. Yeah, there he is. Lawrence Ati-Ziggy. Love that. See if we can find all the boys. I was trying to capture the net. It's difficult because these are kind of noise-reducing earphones we have on, so I was struggling to pick up exactly what they were saying. I hope you heard it at home.
Yeah.
But a magic moment.
Meanwhile, we've got the artillery going off on one side. We've got clouds developing on the other side.
Any other famous people you've had into the booth over the years, Vinny?
I've had a few.
This goes a long way up and not very far. I think it's going to fall into no man's land. Will be a single to the total.
Probably one notable one, if we go back to the ECC last year, I think, was Graham Swan. We had a bit of Graham Swan. He was our special guest on behalf of HCL Software. And he even took a couple of crowd catches.
I know, Swanee. I think I saw that crowd catch. This is going to be, I think, possibly even a Maximo. Will need the replay. He's signalling 6 because I think he's dropped it over the rope.
I don't even know about this.
I think it's then backspun when it's gone
Let's
over the
have a
rope
look.
and come back.
Said it, and he's probably got a better view than we do. What about this first bounce? Because he's away from it, then... Yeah, I think it must have
hit the
land
rope,
on the rope.
Which is 6. Back live with you
Good
now.
honesty. Good
and
honesty.
It's the Yorker that is given as a dot ball. So we so nearly have the potential highest chase on the cards, but because of this dot ball that you just missed live, which not given as a wide, it's going to be a flat 170.
I'm just going to say this so you understand. This is cricket on steroids that you are watching right now. No, you shouldn't use steroids if you're out there unless there's a good medical purpose, but this is cricket on steroids. 170 to Geneva. They might have underwhelmed with the bat last time, but consider me completely whelmed here as 171 will be the chase here in the second half of this game.
Yeah, the opposite of underwhelmed. You are overwhelmed like I am. In fact, I'm going to have to do my best to describe this innings to you. All about one man, Idris Hack to start with. Newman Ahmedzai, he paid the price for looking for an action replay of that sensational stroke that went onto the roof in Geneva's first game, and then the Christ the Redeemer celebration came out. And then drop catch behind from the keeper. Idris Hack started to get into fourth, maybe even close to fifth gear. 7 sixes he hit as the runs went flying around the St. Gallen Cricket Club venue. And then a very good catch held in the deep to spell the end of Idris Hack. He went for 54 off 16 deliveries is the tune. It just rings out. It's so catchy, this one. Can't get it out of my head. More runs flowed. No balls came. 3 hits came in too. In total, oh, there we are. We even got the selfie on show. That's a magic moment for us all. Great to meet the boys from the St. Gallen FC. And then a little kick back and the Colin Jackson action over the rope. Drop catch, nearly an impact, nearly a collision. Very hard to synopsize, but one thing is for certain. It's going to be 170 on the board. Back to the favourite tune. This is the one I like. Thank you, guys. Answer Mahmood, the captain, he ended up top scoring 60 not out off 29 deliveries. Idris Hack, though, really the most impactful innings of the lot. It was nearly 4 runs a ball, a strike rate of 337.50. Another big score here at this high-scoring venue. I think it should be enough. What about the bowling figures? Well, in and amongst the wreckage, the carnage, the carnaggio, if you will. Farid Ahmed, the only man to take any wickets. He picked up 2 for 24. And then wicketless hauls for Mahmood, Nazari, the other Mahmood, and Rasek, particularly expensive Nazari. He went for 50. So that'll wrap up the coverage from the first innings of my favourite game thus far. Game 24 was a really special one. The good thing is it's only halfway over. Geneva have 170 on the board. And if the Paris EC can chase it down, well, we're in for the classic. They'll need 171 to win. We'll see you for all the action in 10 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Great to have your company. Day 5 here in this European Cricket Series. It just continues to deliver, doesn't it? And the perfect checkout from Geneva in the first half of this game. 170 off the 10 overs. That means that Power are going to need 171 to win. Having said that, it's the kind of team that might just do it. Certainly had their backup, I think, after chasing a fair bit of leather in the field. Power CC hoping to turn the tables as we welcome back Andrew Leonard into the comedy box. Lenny, pretty entertaining first half in more ways than one. We had some special guests in the comedy box,
didn't we? And I'm not sure we're going to be able to trump them. 3 of the St. Gallen FC players. We do really want to wish them well. I'm now officially a St. Gallen Football Club supporter. And I don't really support any football clubs with the exception of the Republic of Ireland football team because I have to, because I'm Irish.
Yeah.
But I'm a bona fide St. Gallen FC fan.
Me too.
I can see myself checking their scores all
great
throughout the year.
I just hope that there's not injuries tomorrow when they're throwing around the cricket ball in the warm-up and there's a bunch of broken shins and broken fingers.
Particularly the goalkeeper.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
They seemed a bit too fascinated, actually. But anyway, 171. We've only ever seen one successfully executed 170 chase. By the way, FC St. Gallen, it's been around a long time. It's 144 years old, that football club.
Well, if you want to know if that was the main goalkeeper as well, the number 1 goalie is always the one to watch. Lawrence Ati-Ziggy, who came up, Joyce also has those appearances for Ghana international team. So here we go. Oh, we so nearly start with a wicket. Atif Katak with a nice little drifter. It so nearly kisses the off stump. I'm not quite sure how it's missed. So 171 needed from just 59 balls now. Look at that required run rate, up at nearly 17.5 per over. Skews away off the inside edge. It'll just be a single for Mahmood to get off the mark. That's one of the 2 Mahmoods out there. The brothers opening the batting. Osama Mahmood. And it's Asad Mahmood who now comes on to strike. always good to hear from you all in the live chats as well. I will get Vinny Sandhu back with me in...
I'm back.
Oh, just a moment. Hey, there you are.
I'm getting pulled 8 different ways at the moment.
You are. All happening.
On a Friday.
Good way to be. Can the Mahmood brothers start to get Paris EC into the game? Going to be a big, tall task.
Short answer, yes. Long answer, definitely yes. But, yeah, price on their wickets, that's for sure. Got to make the most of the power play. Need to get 50s plus. But these are two guys that, they like this one. I don't think he's out. Considering I was calling them to the centimetre for a moment ago. Let's have a look at the replay. I think he gets in here. Yeah.
Yeah, safely home.
Okay.
Now, Vinny, we got a little carried away in that first innings. You spent a bit...
You're a bit starstruck, Lenny, and you've met some big names.
I don't get starstruck.
I mean, you're a Test cricketer commentator, so you don't easily get starstruck.
I don't do starstruck. I never ask for selfies or anything like that. But it was more the buzz of introducing new people to cricket.
It's so fun.
And that was actually more of a buzz.
That's what I get to do all the time.
And hopefully, and they seem like such genuine gents, that word will just spread around the camp. They're going to say, boys, how's your afternoon? Well, it was brilliant. They're being for their pre-match day training tomorrow. Go and watch the cricket. I reckon they'll come back tomorrow.
Yeah, that's one thing that I get so much of. And people of all ages, backgrounds, everything. The fact that I really enjoy trying to explain the game to them and in a way that they can pick up. I think sometimes cricket people who are really enthusiastic cricket people, they can get a bit complicated.
Correct.
In their explanations, talking about seam and outswing and this and that and
the leg
cut
cutter.
and this.
Oh dear.
Oh, what's happened here?
Well, I don't think we had vomit on the pitch as being one of the things on the bingo card, Vinny, but
oh no.
I think he might. I don't know how this has come about. I'm sorry. Vinny.
Yeah, I didn't realise he doesn't. Yeah, he's just not right, is he?
He might have taken an impact. That's possibly what happened.
Is that, I didn't see it. Maybe he's just not feeling well. Yeah, I'm certainly hoping it's not too serious.
Well, it's not the magic sponge, is it, that's been run out? It's maybe just a little bit of water. Let's hope he's okay. He can, of course. You can retire ill in essence. It's up to the umpires.
He doesn't want to retire though because he still needs 170 runs. And these guys, they're tough as old boots. They're not going to.
But he could go off temporarily.
Yeah.
I guess my point.
But no, he's going to Dean Jones it. He'll stay. He'll stay out there. I can tell you that.
Chennai, wasn't it?
Yeah. Then known as Madras. But he's certainly just not
something's
feeling
not 100% right. He's good to go though.
Better out than in. Here we go. 2 to come in the first over.
Still no boundaries. It just went down. Yeah, maybe just something. Maybe he ate for lunch, or he looks okay now though. He looks absolutely fine. So 1 ball left in the first over. The problem is that required run rate is going to spiral out of control if you don't get 2 or 3 boundaries per over. You really have to.
Yeah, anyway, the brothers out there looking after each other. Need to get a boundaries here, though.
And that's a bit more like it. Well, no problems at all. That's why you don't retire ill. You just smash it over the rope. The first Maximo of the chase. A great way to finish the first over. It's 9 for none.
I tell you what, whatever it is he's feeling, it's not going to make him feel as sick as if they go down to Geneva here. Power, mid-table at the moment, having to chase in the 170s. I'm telling you, though, these guys, they're called Power for a reason. They've got a very good lineup. Now, Geneva, their bowling lineup was very impressive, though, in the first game. And it's a decent first over as well. 9 without loss after 1. So decent over for Geneva, the fielding side. 87 matches since the Golden Ball. That's a very famous number, as you said, in Australia. 13 off 100.
It's the unlucky number, though, so it's not breaking in this one, Ben. I'm calling it. I think it's the final game of the day.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Zalmi versus St. Gallen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Could be a close one,
Do you have any lucky or unlucky numbers or any superstitions, Lenny?
Yeah, I've got one.
Go on.
I just love the number 17. It was the number I always played in.
It's a nice one. Is that birthday or anything, or it's just a feeling?
I think it was just everyone had the lucky number 7.
Yep.
Here comes Katzak. In fact, it's not Katzak. I get that right. It's Jamil Jabberkill.
Jabberkill really gets the ball to bend, by the way, left to right.
Doesn't he? And he's got that. He was like, obviously, Stuart Broad in modern times, but there's a couple others. Was it Chris Martin? It was Chris Martin of New Zealand, not Chris Martin of Coldplay.
Yeah.
Who used to
both
bowl in
big
the
cricket
headpad.
fans, though. I think Chris Martin from Coldplay bats better.
I think that's a good shout. Slick flicked away. Going to be flicked away all the way.
Shot.
It's another maximum. That is a good shot.
I was just wondering internally how Osama Mahmood's going to deal with this swing. Does he go with it or does he go against it? As it was, he had a pretty easy decision because it was outside his legs. And he flicks it away. Times it well. 6 runs.
He bowls a bit like Chris Martin.
There's
too,
been
doesn't
others
he?
as well. We've had some good headgear. Probably one of my favourites, if you want to go right back to 2021, in Prague, we had the first time I've seen a fielder fielding in earmuffs.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, Pradeep Gangappa.
If you're wondering why Vinny Sandhu said Chris Martin of Coldplay bats better than Chris Martin, the fast bowler of New Zealand, I'll tell you why now. It's straight to mid-off. Oh, dear. He's won that where he didn't want to. Uh-oh. Down goes the London Bridge.
Problem is, you don't normally have the protection in.
I don't think we're going to have a replay of this. It's going to do us justice, but I think it's a bullseye.
Oh, yeah. Get your body behind it.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He's gone down in installments.
that one splits a branch off the family tree, I think. But anyway.
Here's the numbers, Vinny.
Okay, go on.
The numbers you want. Chris Martin played 71 tests with 104 innings.
Yes.
Now, he was not out an awful lot because the batter at the other end knew that he was probably going to be
wasting
used.
your time.
In those 104 innings, how many runs do you reckon he got?
I know how much he got at least, as we see a ball hit straight down the field. And then Shub, once again, it's a classic Shub misfield. He boots it behind himself, not fielded on the field or off. There's 4 more to power.
So what do you reckon he got in those?
I'm going to say he got like 115.
He scored 123
runs.
runs.
I was going to sound 24.
in his career.
Okay.
With the highest score of 12 not out and an average, because of the 52 not outs, of 2.36.
Not bad.
I think it's the worst in history.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so, yeah, it's by definition bad. I'm going to come back to that in a second because I remember something about that. Would have been a wide, but he spoils it. This is not out. But what I remember with Chris Martin is when he scored his 100th run, it was in a test. I think it was in New Zealand. Definitely was New Zealand coverage I was watching. But you know when a batter hits a milestone and they have the 100 graphic come up and they show you highlights of the innings where a batter makes 100? They did that for him. But it was his whole career.
Oh, bowled him! Straight through. Jabberkeel lives up to that Chris Martin bowling reputation and he gets straight through him. Jumps into the arms of his teammate Geneva. Well, they've got off to a hot start. They're looking maybe like catapulting themselves into the tournament favourites position.
Yeah, and it's just top of the stumps length. Seen this from Mahmood before sometimes. Hits across balls that are straight. Interesting change of tactics as well from Jabberkeel. I think he's trying to just angle in, swing away. That one doesn't do a lot, but Osama Mahmood, he misjudges it, and that's a big blow for the Power as they lose one of the Mahmood brothers at 19 for 1.
Vinny, I'm more and more convinced the more cricket I watch, and I've said it to you a couple of times throughout the last 4 days we've been together, the top of the stumps is a great length to bowl, whatever stage of the game it is. I know sometimes if you get a little bit too full from that top of the stumps length, it turns into the slot.
Yes.
But actually, that replay there, the reverse replay, showed you why it's not the slot.
Yes. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, there's a bit of confirmation bias as well because you only notice it's top of the stumps length when it hits the stumps. Sometimes, I think some of these guys are pretty good at still muscling that up and out of the ground. But I do take your point, and that's something we've said quite a few times as well.
Yeah. And there's also been incidents today where it's created a lot of catching opportunities. I know what you're saying because would that have gone on to hit the top of the stumps? You don't know because the batter's hitting it. But it's just that it's not full enough to be in the slot to smash down the ground.
It's not an easy drive, put it that way. It's not an easy anything.
It's not the half volley, and it's not short enough to rock back and pull. You can't pull that.
Yep.
You just can't. So whatever the pitch you're playing on, the length will be different to make it hit the top of the stumps, and that's a skill as a bowler as well.
That's true.
Working that out.
Absolutely.
But if you're watching on at home, you're a young boy or girl, you're wondering, well, how do I turn into a good bowler? Whether you're a spinner, a seamer, fast bowler, slow bowler, doesn't matter. Try to get your length to hit the very top of the off stump. You won't go too far wrong.
Yeah, good advice from Andrew Leonard there. Special comments as we start over number 3.
Nicely played. Pierces the gap. I think it's probably just going to be the one, Vinny. Not the greatest piece of running between the wickets.
Yeah, just a 1. So it's Safi, Ansarullah Safi, who's coming in for the first time in the series. We saw him behind the stumps in the first half. I want to say hello to Keanu and everyone who's watching from our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. He's talking a bit about cricket in Iceland. You know, we almost had an ECS in Iceland back in, and I mean almost. This is back in 2020.
They've got some wonderfully named teams up there.
The
I can't remember them off the top of my head.
The Wild West, as it was in 2020.
Slapped away. Going to be, I think 6.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this one.
Given as a maximum, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm going to call it 6. Just watching this one pretty closely. It's going, and it is. Yeah, that's gone for me. 6 runs. Yeah, so this is how close we got in Iceland. It's Saturday, Sunday. It was a two-day comp. There were 3 teams involved. Now there's 4 teams, by the way, in Iceland.
One of them's called the Puffins or something, I think.
The names are great. I do
the Volcanoes. Should just be a single.
The Volcanoes were not in existence at that point. This is when there were only 3.
They're new.
It was going to be only ever 3-team ECS. But Corona restrictions changed the night before, and we could not do the tournament. And literally, the whole crew went to Iceland.
You were actually there?
We were there. Everything was set up, ready to go.
This is going to be runs. How many is the question? I think it's a Maximo again.
Yeah.
Second one of the over, and the Paris CC just showing they're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah. On the charge. Throws the hands. Damn. Just going to keep swinging. Run rate required, 19.2. But for me, I'm adjusting my point of no return to 20 now. I think on this pitch, I think you got to make adjustments. Normally the 18 does the job. It is a little bit fluid, depending on the venue. Tarek Hell's gone for 14 and 4.
Nicely bowled, yeah, really good.
So yeah, I wasn't there because it was 2020, and I wasn't out the tour yet. But even Iceland being Iceland, they went to the Prime Minister's door and knocked on it and asked for an exception, and she said, "Sorry,
can't do it."
Can't do it. So
they literally went to the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
They probably know who she is. They all know each
other. But Volcanoes are the team you're thinking of. They don't have ICC status, Iceland, because they don't have enough teams. But they do some amazing things. They even have what they call the volcanic ashes, which is something pretty unusual as well. As we get to the end of the 3rd over, and power, they're 33 for 1, so a long way behind. We talked about a 50-something power play. Just quickly, again, going back to Iceland, they play the volcanic ashes there. We've got a few more spectators. I always like to see people taking in the cricket.
They're definitely a bit confused, Vinny.
Yeah, that's a confused face.
Yeah.
For sure.
Inquisitive face, maybe.
Inquisitive, yeah. But captivated.
Captivated and inquisitive. And sum up on what I'm going to describe as the second grandstand.
Yeah.
Not quite as impressive as the main grandstand.
Now they're very cheap tickets. So anyway, if they don't spend one more, Frank, they could have come in here.
Kareem
anyway.
to bowl his first over. And he cleans him up. It's the leg stump again. Look at the length, Vinny. What's it hit?
Yeah.
The top of the stumps. Nicely bowled. Safi pays the price. Just his 3rd ball. He's gone.
Geneva have had to wait to get on the park. In fact, they've had to wait 3 years. They weren't part of the series back in 2020, but they're certainly making waves here on their entry that time. Ansarullah Safi, again, just trying to hit across the balls on the stumps and misses.
Vinny, something that would fascinate me, I'm going to ask the Geneva guys after this game. How much of the coverage do you think they have watched? How much scouting of the opposition have they done? How much have they learnt from watching on the feed, listening to you and I, and seeing the conditions too? Is that something you see in other European cricket series?
I think for sure they love to watch anyway, winners in their country. Yeah, I think there's probably different teams will do more, teams do. Some teams, I know at this level, if you can get hung up on opposition, that can kind of affect your game a little bit. I think Geneva out here right now, they've got their plan at the ball. They're not doing anything special based on who they're bowling to, and I think that can be a good thing as well. But I think
doing the basics right, aren't they? Yeah,
for sure.
Really
teams watch the other teams, and maybe you could argue it's a bit of an advantage coming in this late in the piece.
Yeah, you could actually. This is sliced away. Might just be the single. They're not going to come back for the second. Have got to correct myself as well. And the reason I'm mainly bringing this up, Vinny, is purely for amusement as to a guy that I've commentated with, and maybe to give him a little gentle tickle next time I see him. So the lowest completed batting average in history, if we set the benchmark at 25 innings. Okay, which I think is a pretty fair benchmark.
Yeah. Sounds
that's like, it's not like a guy who's played 3 times and got 4 ducks and never got a run. You can't really blame that guy. Now, Khalid Ahmed is currently playing, so we're not going to include him.
Okay.
He's played 20 innings. He also doesn't meet the prerequisite. Now, he somehow only scored 13 runs in those 20 innings at an average of 1 with 7 not 8. But he's got time. He's still playing.
Yeah, okay.
So he's got time.
Time to get worse.
So Chris Martin, remember, 104 innings, 123 runs, highest score of 12, average 2.37. There is only one worse in the history of Test cricket with a minimum of 25 innings. It's Mpamelo Pommy Mbangwa.
No way.
It's Pommy.
It's Pommy.
Who I was literally with last month at the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup
That's
qualifier.
handy information.
He played exactly 25 innings from 15 Test matches, 8 not outs, just 34 runs, a high score of 8 at an average of exactly 2.
Wow.
I did not know that prior to looking that up right now.
Deuce is wild.
So next time I'm
Mbangwa.
commentating with Pommy Mbangwa, who's got one of those great voices that people seem to really enjoy.
It's a tough one because he still has 30. How many runs? 34 runs?
He's 34 more
So
Test runs
he's
than
been
you
out
and I.
17 times with 34. Yeah, 34 more runs than you. One of my good friends, Clint Hinchliff, who plays for the Melbourne Stars, and he's played one first-class match. He made 1 and 0, so he's sporting a first-class average of 0.5, and he's not in the frame to have another game. He's kind of turned into a bit of a limited over specialist. But again, beats my first-class average.
Yeah, with you.
So what can you say?
I think I'd rather a DNP or a DNB or a did not play or a TFC, the thanks for coming, rather than the average of 0.5.
Okay, Iceland cricket knowledge, and thanks to Onesimus, by the way. Oh, no.
Dear.
Well, he's got a count.
Gone wrong
But he was
there.
injured. He thought he might have hurt himself the last time. And now, I've never quite seen this. He does release it. But it's actually the foot. It's the foot that there's something wrong in the downstairs region. See? And he's just lost all power. And so, that's nasty. You can't see him being able to continue here. It shows how tough these guys are. I mean, Kareem, he's bowled really well so far today. It's a groin strain. So, I can tell from the way he's moving that he feels that it was worth continuing trying to bowl again, but you can see it completely threw him off. Actually threw off the batter as well there, didn't it? Because he didn't really know what to do with it. He had to hit it because it was a legal delivery, but Kareem is coming off right now. He's walking off under his own steam, but I mean, bowling puts a lot of stress on your body, especially faster bowling.
Yeah, well, they talk about, 7 times the force of your body weight that runs through the front leg or something like that when a fast bowler lands sprinting in. Yeah, nasty injury here.
So it's the right hand side. So that's a groin strain. It's where your leg meets the rest of your body, and actually an incredibly effective slower ball, which is unexpected as well.
Have you surely have had some double bouncers?
Oh yeah,
they're no balls, obviously these days.
I don't like that rule. Again, I feel that's not an inclusive rule.
I think that's a very good law. I thought that was a really good change.
Okay, I'll tell you why I don't like it. Because it already had a rule law that was fine. Because it can't roll, right? If you can't hit a ball that bounces twice, you need to go and take up another sport.
I thought it was a good call because some were practicing that bouncing twice slower ball.
But here's the thing about it. It's easy to hit. Cracks it all you like, right? Andre Adams tried it for a while.
I think it would have made a mockery of things.
It wouldn't have worked. You didn't.
Vinny,
just listen. Hear me out here. Hear me out here. You didn't have to regulate it out of the game because it's not a good tactic, right? Anytime someone's bowled one by accident, you know what you do? You're surprised, and then you think about it, then you watch it bounce second time, and then you hit it for 6. And I'll tell you why because let him practice it. It's not, it's easy to hit.
I thought it was a really good law change, actually.
If you can find me 3 examples of when it's actually worked,
I'm going to give you one.
All right.
And it's a slightly humiliating one.
AB de Villiers getting out?
No, so I think the laws tend to change on September 30th each year.
Okay.
Right? Whatever way, the MCC are the guardians of the laws and the ICC build playing conditions around them, and then they're implemented in various forms of cricket as that one's pumped straight down the ground for a boundary. It's going to be 4.
Good shot. It was a straight fielder. He still couldn't get it.
Close out the 4th over. It's 43 for 2. But I'm almost certain it's the 30th September that those laws tend to update, okay?
Yes.
And I can't remember which year it was. I'm going to say 2017, 2018, something in that vicinity. They amended the law that it was from 3 bounces or more to 2 bounces or more. So in essence, anything that bounced more than once prior to the second set of stumps. Sorry,
it's actually the crease.
It's the popping crease, is it?
Popping crease,
okay, yeah, popping crease is a no ball, right?
Yeah.
I play for a club called the Leprechauns Cricket Club in Ireland, which is a very poor imitation of the MCC. It's a travelling club in Ireland. We do a lot of touring. We go to Amsterdam every 2 years. We have lots of fun, but we also have a real focus on both excellence and kind of averageness, if that makes sense. We help bring through some of the best young cricketers in the country, as this one's helped away for just one. And we also then have a much older team that kind of goes around the country, plays in different outposts, like parts of Ireland that don't really have cricket.
Sure.
And at the end of each year, there's a thing called the Sunny South East Tour, where we go and play at two beautiful grounds, one called Bagnallstown in County Carlow, and the other called Mount Juliet Cricket Club, which is a very famous golf club, hosts the Irish Open. Bystanders enjoying the action there, just having a break from the cycling too, aren't they? That is hit up towards them. Well, they might get a look close up at the ball if that's even bigger. It's a mini banker at 6 more.
Nice
50
shot.
comes up.
Yeah, good batting from Power. It's gone past the point of no return. There's a lot of runs to get. Okay, so all this is great, but I'm waiting for the point.
Well, is it so, most of my stories take a while to get to. I'm sorry.
Hey, we got time. We got 5 minutes.
We've got 5 games every day. Anyway, this tour happens at the end of September outside of the Irish cricket season, so that people can partake in it who are part of clubs. I try to go down it each year if I can. Haven't got to it for the last 3 years. I've been on the road full time. Shot going to be more runs, 6 of them. That is a
Maximo Mahmood, the surviving Mahmood. Well, let's just say he was not having a very comfortable start to his innings, but he's worked his way into it. 6 runs.
Yeah, and some joy for the pair. Anyway, long story short, I was playing this final game. I don't usually do much of the bat. I'm known as a leg spinner, but they asked me to open the batting, and for once I got some runs. It was up into the 50s or 60s.
So it's personal. I know where this is going.
It was the 26th or maybe the 27th of September of that year that the laws changed. The double bouncer comes in, it yorks me in the second bounce, it hits the stumps. I was clean bowled for 50 or 60, whatever it was, doesn't matter.
Okay, so what I'm going to say, anyway, this could be gone, it probably should be gone. Mahmood goes 6 and out. So it's going to be Abdul Rimzi that takes the wicket, and the Power is being turned off here, I think, in match number 24. They're 56 for 3.
Good catch, very good catch, well held, and good reward too for Zahidullah after, I think it's the back of the hand slower ball, credit.
Yeah, might have been.
Good skills, really, really well bowled. That could be the end of the Power's challenge with that wicket.
Bit of an ice cream cone, that's what we call it, when it almost pops out of the hands, but didn't quite. And well held, as it'll be Farid Ahmed that'll take over.
Vinny, I know the pain of being bowled by a double bouncer. Thank God they changed the laws, but I reckon I was the last man in the world, because I don't think there's too much other cricket going on at the end of September in the world.
True.
I reckon I was in there with a shout of being the last person ever bowled by a double bouncer.
Let me just summarise mine into some succinct points. Okay, let's just take the underarm for example. Like rolling the ball is unfair, right? So the fact that the ball was underarm, that's actually not the incident. I mean, that's what we call the incident. But the fact that it's underarm bowling is not in its essence unfair, right? What is unfair is a ball that rolls along the ground. Okay. And I do have experience with, people of different abilities and different disabilities playing cricket as well. And underarm bowling sometimes it's fine, because, and it can still be agreed between the captains. Now I'm talking about underarm bowling because I'm saying that what makes balls unfair to hit are balls that roll. Okay, so that's why you need to have some sort of rule with bounces. Well bowled, another good slower ball. End of the 5th over. The score is 57 for 3. Just quickly, let's take this opportunity to remind everyone there's a lot of cricket happening right now on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're in Switzerland right now for the European Cricket Series. We'll finish with a couple of days of international cricket here. We've got France, we've got Luxembourg that are going to be joining us for the ECIs next weekend. And then right now, we've got the Continental Cup women's in 2 weeks for the Continental Cup men's. And then we've got Netherlands-Ireland series in the T20 IW. We've got Jersey and the Netherlands playing both 10-over internationals and T20 internationals towards the end of the month. So, yeah, August's a busy time for us here at ECN. Big thanks to Rico for his work so far in Romania today. Anyway, let's get back on here. Halfway through, they're going to need a bit more than a miracle now, I think. It's a tough one for Power coming playing their only game of the day. Just this hasn't worked for them really, but really it was the first half where they lost this game. Their batting, even if they batted outstandingly, it was always going to be tough. Okay, so let me go back to some quick little points. A ball that bounces twice.
You're really having to sell this, Vinny.
Yeah, I haven't. I paused it while you went to grab a drink, so I'm just going to make a point here.
Oh, I've got the fish on the hook there. Ooh.
No. The cricket's for everyone, and some people, when they're picking up cricket, they find it hard to bowl a ball. But I'll take it. I saw an under-15 girls match.
Yep.
And someone bowls a really nice ball, happens to bounce straight. The batter can play it comfortably enough.
Yep.
And that's a no ball. Okay, yeah, sure. You know, you're trying to, but there are other balls that are probably going all over the place. I just think it's a little bit, it's not an inclusive type rule for juniors and people picking up the game. And you're worried about like a double bounce epidemic. My point is this, right? This is up, it's in the air first, as it will pitch just inside.
The double bounce epidemic.
Go for 4.
Three words I never thought I'd hear.
My point is this. If you can't hit a double bouncer, you need to give it up. I'm not saying that you should give it up in particular, but I'm just saying...
It sums up my batting quality probably more likely.
Sometimes at the higher level, I mean, every team now has more coaches than players, and they're all trying to be super innovative. My point is this. I don't think you have to regulate that out of the game, because it naturally is not an optimum tactic. It's like saying... I won't go down the ground here. And it picks the gap. This will be 4 as well. Saeed swinging away here in the 6th. Shabakil getting a bit of tap for the first time in the tournament. Yeah, so this is why I think there's a bit of natural selection. I think there's a bit of a knee-jerk response to say, oh, we can't have balls bouncing twice, because people that tried to do it, if you actually look at how many times it was tried in the games, everyone, why don't we try that? It'll be a surprise. Yeah, it is a surprise, but then you've got about 2 seconds to adjust. And some of my favourite highlights of double bounces, like Phil Simmons sneaking out, and even things like balls that you can't chase off the pitch anymore. I used to kind of like that, because it wouldn't have...
the Phil Tufnell one that fell out.
Now, do you know what happens if a ball goes off the pitch?
Dead ball. No ball.
It's a dot for the batter.
Yeah.
You didn't even get a chance to hit it.
Yeah, I hear you.
At least all those years playing hockey, maybe once or twice in my lifetime, I can hit it like that. But anyway, I get what you're saying. My point is, I think it's a difference of opinion, but I didn't mind the old rule, which is like once you get 3 bounces, now you're talking like the ball's really like dying. But a double bounce, 2 bounces before the crease,
look, the only thing I'd say, I get your point about like a youth underage game, whatever gender, they're just learning the sport and it might put them off it somewhat. I think that actually it brings up a more serious point about how important it is to get appropriate playing conditions, playing lengths, playing pitches, ball weights for younger players, as this one's helped towards fine leg, a position we haven't seen much. But
that's true.
Geneva have one in place, end of the 6th, the score 69 for 3, and that's something that I think Cricket Australia have done a lot of work on in terms of, I think, under 9s playing with a very different, like a softball.
Different length pitches is important as well when they're growing up.
But not only the length of pitches, but also the number of players.
Yeah.
So I think it's, at under 9s, it's 6 or 7 aside. At under 11s, it goes to 8 or 9. I've got those numbers not exactly right. But it's adaptive cricket.
100%. Yeah. Adaptive's a good word.
Yeah. And it's still cricket.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying as well, like for a person that's just done a double bouncer, then to have the penalty of a free hit, which normally follows a no ball now, and then they're robbed of a wicket. They might bowl the best ball of their life the next ball. They crashed into the stumps.
I get your point at the junior levels. I think up at international cricket or professional cricket level, I just think it should be enough.
But here's the thing. With or without the rules, you were going to see the same amount. In 2 years, you're going to see the same amount of double bounces.
Maybe not. That
you're
double bounce epidemic, it could creep up on us.
You're going to see people making gooses of themselves trying it. If professional cricketer can't hit a double bouncer...
There was guys practicing it, though. I know it didn't
that's
get
what
used
I mean.
that much.
Yeah, why not? Because it's not a good tactic. It's right. It's like things like, I don't know.
It's just not cricket. I'm going all old and traditionalist.
Like running around the stumps before you bowl. Like, you don't have to... Sometimes you don't need to make a rule.
Could be a tactic. The boomerang ball. That one is monstered out of the ground. Not quite going to get all the way up onto the bank, but nearly gets there. We've seen some big hits, even in what looks like it's going to be a vain cause for the Para CC.
It does look that way. Yeah, there's a Darwinistic thing to cricket tactics, that sometimes things seem like a good idea, but then actually you try it out and it's just not a good idea.
One thing I love about our sport is this absolute nonsense, and I mean nonsense, it generally comes from people not within cricket, outside of cricket. As this goes a long way up into the sky, going to fall safely. Those people who think that cricket is very traditionalist and stuffy, they do get home for the second, and it's not innovative. It's maybe the most ever-evolving, innovative sport that there is.
We have this chat quite often here that when people say, the traditional, it's their idea of traditional from when they were growing up.
Yeah.
But if you're real traditionalists in cricket, then you've got two stumps that are quite far apart, and you're rolling the ball along the ground in a hole
right.
on a lumpy bit of outfield.
There's not even a third stump.
And you're playing with a hockey stick.
Yeah, a sort of curved
type contraction.
Curved, weird, almost a lacrosse-y kind of.
So everything's always, and there's a real...
The game has evolved so much.
The one thing from history is that we don't learn from history, and that people think it's the end of cricket. Limited overs cricket in the 60s. It's the end of cricket. 50 over. It's the end of cricket. It's the end of cricket. T20 is the end of cricket. Guess what? People will vote with their feet. 100, whether my opinion or yours or anyone else's, doesn't matter. If people... Oh, he's knocked over. Another one goes down. Katak with his first wicket in this contest. As power falling away pretty quickly now. 78 for 4. Well bowled.
Clever little slower ball, wasn't it? And it's just ended up being inside edged onto the stumps. And you get a good look at it here. I think it's a little, almost like an off-cutter.
Yeah, I think it is. Kind of hangs up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, boomerangs out. Doesn't he love it too?
Yeah.
Credit to him. And look, you can't blame the Para CC batters.
Slower balls. Is that the spirit of the game?
Well, there you
Trying to deceive the batter?
I love the spirit, mate. You know that.
No,
look, the whole concept that people have been saying Test cricket's been dying for over 100 years.
True.
Yeah. Just said one of the best Ashes of all time.
100%.
I know the game needs due care and attention and love, both from its boards, its global governing body, its regional governing bodies too, because there are parts of the world where even within the 12 Test nations, which is a very small number, Ireland didn't play a Test for 4 years. The West Indies are really... Well, actually, they've had a slightly better couple of years. Bangladesh, you're not getting the crowds from they'd like. So the game does need care and attention, there's no doubt. But to say it's dying, I think, would be certainly far too much.
Yeah, no, of course. And I suppose cricket has competition from itself now in a way that it didn't 100 years ago. That's the thing, with all these different formats and competing for players' loyalties. I always like to see that. Mate, they're probably catching the
highlights,
stream.
Mate. They're watching the highlights.
Up there.
They're looking for the shout out. Hello, guys. Lovely to have you with us.
That's a beautiful way to take in.
What a great
Friday
afternoon, mate.
Yeah.
With a slower ball. Gets a good piece of it. Does he get enough? Oh, yes, he does, Vinny. That's gone all the way for a
Maximo. Yeah, slower ball picked and sent. So now, so one thing we agree is that nothing's ever static.
Yep.
Things are always moving forward. You don't have to be... Change is scary, but it's constant. It's the only constant. 100%. Things will move. So just roll with it. Some things will work, some won't. And the main thing is all about people and community.
What a Yorker. Straight through. He fights back 6 and out. Now Saeed goes. This is ever so impressive from Geneva.
Yeah, well bowled again by Katak. He decides to maybe ramp it up a notch. And good Yorker here. Top of the stumps, it's good length. I also think this is always good. Bang. Yeah, bounces right where the batter's feet are. And over goes the castle. And that is also the end of the 7th over. It's 85 for 5. But now you've made me think now, and I thought, maybe I'm wrong. So here's a challenge. Before the end of this 2 weeks, I want you to practice your double bounces as much as you can. And then I haven't batted for a while, but I'm pretty confident that I'll stand at the other end, and you can give me as many double bounces that you want that bounce before the crease.
Well,
but you have
there's probably a few Pembroke Cricket Club members going, he doesn't need to practice the double bouncers. He's good at them.
If I give him to you, I feel like I might castle here based on what you were saying.
One great bit of advice. Sorry, that's the game to come up.
Just good to come. This will be a good one. You're predicting golden ball in this one, right?
We've got to have one.
St. Gallen versus Paktoon Zalmi.
I think that should be a good game, though, genuinely. And St. Gallen, having lost 2 today, will not want to make it 3 defeats in a row.
Exactly. So we might have a special voice as well standing in the last game of the day, which is around about half an hour away.
Yeah, lovely to see the VIPs coming in. Now we get to the weekend. They're all starting to arrive. 86 more. It's a very nominal 86 more needed from just 18 deliveries. Probably not going to happen in reality, but you never know. You just never know. 5 wickets down. The Power have been beaten out of sight here, really.
That was one of the best sidetracks of the week, but it pushed me away from Iceland cricket and their 4 teams.
Sorry, yes.
And you were right about the Puffins.
There is Puffins, isn't there?
Yeah, Kopovogo Puffins, the Vestavert Volcano, who are the newest team, the Hafnarfjordur, I used to be able to say this, the Hafnarfjordur Hammers and the Reykjavik Vikings. And you know the ground they play is called Vidithatutun. And it's got characters that you would not recognise
What
from
did
the
you say?
alphabet.
Kaiban Park, is that what you said? That's here. That's here in
Yeah.
St. Gallen.
I know, it all sounds the same to you. I'm going to show you what I just pronounced, and it'll be way more impressive once you see it. But anyway, time for over number 8. And guess what? The new batter doesn't even have a name, so that's concerning.
Doesn't need to, Vinny. Doesn't need to.
I think it's Faraz Virk that's come out to bat, but he is null.
Sorry, he could be called Zero. More fans in, I tell you. The fans are flocking in.
Faraz Virk could be the first ghost we've ever had batting in the European Cricket Series.
He could be just the player known as Zero. It's like Prince. He's just known as a symbol. Big swing and a miss. He's swinging to the rafters. No contact made. Vinny, speaking of Iceland, and it's kind of very much a... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to go.
That's what I just pronounced.
Say it again, Vinny.
Vidithatutun in Iceland.
Vidithatutun.
That's the ground. Yeah, pretty good.
You say it. If you just
You know
say
what
it
they
rapidly
say?
quick, it makes it a bit
Monkey see, monkey do. Anyway, you're doing a great job. Keep going.
Good Yorker. But sorry, speaking, and I know we're nearly into game 5, so it's almost time for random questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with a statement, then ask you a question.
Go.
Definitely not my favourite film of all time.
Okay.
But I think it's in my top 5, genuinely, because I kind of feel a bit like the character at points in my life.
Go on.
Heavily Iceland-based.
Go on.
The Secret Life of Walter Mitty.
Ooh.
The modern remake with Ben Stiller, who actually wouldn't be one of my favourite actors necessarily, but it is genuinely
I love him.
a cult classic.
That's
if you
going
haven't seen it,
it's going on my list.
Could not recommend it anymore. It's the new one. There's obviously an original film, I think, I'm going to get the date wrong, it might be from the 50s or something, but the modern remake of The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, it is, it's so special. There's a cameo from Sean Penn in it.
Oh.
Maybe one of the greatest cameos
You've sold me.
of all time.
I'm in. You've sold me.
He plays the most wonderful human, and it has a huge amount of it filmed in Iceland. And Vinny, the backgrounds, and also critically the soundtrack, maybe one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. Very, very good film. So looking forward to hearing what maybe is in your top 5.
Oh, that's good. I'm always happy to add to my list. Can confirm as far as Virk out there. And
he's got off the mark, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well,
he's no longer the player known as 0.
Well,
the player known as 1.
Yeah, he's 1, but it's just to complicate it for you. You've got the 77 and the 177 batting at the same time. I love this stuff. You know what? You're always wanting to broaden your horizons. I know you've had some stuff this week that you probably typically wouldn't get. Oh, I love all those people. That's going on my list.
Oh, it wasn't that far off. The original film was 1947.
Wow. Okay.
And then they did I think it's very, very different. Obviously, the original wasn't based predominantly in Iceland. There's just quite a bit of Iceland. I think it's actually New York, the main city. This one's pulled away. Going to be a boundary. Run away for 4. Going to be far too little, too late for the Paris CC. But every run, of course, will affect and help their net run rate or the hammering that it's going to take.
And look, he's sprung to life. Virk's in there. So he's a real boy now. He started as a ghost.
Maybe they were just testing us. Give us a little Friday challenge.
I knew he was. I don't need the name. I don't need to be spoon-fed. All right. What happens in the 9th?
Could be a chance at long on and taken very comfortably indeed. Numan Ahmedzai down there. Nice straight bat from Virk, but didn't get enough of it to get it over his head. And Paris EC, who looked pretty good in the early days of this competition, are being blitzed away here. Are they in trouble?
Sometimes when it goes wrong, goes really wrong. You're going to have games where just nothing goes right, and that's pretty much been this game for Power. I mean, Asa could barely hold his lunch down at the start of the innings. It hadn't got much better from there. They're now 91 for 6 in the 9th.
Yeah, I know they're 4th in the table with 3 wins, but this is going to be a 3rd defeat, so they'll be 3 and 3. They'll be 50%. Their current net run rate is plus 0.921. I would bank, Vinny. That's going to come down almost close to 0, if not into the negative, because this is going to be a 70-run defeat or something in that vicinity.
And we've talked about how close this table could be. It'll be pretty bunched in the middle, so these margins could matter. It's too late by your 9th and 10th game to try and look after your net run rate. You've got to do it all the way through. Got to still fight here. Razek, the new batter.
This is going to skew away off a top edge, go over the head of the 3rd fielder who's in the circle and run away for 4. That was my only prediction, Vinny, wasn't it? I think we're going all the way to game 55 in terms of those 5 playoff spots.
Yeah, I think you're could be very, very right looking at the quality here and the fact that anybody can beat anybody. I mean, don't forget earlier in the day we saw the Crickets, who were last in the ECS last time around, beat the defending champions in a dramatic encounter.
And even, look at the Zurich Nomads. I know they're top of the table. I know they've won 4, but they have lost 3 too. So they're not even necessarily certs to get into the top 5. A chance at short third. No effort on it, just be a single.
I mentioned Cosnay playing tomorrow, and we've got a fair few Queenslanders in the chat that are loving the Geneva kit. It's a very Queensland colour scheme. Maroon and yellow. They
Really
bleed
is.
maroon there, partly because of the diet up there, actually. It's a bit of a problem.
The state of origin, of course, Finn. I know you're a Western Australian.
It's very hard to pick because I dislike both states
immensely.
But anyway.
You're hoping for the tie, are you?
Yeah, just that's a miserable game. Anyway, fights. Just want to see fights.
I'll never forget the first. I knew State of Origin was a big thing. This is a rugby league series played between New South Wales and Queensland every year.
3 games. State of Origin where they don't invite the other states.
This has gone a long, long way up. Cow Corner nestles underneath it, takes the catch. I tell you, Geneva look a complete outfit, don't they? Their fielding's been good. Their bowling excellent. Well captained too by the man who took the catch, Answer Mahmood.
Yeah, Salam and Kill. One bit of a hiding to nothing, really. Does the right thing, swings it away. That kind of turns upwards a little bit, and that's what ends up so high. High catching's been pretty good here. On a cloudy day, it's not always easy, but that's the end of the 9th over. And I think they're going to have to call the priest for the last rites because this one needs to be put to sleep. It's 96 for 7 after 9.
Sticking a fork in it, mate. It's done, I'm afraid. But no, that State of Origin, my first experience of that, we moved down to Australia, lived there for a couple of years in Melbourne, and a little bit in Sydney, and also a bit of time in Perth. There's the bowling figures. I
hope Karim's okay. He was not looking good. It looked like just a genuine groin strain.
Yeah, it did look nasty.
He could walk, but he couldn't really put any weight on it.
But we were up in Sydney for a short period, and that's where we took in our first new State of Origin game in New South Wales. And my God, the 2 states, they just go nuts for it.
Yeah, they do. You can buy like blue beer and maroon beer at the time. Yeah, honestly, you get green beer on St. Patrick's Day. They actually sell that stuff.
Yes, yeah, they do.
Probably not that good
and also another place we lived, as Ahmed Zaida bowled his first. Bit of an appeal, but don't think it's come off the under edge. I saw a gap between Bad and Pat. I used to live in Chicago back in 05, 06, 2 years there. They dye the river green there. Genuinely dye it fully green. It's really, and like you might say, is water not kind of green anyway? But no, this is like luminous green. They dye it proper.
Wow. And just to remind everyone again, after this ball, what Australians sound like, because you do a very good Australian accent. I'm very impressed with it, actually.
Oh, I'm not so sure, mate. We've got present company. I'll save that for a beer later.
Like if a Queenslander was heading to the State of Origin with his mates, meaning friends.
Oh, Vinny, you're not forcing. You're not twisting my arm.
You've been bringing it out from time to time.
No, I'm getting shy. I've got more Aussie company.
What would he bring with him? Would he bring?
Well, you got to bring a few beers, mate.
Crack open the top of the stubby. Yeah. Now I've got a bad Australian accent, and I'm Australian.
Helped away over the leg side, going to be a boundary. Yeah, the sort of the tinnies and all the different words for beer in Australia. That was what surprised me. If you're in Victoria, you've got your pots. In New South Wales, you've got your schooners.
Yep.
One thing I did...
Schooner sounds so much nicer when you say it versus Australian. Schooner. Because pronounce the R. Schooner.
Was that your Irish accent there?
I was just pronouncing the R in Irish. The rest was...
What you missed when you were... The one game I had to do in Indies by myself, you were just having a bit of admin duty. Somebody asked me to say 33 and a third from the live chat. So I did it in my voice. And then I did it in the voice I thought he wanted me to do it in, which is kind of your stereotypical Irish accent from down in the country.
Yeah.
You know, like where they've got a bit of a thick brogue in them. So he gave him the full 33 and a third.
That's very good. And we'll have to edit that out in the post-production. But anyway, we're coming to the end of this one. The clouds are forming. Hopefully they're just here to watch and they're not going to actually do anything.
It's going to be given as a no ball and a free hit.
That's disappointing.
Too short, I think, for the second time in the over.
In the over. You've got to love Ahmed Zai coming out and trying to ding the tail when they're up by 70 runs. In baseball, they'd be clearing the benches. Here we go. Oh, that's wide as well, I think. Yeah, so keep the free hit in play.
Will be a repeat of the free hit. Vinny, we've been really lucky with the weather today because the forecast was somewhat poor. We've got every game in. I don't think that's going to affect the last game. I think there's enough light sky over to the right. We should get something in for game
Weatherman Lenny with his lock of the day. No interruptions. You can hang out on that.
Lock of the day, another Simpsons reference. Love it, Vinny.
Good one.
Big swing and a miss on the free hit.
Was
that the episode where Homer gets addicted to
NFL game? And Lisa works out how to
the algorithm. She's like, oh, I know. and it's, does my daughter love me or does she want me to win money?
I would like to pose with a 1 meter padlock and the Mr. Maximo lock of the day. Anyway, this game feels like a 50 over game at the moment as far as lengthwise.
Oh, another short one.
Digs him up again.
Going to be 4 more. Is this going to be given as a no ball?
Well,
it is.
Yeah, and that'll probably be a warning as well for the third bouncer in the over. And Bodyline making a comeback 90 years after it was first made popular. It's coming back in the 10th over of this game. The Power will take the runs, though. 108 now with one to go.
It's the lock of the week, actually.
Lock of the week. Well, they only play once a week, right?
Yeah, true. Oh, that's a big lock, all right, says Homer.
I think there's a bigger one than that as well, if you look at that. Anyway, another free hit.
Goes a long way up. This could be held, Vinny. Oh, put down.
It was a free hit, don't forget. I know that you...
I still wanted the catch.
Completely aware of it.
It's okay, I've got to call it, Vinny. Yesterday, we both got done on the final ball of the innings.
Thing is, final ball of the innings, it doesn't matter whether it's out or not. This is the thing,
right? I understand that, but I'm saying it's harder. I don't know why it's harder to remember.
You're like, look, you're walking off anyway, so that's why we... Exactly. Anyway.
Would have been a great catch if he took it. Not that it would have been.
The fork is going into it after this. Last ball.
That is going to be that. It will end with a dot ball. It's a 61-run victory for the Geneva team. They have been, well, gorgeous to say the least, in generous spirit to their opposition too, with handshakes, warm handshakes at the end. But are we seeing title contenders here? They've come 4.5 hours or something in that vicinity to play their 2 matches today, and they won both of them.
Yeah, and so this will be the last game of the day. It's coming up. Starts in about 20 minutes' time. We'll be back in about 15 to take you into it with Zalmi winning the toss, bowling first. So it means we'll get to see St. Gallen with the bat. Can they put a decent score on the board? As far as Geneva, don't worry. We'll see them again pretty soon. In fact, we'll see them once tomorrow, and we'll also get to see them a couple of times on Sunday. So they'll be playing catch-up. Right here, Power playing catch-up, weren't they? Because had a queasy start, and tell you what, so did Numan Ahmedzai, who had to count the downstairs area after he took one painful blow. But yeah, the wickets kept coming, and you got to say, Jamil Jamakil, he's had a very impactful day. In fact, all of the Geneva bowlers have done a very good job. Once without runs on the board, this time had a big score to aim at.
Yeah, the stumps were rattled. Afif Katak picked up 2 of them, and the wickets kept coming. Oh, that was the horrible moment where the groin strain really came to light. He's had to help himself off. Then the back of the hand, slower ball, proved a little bit too good for Asad Mahmood. A very good catch held by Roshan Pereira. Remember, Mahmood was the real striker of the innings with 31 off 12. Despite a few late innings blows, really it was all about the wickets that continued to fall. Another one for Katak there. Very good skills. It's almost the moon ball, the little off-cutter that just floats out. And despite one final big hit that went all the way to the rope, not much more to cheer, as those wickets, they tumbled, and they tumbled regularly to round out what was the most comfortable of victories. Maybe one of the biggest wins we've actually seen this entire week. 61 runs the margin.
Just 8 maximos in the 10 overs, and that might be an average innings elsewhere, but here it just doesn't feel like enough. You've got kind of maximo rate of 12-13, the average. So, credit to Geneva. I mean, it can be difficult in a way when you come in late in the piece. But they've gotten up to speed really quick. Have a look at the scorers. Asad Mahmood, 31 of 12. They're scoring. Asama Mahmood, his brother, at the top, just 12. Asadullah Saeed with 18, but no one able to crack over 20 apart from Asad Mahmood. And pretty disciplined stuff. Just the 8 extras. I think that's not too bad for a 10-over innings based on what we've seen so far here. As, Power, it just didn't happen for them. Their only game today. We will see them again soon. And when we do, I'm sure they'll be very keen to get some more points because they're kind of right in the balance at the moment. And we will see them again, but not for a little while. So as far as the Geneva bowling went, big concern for Fazal Karim. I think that he's a key bowler. He took 1 for 4 of 4 balls. His fourth one barely got to the other end because it looked like he twinged his groin. 3 wickets for Abdul Rahimzi, as well as Katak getting 2, and Jamil Javakel. Pretty good day for him. 1 wicket. We mentioned the 1-2 Karim as well. Well, I just want to say one big thank to Andrew Leonard, because you've done such a great job today. You've been putting in a big shift. It is Peacock Friday, okay?
What do you think of the shirt?
And I know, look, it's your best effort yet. I will say that, okay?
It's as fancy as they come for me, Vinny. I don't think they get any fancier than this.
I think you're looking pretty cool. But I'm going to say to you, you've done such a great job. We've got dinner tonight. You can go back to the hotel.
What?
You can relax.
Oh, Vinny.
You can just
gent.
chill out a bit.
Why is that? What have you got lined up?
You called the Golden Ball, and you can go and watch it. Because
Okay.
I've got a special guest coming in for your last game of the day. So relax, you've earned it.
Happy days, Vinny.
It's an Australian-style Friday.
Thank you.
You go to lunch, you never come back, and then I'll see you at dinner.
Maybe a quiet cold one later. Vinny, great to be with you. One last piece of news. You wondered who that was that gave the lock of the week. It was Smooth Jimmy Apollo that Homer Simpson fell for. I'll leave you with that thought.
Well,
Thanks as always.
Smooth Jimmy Apollo may be my guest commentator when we return in 10 minutes for the final game of the day here in the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to St. Gallen. Great to have your company. Peacock Friday, and we're rolling into some Friday night fever. Get your dancing shoes on. Time for match number 25. St. Gallen, the hosts, haven't had a great day so far. 2 losses out of 2 games. They did have 2 wins the first time we saw them, though. They're taking on Paktoon Zalmi. So a power-punched match coming up. And here's a man, he knows how to pack a punch as well. Rob Kemming with the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Welcome, Paktoon.
Thank you.
That's tails, that's heads.
Thank you.
Your call.
Yes, please. Head, please.
Heads is called. It is heads.
You will ball first.
So the news from the toss there, you can see that Paktoon Zalmi, they have decided that they are wanting to bowl first. They want to chase. And yeah, interesting one for me. St. Gallen sometimes have been a little bit suspect with the stick so far, but they do have some very good hitters. Kogiani at the top, Sher Mohammed. I think a lot's on them. And then you've got Mohsin Raza, Ali Abbas, Harun Khan. I mean, they're all capable, just haven't really been able to, I suppose, string an innings together today, but they will have the chance to bat first. Paktoon Zalmi, they will get to chase. And how about that man, Arif Sangha? Got to say, I'm loving the little Swiss flag as well. Looking at the bat versus ball wall. Zalmi, 2-run favourites. I think you can throw those expected scores in the bin because it is very low. I think you've got 2 teams here averaging 128 and 146. What I don't understand is last time the average run rate in this series was 99. So I don't even see how it could be in the 80s. But what do I know? I know that Andrew Leonard, he was predicting a golden ball in this game. Lenny's decided to have a little breather. Last game of the day. And I'm sure we'll see him over the weekend. He certainly enjoyed his first week in the European Cricket Series, that's for sure. But joining me is a special guest, but he's more than a special guest, really. He's a man that I've commentated quite a bit of cricket with, including the most recent ECS we had in Sweden. It's Kosane, former captain, Kosane player, and ECN commentator and aficionado, Andrew Rhino Ryan. Rhino, welcome. It's so good to have you here.
Vinny Sandhu, that is one of the longer introductions I've had in my time, but thank you very much. Excellent to be back with you and the entire ECN cricket family here in my home country of Switzerland. And hasn't there been some cracking cricket on show throughout this week?
I know you've been following. I mean, you're a jet setter yourself. You've just flown back into the country from where?
Somewhere in the Balkans. We'll leave a bit of mystery for that,
okay.
But it's been an intriguing week, but
right?
Nice to be back in the safe surrounds of St. Gallen for what should be a really good clash here. Final clash of the day here on Friday, St. Gallen versus Paktoon Zalmi, 2 teams who have who've shown plenty of promise throughout the first few days.
2 teams that can really use a win, that's for sure. And so it looks like it's going to be Bashir Ahmed to get us going. And Rico, I tell you what, he's had 3 early finishes, it looks like, over there in Romania, but apparently it's pretty hot. Oh, it was a perfect little leg glance to get us started. Sher Mohammed off to the races, 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Bashir just drifting onto the leg stump. He's a good wicket-to-wicket bowler most of the time, pretty reliable, but no protection there, backward of square. And Vinny, hasn't it made a difference with this grass a little bit shorter?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the outfield, it was such a big topic of conversation in the early stages of the tournament.
Things have changed a lot since day one, I'll tell you that much. They really straightened this place out. But it's awesome to be here. First time I've been here for ECS cricket, and I've been loving it. First time I think I've seen you in Switzerland. Goes after this, gets a fair bit of bat on it. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries to get us going.
Well, Mohammed started nicely. Bashir overcorrects, goes wide of off stump, short of a length. Big swing, only top edge, but it flies away. So a pair of boundaries to open up the over. Bashir's normally what I'd call a heavy ball bowler.
Yeah.
Vinny, I guess he's probably a bit less impactful on this sort of pitch. It's a little bit of a soft, spongy pitch, not an easy one for bowlers who like to hit the wicket hard.
You're a seam bowler, so I'm curious to get your thoughts on this pitch because it's been pretty unforgiving. This is a good effort from Bashir as he gets Mohammed to swing and miss at the 3rd ball. Yeah, it hasn't been offering too much for the bowlers at all. It doesn't have a lot of bounce in it. A lot of the batters feeling pretty comfortable getting on the front stool, banging it down the ground. And these guys, there's some incredible hitters in this country. That's what we're seeing.
No, in particular, any ball that, unless it's really banged in short of a length, in which case you can get it above the shoulder line. Very hard to get that sort of steep rearing bounce you get on a lot of the hard artificial pitches over here. This, if the ball's anywhere in the front half of the pitch, it can go the distance.
Goes up. Does he beat the fielder? I don't think so. Fielder coming around is easy, and he will take the catch. Bashir, with his fourth delivery, breaks through, and this has been the story of the day for St Gallen. They just cannot get going with the bat. 2 boundaries behind the wicket for Shah Mohammed, but now he has to walk. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, certainly does. He made that look as easy indeed. Nice bit of work coming off the cover boundary. Good catch. First wicket down. And I think you've seen there where the bowlers have tended to have success on this pitch. If you can get the ball to just hold up a touch, and the players are starting to hit down or trying to hit down the ground most of the time, it's where you get those blooped catches. Certainly when the ball is in the 4th to the 10th over, and you've got more outfielders more likely to go to hand, but in that case, perfectly placed. A fielder out there on the deep cover boundary and a nice, neat catch.
Yeah, well, just getting information through that Isle of Man women having a very good day over there. They've actually chased the target of 41 down in 1.4 overs. So Rico, do not think you're going to get paid for both innings. He's pretty hot over there, to be fair to him. I've been in touch with Rico a fair bit today, of course. Day 1 of 3.
Well, because a cricket federation that's had its share of short games over the years. We've obviously suffered a bit at the hands of the Corey Rutgers Spanish.
The women should be giving the men a fair ribbing about that. That's the main thing.
Well, maybe they might change the name to the Isle of Woman for the performance of the girls today. That's a cracking win, but getting our first look at Kogiani here as Ahmed's got this over back under control after a couple of boundaries to start.
Yeah, I'm just going to go into the chat and say looking forward to this run chase and see how well that's aged. Anyway, yeah, it's amazing. I know you played here in 2020. And I'd be curious to get your thoughts on how it's the same and how it's a little bit different. Oh, this is off the pad, but it's a cracking take from the keeper. Umpire, he's got several people in his personal space. It's off the pad. I'm telling you this right away. Unless I've missed something obvious. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look. We see missed the bat by... Yeah, a bit. I haven't changed my mind based on that replay. Rhino, let's see. What do you think?
I think that couldn't be more off the pad if he tried. Tell you what, great appeal, though. It almost looked like one of those X Factor dance routines with everyone jumping up and down, waving their arms in front of the umpire. He was unmoved. Give us a good look.
Yeah. Off the pad for me. Anyway, it's end the over. So I want to welcome you into the comedy box here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here with Andrew Ryan. Part-time ECN commentator, part-time Costanay cricket player, part-time everything actually. But you are obviously here to start your campaign tomorrow. How are the guys feeling, the Costanay guys, and how's the season been so far? Tell our viewers a little bit about the only team we haven't seen so far in this series.
That's true. I guess we're both the only undefeated team, but also the one sitting on the bottom of the ladder at the moment. So you can take what you want from either of those. As you see the second over get underway here as Azizi, the man who took the catch in the opener. So I think short and sweet, Vinny. The team is absolutely pumped for the rest of this tournament. I think it's probably similar to Geneva in terms of coming in cold after a lot of other teams have worked their way through the tournament. Not easy. Geneva obviously did a pretty good job of it today. They're definitely one of the better teams in the country, but I think our group is really looking forward to it. A lot of the team coming up tonight just to make sure we're reasonably well rested before we kick things off tomorrow.
Dug out this time. We're going to run here. Good bowling from Salmieli, not giving St Gallen too much to work with. And maybe it's a good opportunity for everyone in the chat to ask Rhino some questions like, how have you been? I've got that one for you in a minute. But also maybe about what the domestic cricket scene is like here in Switzerland, how many teams there are, how many divisions, and basically how many matches are played, the kind of surfaces as well. Maybe some questions about the Costanay side that we'll see play 3 matches tomorrow. This is up, it's in the air, and it's out of here. Maximo Raza off the mark. He's a big boy, actually. He's got long levers, and he just times this one out of the ground.
Yeah, certainly didn't try to overhit it at all, did he, Vinny? Just a nice strike over long on. Not massive boundaries here in ECN cricket. Cleared it pretty easily. It's easy just drifting onto the pads, and he's been dispatched. Nice shot, and the first run since that pair of boundaries at the start of the first over.
Now it goes up over the offside. Nobody in the outfield on that side of the field. It will be 4 more. As Raza goes 6 and 4. They need somebody to click and go on with it. St Gallen, it's what they've been missing today. They've had some starts, but no one's really picked up the ball and run forward with it. This is a promising start for Raza.
Yeah, certainly is. And there's plenty of power in this Paktoon Zalmi lineup. So they will be wanting to put a hefty total on the board. They've still got some batting to come. Abbas has been around Swiss cricket for a long time. Very good hitter. Often opens for them in limited overs cricket. So there's still some batting to come, but 18 for 1.5 overs. Seen some big power plays here, Vinny, over the first week of the tournament.
We have this in the air though. Who wants it? Bowler wants it. Bermuda triangle forming and dropped. Oh, Izzo is saying we've seen with the gloves for the most part in this series. He doesn't have the gloves on right now. It probably was his catch. Could have been anyone's catch really. Whoever decided it was theirs just had to hold on to it and he didn't.
No, certainly didn't. As you say, he actually had a good look at it. He's a pretty solid cricketer. Would have expected him to take it. It looked like he was going for the fingers up approach at one stage. Changed his mind at the last minute. And it's a reprieve and a much needed one for St Gallen Cricket Club.
All right, no ball. It's going to go over the fielder and it's going to run away for 4. So, yes, had them on the ropes, didn't they? But Azizi's just lost the handle on this one. Free hit to come.
Yeah, attempted change of pace. Come out at almost chest height. Easy one for Gianni to put away, but also free hit for the no ball coming next. And amazing how quickly these innings can change in T10 cricket, isn't it, Vinny? 2 boundaries to start this innings, and they went 6-7 balls without scoring a run. Now, big Maximo in the start of this over, and then all of a sudden, no ball, pump for 4. St Gallen, 24 for 1. Last ball of the second.
Steps across and absolutely horns it. Well, sometimes you've got to pay the banker, and that one's headed to the bank. Maximo! As easy, it was almost out of the over, and then he fell through the trap door. Goes magical, 22 come off that one. And you can see that 30 for 1, the score after 2. It turns into a pretty good start for St Gallen.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I think nice example there of good batting tactics on this pitch. So we have a quick look at the standings. Interesting table in the moment, isn't it?
It is, but I love that you said you're the bottom of the table, but you're also the one of the only 2 undefeated teams, along with Alton. So, we'll speak a bit more about what we can expect from you guys in a minute. But yeah, it's jammed in the middle. Top 5 instead of top 4 this time as well. Not sure you realise that. 5 teams will get the opportunity to play finals day. The top team automatically through to the final, and then essentially the other teams play like a 4, where you have to win 2 games to get into the final. So it's very different if you finish top versus 2 or 5. This is hit pretty firmly. Big dive pulled out by Arif Sanga. He's been one of the breakout stories this week. Likes to wear that visor, which looks like he might be doing his taxes. But it's an unusual one.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not just the visor, Vinny, it's the fact that the S is in brackets as well, which is, it's a new approach.
It's like a negative S. Now, I've thought of that for a little while, but I haven't actually said it out loud. But
is it the first of the BOMDAS rule, that brackets come before everything else?
Yeah, BOMDAS or BIMDAS. There's a few BODMAS, because multiplication division are interchangeable, but BOMDSA, you could say. Push and run. There's only one person that wants this run. That's Kogiani.
Tell you what, Raza had absolutely no interest in moving from the non-strikers crease whatsoever there. But, I mean, look, going back to that table, Vinny, Nomads on top. They obviously started the tournament with a couple of big performances. They've got the 2 batters, Hassan and Fahim in particular, who, when they score big, they're a tough team to beat. But they've also gone for 3 losses. So, topsy-turvy tournament for them so far. Obviously, Alton showing their class in this format. That charges in.
Wow, that could be Rooftown, USA. Brace for impact. Maximo. Kogiani goes large. And Bashir just gets it slightly wrong to the left-hander. Different angle, isn't it, to the lefty. Just straight into the power zone.
Yeah, lovely shot. Set back in his crease a little bit. Got it right under the eye line. Struck that ball nicely. Curious, Vinny, how many grizzly bears do you think we've got sitting on the roof of this lovely stadium?
A few. We talked earlier, you have bomb disposal robots and things. I think maybe you need like a drone that can pick up the balls, because we've got no way of getting them. It's a bit wide. And they were saying, well, how would you get it to get the balls? And I was thinking, like, those skill tester, those claw machines. But you'd have to actually set them to actually pick the balls up. A little 3-prong claw.
Hours of fun for kids and the whole family.
I know that you're mostly a bowler, but you'd be pretty proud of yourself if you could put one up on the roof, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I think I'd be posting that on Insta straight away.
Goes again, this time squarer. Going, gone. Maximo, as this power play has burst to life in the last 10 balls, and they're up in the 40s now.
Yeah, lovely shot from the left-hander. He's got some nice natural timing. I think it's interesting, Vinny, when you play on these pitches that are a little bit spongy and the ball holds up a bit, actually giving yourself some space and hitting behind square on the leg side is a really good tactic because the ball's not going to shoot on to the stumps. It'll normally hold up a little bit. It's good tactics from Kogiani.
Still going around the wicket, not so sure about it. Goes inside out this time, hanging in the air. This could be a plugger. We'll come back for an easy 2 in the end. Kogiani living a bit dangerously. Interesting that he's just persistent with that round the wicket tactic. I would have thought maybe you try and go across the left-hander. Almost worked out for him though.
Not too much swing on offer here from Bashir. Normally he gets a little bit of late tail in, but it seems to be gun barrel straight at the moment. Have you noticed that the ball hasn't been moving sideways much?
Yeah, not a lot. Occasionally cutters will move. We saw one, actually it was Raza that got out to a kind of an off cutter that was kind of stuck in the pitch a little bit this morning. I don't know. To me, it's Yorkers here. The only thing that I would be trying to bowl. Problem is, yeah, if you get them too full, they turn to full tosses, they disappear. If you get them slightly short, then they just get driven out of the ground as well. Just going down the leg side. And, he's nervous, that's why he runs. But it will be the end of the power play. Pretty entertaining one. It's 46 for 1 after 3.
No shortage of entertainment. This wasn't missing too much. Right armour coming around the wicket. Probably not going to get too many calls in his favour, especially with the ball hitting on leg stump. So good decision by the umpire, but better length from Ahmed. He finishes with figures of a 1 for 24 off his 2 overs. Raza sitting there, 12 off 6. Kogiani's been main aggressor so far, 24 off 9. And that run rate stayed reasonably consistent. As remember, 2 4s off the first 2 balls,
yeah, but
then
then
a bunch of dots.
It was quiet for a while, wasn't it? Magical second, then 16 off the third. So, yeah, just a shout-out to everyone in the chat as well with Rhino here. Now, of course, Rhino, you've done a few series for us. I know you're a busy guy, but we're so happy every time we get you in. You were, I suppose, discovered almost like Switzerland Idol style as a commentator in the 2020 series. So this is a nice little full circle moment for you. Of course, I wasn't with you then because I wasn't on the tour until 2021. But we've commentated together in Sweden twice. True. You've commentated with Rico in Sweden once. Something about Sweden. We always sneak you in there.
Do love the Scandinavian region.
It is a nice place. You've even been to Kartama to commentate the ECL with us as well. So
a few little trips to Portugal, both
of
Miranda
course,
de Corvo
yeah,
and
Miranda de
Qatar
Corvo.
Show.
Oh, this is muscled out of the ground as Raza goes large. Maximo, but the umpire had actually finished signaling and it had been acknowledged before the ball had even hit the ground. What a strike by Raza.
I don't think that thing was reversing its way back inside the ground. Lovely shot. Once again, not trying to overhit the ball. Ball just sitting up on a reasonably foolish length outside off stump. Drags it across the leg side. Good shot. And Senga, the man with a bracketed S, he's now got the pressure back on him.
Misses out this time. I think it's just missing the leg stump. Yeah, so we just finished a night series in Portugal on Monday night, actually. It was really entertaining. In the end, Marlow were able to get over the line against Gamblers, but we saw some crazy stuff. Big net run rate situation. We had a team friendship that looked like they needed to win this game. They had 2 games to go. They needed to chase 72. They didn't against Coimbra Knights, made 55. Then Lisbon Capitals were so far ahead, even though Lisbon Capitals were playing friendship in the next game, the last game before the finals. And Capitals were so far ahead on net run rate that the Capitals, apparently they were already popping out the champagne corks. When I got on the plane to Switzerland last Sunday night, straight from Prague in the ECIs, and then I landed and they were saying, how quick do they have to chase down these runs? When they worked out they could do it, they needed to chase it in 6 overs. They did it in 4.5 and they actually knocked the Capitals out.
Wow.
The corks had to go back in the champagne.
It's just drifted down the leg side. Pretty nice shot. Play catch there for Abdullah Hamdard. Unfortunately can't make it, but nicely timed shot again. It's probably just misplaced a touch by the left-hander, but gets away with it.
Yeah, uses the pace well from the bowler, doesn't he? But I'm so excited to see some names here that I remember from 2020 in the ECS, but also some new ones too, some new stars. A fair few of the national team I've seen already that played in the Valletta Cup, which I was covering only, I think, 3 weeks ago, including some of your guys. Of course, Ash Vinod, Arjun Vinod as well in there. Of course, our very own Jason playing for Costaday as well.
That one's just drifted on to the leg stump. Nicely tucked away, showing how much quicker this outfield is now. It's going to pull up inside the boundary, but Kogiani will scoot back through for a second.
So tell us a little about, you're playing for Cossonay, but you live pretty close to Geneva, is that right?
No,
Or
completely incorrect.
Explain.
So Cossonay is the closest club to Lausanne, which
Oh,
is
you're from Lausanne, of course.
probably the second biggest city around Lake Geneva. So obviously Geneva, one of the major cities in the country. Lausanne's around an hour from it, and Cossonay is a little village that's probably about 15 minutes drive from Lausanne. Gorgeous little sort of, I don't want to say mountaintop village, probably hilltop, but just see Sanger push forward. It's just dabbled for a single, very ECN T10 like play.
That's the shot of a man that knows how to count to 6, because Kogiani will retain the strike, moves to 33, and it's 63 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, so Cossonay's had a cricket club there for over 30 years now, and certainly over the last 5 or 6 years, been one of the most successful clubs in the country. Domestic 40 over premiers in the Cricket Switzerland Premier League, going back in 2021. As have a look at the Worm, which has stayed relatively steady around that 15 rate for the last few overs. So St Gallen, after a little bit of a shaky start, would be fairly happy with their position at the moment, 63 for 1, probably looking to crack on and get to at least the 140s, which has been a fairly standard score in this tournament so
the actual run rate over the first 4 days is 13 and over, so 130 par. But there seems to be no real intimidation factor for teams batting second. They don't look nervous. They're going out there swinging, and we've seen a lot of chases.
Oh, they're going to be chasing another ball. This one's gone outside the field of play for another Maximo. Kogiani races along to 39. Shinwari pumped on his first delivery.
Yeah, just too short. It's unforgiving. We've had to think of a word for the bowlers here. It is unforgiving conditions. Over the first 4 days, it was pretty even. I think 10 teams winning chasing, 9 teams winning batting first.
Don't worry. Better line. He got it outside off stump, but it doesn't matter. 1 iota. Kogiani, he's gone consecutive jumbos, racing up to 45.
Yeah, that's a huge hit. And yeah, Kogiani, he's coming good here. Wanted the strike, and he's certainly doing something with it here.
Yeah, certainly is. He's picking his spots well, too. That wasn't actually a bad ball from Shinwari, as he almost gets coat-hagged by the umpire, making a late check of that ball.
Lenny's mystified and kind of enthralled by the umpire coat hanger, something you do see in the European Cricket Series.
That's actually not a bad bit of bowling from Shinwari. Tragically, he hasn't got a single fielder out there in the cover-to-point region, and it goes for 4. But Bompactu and Zalmi, that is precisely the line that I'm going to be bowling to Kogiani until he proves that he can crack one as hard over the offside.
Yeah, I think you're right. Variation in pace, I think, is important. I think having a good variety of bowlers as well. I mean, you've got Arjun Vinod in your side, who knows a very good off-spinner. There's Diana, who's just lurking. And look at that. Yeah, she's waiting to get the perfect shot. Maybe Kogiani will give her the perfect shot. He's on 49.
Oh, missed out on a golden chance for a 50. Just needed to tickle that one down a fine leg, but as it is, called wide, quite clearly wide down the leg side. Easy decision for the umpire.
Hello to everyone in the chat as well. What would you like to say to Rhino? Well, Dave B's already said hi.
Can I say hi back to Dave B? I've missed Dave B
Dave.
over the last 6 or 7 weeks. Great to have you on board, Dave. As charges down the track, unlucky for the bowler, actually. Not a bad piece of bowling from Shinwari, and that is the half ton for Kogiani, and you can hear the crowd, the St Gallen faithful, going wild.
Well, let me talk you through the St Gallen day. It hasn't been great for them. They just couldn't get an above-average score on the board against the Nomads, 124. And then even though they got a fair few wickets against the Nomads chased it down with 3 balls to spare. And then in the middle game, they were chasing 114 against Geneva and couldn't do it. So they desperately need a win. They're 2-2. You can understand why the bench there being pretty animated.
Yeah, certainly trying to get behind their players. It's one of the great things about this ground, actually, Vinny, because you've got the grandstand here, you've got the areas with the player dugouts downstairs. You can make some proper noise, both with your team sort of sitting on the outfield, but also if you've got any fans in the building. Yeah. And it does create a really good atmosphere. So the teams that do have a support crew, they will feel it out there in the middle of this cauldron. Oh, that one drifts on the leg stump, heaved across the leg side. The arms will go up to signal a Maximo, and Shinwari's been obliterated for 28 off his over, And St Gallen Cricket Club racing up to 91 for 1. 5 overs gone.
Yeah, so just having a look at what's coming up tomorrow, by the way, and we've got St Gallen playing 3 times, so they've got a big day. Costanay, of course, playing 3 times as well. Andrew Ryan here with me from Costanay, so we're asking you, ask Rhino some questions, because I've missed you, haven't seen you since Stockholm. Tell us how you've been, what's been going on?
Been very well, obviously. FIBA-wise, we're all into big preparations for the Basketball World Cup coming up in about 3 weeks. Yep. Vinny Sanders showing some good skills.
Right. In the arcade, I'm dynamite.
A little wrist flex. Good technique there. No, there's plenty been happening on that side of things.
Great.
Been keeping an eye on the ECN cricket. There's been some fabulous stuff. You had a great Eastern European swing.
We did.
Some cracking cricket in Hungary.
Definitely.
Great to see the blinders get up out there.
I'm going to actually show you something soon that, since you were last on the commentary, maybe it'll surprise you. You might know anyway. But yeah, particularly in Hungary, we saw some insane stuff in the ECIs, including one day where the average run rate was 17.2 and over. Anyway, let's get back to the action right now. Over number 6.
Oh, Butt's just been cut away, backward of point. Big chase down there, but it's managed to be reeled in. Only 2 runs. But not a bad bit of bowling. Gianni managing to farm the strike lately. Raza, despite being 25 off 10, hasn't been able to face too many balls of late.
Yeah, doesn't really need to at the moment with Kogiani going so well.
Nice butt. Balls just inside the tram lines.
You're a bowler, so you'd be happy with this call. For me, though,
I think it's a good call.
I'm not so sure it's perfectly inside. Almost.
Don't want to get punished for swing, Vinny. He's actually got the ball to move off the straight, which no one's done today.
Since we last met, we've had a chase of 174, and I'll come back to that in a second.
That Hungarian chase off 8 overs. That's incredible.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so since we last saw you in the box, we've had Hungary chase down 174 in 8 overs against Portugal. Now, the game before, Portugal were the second best chase ever, then the third best after they played the next game. But they chased down 163 off the very last ball. And then Alton, they snuck onto the list at the bottom against the Nomads, who made 152, but then somehow walked away winless from the first day of competition.
Incredible stuff. The first match of this tournament as Butt continues. That one heaved high. It's not going to carry. Unfortunately, the fielder coming in there from square has been put off by the elephant steps of his comrade coming in from mid-wicket.
Well, I don't know if he didn't call for the fair catch or something, but he was worried if he took this, he was going to get tackled. And it's one thing to lurk with intent, but I think for sure Shinwari puts off his teammate there. St Gallen off to the races on 168 pace now.
Yeah, pretty needless stuff. And this one's going to get hammered over the leg side. Great placement from Kogiani. Not the first time today that he stepped across to the off to be able to hit the ball hard on the leg side. Excellent batting from the left-hander. He's up to 61.
Yeah, it's been a good innings. One thing we haven't seen so far is a you-know-what. It's when you make more than 99, but I'm not even willing to even hint at it at the moment. We've gotten close. Hassan Ahmed with 98. Seen a couple of other 90s. Wow.
Well, he's gone a massive run down the pitch. That's like supersonic Matthew Hayden of the mid-2000s. Look at this, but this is the ultimate slap in the face for a seamer as he's taken about 6 steps down the track.
Okay, he's off. Yeah, goodbye. You are no longer 100 for 1 after 6. Okay, you're a bowler. The guy does that to you. What's your tactic? Are you bowling or are you pulling out like a chicken?
Oh, I'm absolutely bowling. No 2 ways about it. And to be honest,
but where are you putting it?
I'd almost be tempted to ping one straight at the chest because, frankly, if you're a brave umpire, if you call it as a no ball full toss at that time, that's extraordinary stuff.
How about, do you ever just go the lob and try and get it down in time?
Well, that one's been lobbed over the backward square boundary. Lovely shot from this left-handed maestro who is playing an absolute peach of an innings for St Gallen.
Well, Lenny was telling us there's a bit of an epidemic in the World Cup qualifiers recently when batters would make pre-movements and bowlers would just bail out, spinners in particular. I gotta say, I hate that. It's like a balk in baseball. I don't know, maybe you could make it a free hit or something. You're there to bowl. What are you scared of?
Yes, Sun comes in. Second ball. That one's on a lane. Probably not timed particularly well, and it's dropped into a safe hands. I think that's Sanga down there. That's a nice catch and the end of a very, very good innings for Coggiani. He goes for 68. And tell you what, the way this was sitting, Vinny, I expected that to be pumped for a maximum.
Yeah, just mistimed it. So it works every time but once. And the bowler, he's pretty happy about it. Why not? I mean, he's had to work really hard. Ronnie Hassan comes in and he gets whacked out of the ground, but then he gets the big wicket. And it's 106 for 2. Good innings, though, from Coggiani. And even when I didn't say that word out loud, he found a way to get out as he was batting very well before then. But here's a guy, he's a quite interesting fellow, actually. Ali Abbas has been around the traps for a while. He's 53 years old, but does not look it. And he has hit some amazing shots so far in this series.
No, he's fitter than I am, Mr. 69. He keeps himself in good nick. He's been around Swiss cricket for a long time. As I said, tends to bat at the top of the order for St Gallen in a lot of their league play, but he's got himself down at number 4. And certainly with the two left-handers who were in previously, Raza and Coggiani, you can see why he charges in. Slightly short of a length, and let's just pulls it backward of square. Let's take a 1.
Questions come in. First, I want to say a quick hello to Duncan, who's turned over from the women's match, and also hello to Elsboy. And I want to know, so what he wants to know, I should say, there's a question about your plans, Rhino.
That ball's gone high, and it's well taken. Here's Hussain. Well, he's gone for the mega army roll afterwards. He's completely forgotten about his fairly rudimentary drop earlier in the innings, but he's taken a nice catch there. And that's a good little spell now from Hassan, his second wicket. And they'll be happy to see the back of Raza.
Yeah, they will. I think it's the old distraction tactics. He's so happy to take one. Let's count the rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, catch and roll and roll and roll and roll by Izza Hussain. The main thing is he holds on to it, and yeah, just distracting people from that fairly easy drop. So Jeff has the question, saying, Rhino, any plans to go to Khartoum Oval to commentate sometime?
Wow, that's down to the person on my right-hand side, Jeff. I mean, if you'd like to make the request that you want to hear
I'll request. This is a request.
Okay.
Do you accept?
You haven't made your request yet.
How about we do? Give me a week. I know you're a busy guy. Give me a week. Do you reckon you can give us a week?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's your answer, Jeffrey.
First, Jeff Maguire. Thanks, Roger, in advance for allowing me Rhino for a week. No, he doesn't come cheap.
Can I make a proviso on that?
Okay.
Can I be there when the Rutgers coached Spanish team are there?
Oh,
because that would
that would make sense,
wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense. And I've just seen the schedule actually. I'm a bit worried. The last game's starting a bit later than usual, and I'm a bit worried about Empanadas closing before we get there.
Surely they know as that one is. It's bounced off the pitch because it's gone too full. It's called a wide in the end. Not the most glamorous delivery from Hassan.
He's had plenty of practice with working these out. That one bounces after the stump, so even though it's off the pitch, it'll be a wide, not a no ball. So last ball, the 7th coming up. How about Ronnie Hassan here? 2 for 8 with the ball to come.
Come back well after getting pumped first ball. Taking a couple of steps down the track. Great shot from Haroon Khan. He's a man capable of hitting boundaries, and he's shown his power there. Lovely strike to the offside. And 1-1-4 now on the board for St Gallen. And they are racing along to a pretty handy total, Vinny.
Yeah, so just as we draw to the conclusion of this innings, 3 overs to go. But after this match, of course, we're done for the day. This is what's coming up tomorrow. The first cricket you'll see tomorrow isn't actually here in Switzerland. It's in Romania for the Continental Cup T20IWs. And Greece taking on Romania first game of the day. Isle of Man, they were incredible today. I don't think they actually lost a wicket in their 2 games with 2 big chasers. Well, weren't big chasers, but fast chasers. This is what's happening here tomorrow. We'll start 45 minutes after Rico. So Rico starts early, finishes early today with a very quick chase. 1.4 overs in the last game of the day.
Oh, Butts cleaned him up. Nice piece of bowling. Little mini celebration in front of Abbas, who goes second ball for only 1, and that's a nice delivery for Butt. St Gallen 1-1, 4 for 4.
Yeah, Butt getting right in the face of Abbas as well after this. Changes the follow through and just gives him a little bit of a sniff on the way through. And over he goes, and well, that's 4 wickets down. St Gallen still with some batting to come, but running out of time. to raise that score, 114 for 4.
Nothing better than seeing the plated wickets go flying off the back of a temporary laid artificial pitch here at St Gallen. That's sensational bowling from Butt. A good bit of pace from him too. He's a talented player. He's been around a few different clubs here in Switzerland, now applying his trade for Paktoon Zelmi.
Now this guy, Musa Ahmedsai, bats with his hands the wrong way around the bat. Not the wrong way, the other way around the bat. We saw Isanul Waffa do the same thing for Kristianstad in Sweden when we were last working together. Now with Musa, it was apparently because when he was young, he had both wrists broken. He had an injury. And so he just learnt to hold the bat this way. That's the only way he can get power. See what he can do. Does hit a long ball.
Well, doesn't quite time that first one. Attempted pickup on the fly from Sanger. He's a good fielder despite wearing such a ridiculous visor.
And Jeff's just reminded us of what we were doing last time we were in Sweden, because Jeff's saying as part of the deal that we have to sing karaoke with Jeff at Kartama. They do have the karaoke nearby, don't they?
If anyone's going to find it, I think we will. But
yeah,
yes.
we did karaoke night in Sweden, didn't we? And remember they said that there'd be between 3 and 50 people there. They wouldn't have been without us. In the air, and I think that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Haroon's only dealing in 6s, 2 out of 3 for him so far. Puck gets a little bit straight. But yeah, these guys, they are just super aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think there was a huge amount of placement going on there from Haroon. Just swung through the line, dragged it to the leg side, but actually timed it pretty well in the end.
Jeff's so excited, he's actually gone to 6 emojis instead of the 5, resulting in a pretty stern warning in the chat.
That's insane.
It's just excitement. And not one of them was the rhino emoji, but he's put it in. Well, Dave's put it in next message.
Oh, good on you, Dave, making up for Jeff's work. That's a nice bit of bowling, a change of pace. As you said, Vinny, really needs to be part of your arsenal when you're bowling on these rolled out pitches.
So I've got a question. You were leading Kosane last time we saw you in the ECS in 2020. You're not captain anymore. Tell us just Kosane news since we last saw you in the European Cricket Series.
Kosane, we've probably got a fairly similar team coming out for this particular tournament. There's a bit of a chat about that after Butt comes in for his penultimate delivery. It's a nice ball, swung across the line. Haroon Khan, so I guess big changes. I guess the captain's just a bit less better looking than it was
now,
back
was
in
it some
2020?
sort of coup that saw you voted out? Were you just running too tight of a ship that eventually there was some sort of mutiny?
No, I think it's fairly hard when you've basically got
too much press. Was it too much pressure?
Too many loose quotes to the Kosane Gazette. No. Arjun Vinod, who's been our captain for the last couple of years.
You got Justin Langert out of there. The players have revolted against you.
Gnome-based reference. And as we come to the end, St Gallen 1-2-1 for 4.
This might be a drop call behind. Just going on the reaction. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, Butt picked something up there. Yeah, I think it does carry on the full. But anyway, we'll be the end of the over. It's 121, I should say, for 4 after 8.
Yeah, so not a huge amount of changes in playing personnel, obviously. Oh, God, we're still continually getting interrupted with graphics on screen. I feel the need to talk about it. Anyway, got to ignore that. Got to ignore the fact that the Saint at the front of GCC is in lowercase, which
Working
really
on
annoys
that.
me.
Yeah.
Anyway, no,
me too.
similar sort of squad. Arjun Vinod now captain. You guys would have seen him a lot.
Yes, made a 66 in the Letter Cup final.
Incredibly impressive performance from him.
Classy
Absolutely.
player.
And as you say, he's really pushed on with his ball. He's probably become more of a specialist batter now. He's obviously a tremendous all-rounder.
Batted 3 for Switzerland.
Batted 3 for Kosane.
Yeah. So this is the 9th, and Rhino, I don't need to tell you.
It all happens in the 9th. Yeah, indeed.
And that's a song waiting to be written. It all happens in the 9th.
Isn't it? I'm glad we've ticked off our contractual obligations by referencing that. Thank you for the reminder, Vinny. But yeah, apart from that, obviously Arjun's brother, Ashwin, who opens the bowling for Switzerland.
Part of the Blue Crew as well, part of the ECN crew.
Absolutely, and speaking of Blue Crew members, Jay Sin, the big burly fast bowler and big hitting top order batter.
International hat-trick taker as well.
Yep, absolutely. So one other I will say keep a big eye on is Wasim Javed, our wicket keeper, who has probably been close to, if not the most consistent batter in Switzerland the last 3 years. Really gorgeous player through the offside, power when he wants to unleash. I suspect he'll have a big tournament while we're out here. And then we've just got a bit of a battery of right arm, medium fast bowlers to hopefully keep the runs down. Well, there's no keeping the runs down here as Musa He may be holding the bat the wrong way, but doesn't hurt him on the power stakes. He cracks that over long off for a Maximo.
I approached him back the other day. I said maybe everyone else is holding the bat round the wrong way because he was getting some unnatural power. And it's quite amazing.
He's actually a good little player, Musa. He's not a particularly tall man, but particularly on these slippery surfaces, his left arm slingers from around the wicket, they're an absolute nightmare to face. He's absolutely pumped that down the ground. It's bounced about 3 times on the roof of the stadium. What a shot.
That's gone. You saw a little body language at the end. But he's just incredible to watch. Sometimes you don't have to understand something completely to appreciate it. And just have a look. Everyone's looking up saying, well, that's not coming back. It's all happening in the 9th here. A reverse roofer. And now this is going to be 6 more over the leg side. Maximo! St. Gallen kind of hit the skids, but rebounding once again. It's this man, Musa Ahmadzai, doing the damage.
Oh, he's absolutely moosed that. The ball has been timed. That's a gorgeous shot over the leg side. And he is raced away to 20 off 5 balls. And St. Gallen now up to 141. 4 wickets down, 7 balls to go, Vinny.
But this is the kind of series that teams are putting 160, 170, and you're saying, well, it's not necessarily over because we've just seen a lot of high scoring. So I'm going to have the right reply. Now, that's what I think you need to do. And this is, again, Musa wanting the strike, willing to sacrifice Haroon, who valued his wicket slightly more. He said, oh, it's okay, I've got it. As we get to the end of the night, they're fine for time as well. 141 for 4 after 9 overs.
They certainly are. A couple of great strikes from Musa in there, and Azizi's gone for 42 off his 2 overs, so expensive stuff for him. Bit of pressure on Pakton Zelmi to try to close this out with maybe a single figure over. Have a look at those bowling figures, and Moaz 1 for 16, clearly being the pick of the bowlers. Obviously, Roni Hassan picked up 2 wickets after getting smoked for a 6 first ball. But what do you do? Go back to Sanger here for the last over?
Yeah, probably. Don't know if they've got anyone else they might want to try for a one-off. Sanger, he's kind of your playmaker, so give him a go. Yeah, Butt really sticks out there with his slender economy rate. We'll head into the 10th over now. Arif. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the brackets S. But, I mean,
it's like a 90s,
provides more information.
The 90s song, Arif, featuring bracket S.
Yeah, but I also can't see any other Arifs in the side. But anyway, this will be 1 down the ground, maybe more. And we probably will get more now on the fumble. Well, I call it a fumble. I suppose it was a good diving boundary. Stop 2 out of the total.
We can see why Azar was practicing his army roll earlier in the game. He's just managed to reel off 1 with only 2 rolls on that occasion, as we see some of the massive crowd here at St. Gallen trying to peer in over the fence. That's how hard it is to get seats, that you've got youngsters just looking at their heroes over the top of the fences. Struck down for just a single.
So you might not have seen earlier, because I know you were travelling here, but we had 3 of the St. Gallen Football Club players, including Lawrence Atizigi, the Ghanaian international, as well as Isaac Schmidt and Musa Nuhu. They were in here with us in the commentary box, and they actually picked it up super quick. They were actually interested. I gave them a cricket ball to go practice with. I didn't tell Rob about it. I said he'd get it back. He did it. But yeah, they've got a big game coming up in the weekend.
That one's top-edged, and it's just evaded the keeper. Probably would have been snaffled by first slip, but be fairly certain there's no one in that spot at this time of the game. St. Gallen 148 for 4. Ahmadzai is up to 24 off only 7 balls.
Yeah, just swinging away. You make your own luck.
Can we just go back to the chat for a moment?
Go on.
A couple of questions which you might be able to answer. Is there actually karaoke in St. Gallen?
I can't say I've seen too much except for the ground and the hotel and what's in between. So far.
Oh, nice piece of bowling, actually, from Sanger. I think he spotted that Ahmadzai was trying to give himself some room out to the leg side, and he speared it in his pads.
I think it's not a bad tactic if it is deliberate, because you're just trying to make sure he can't free his arms. So that's probably not a bad result for Pakton Zelmi. They'll still have visions of chasing this down, you know.
Well, they've got some firecrackers in that batting lineup. Better believe that they will figure that this is a more than gettable total. And tell you what, these last 2 balls could be very crucial, Vinny. If they get up towards 160, that just becomes psychologically a more difficult chase.
We know it's 150s at least.
Well, the ball's gone high. It won't carry the boundary, but it'll certainly roll over the rope. clap from Bashir. It wasn't a bad bit of bowling, to be honest, from Masangar, but Haroon, as he's done all innings, he just swings hard. Doesn't really matter that he's not connecting with the middle of the bat each time. He's getting it to the boundary.
St. Gallen, remember, winless today. Paktoon Zalmi, their side. That's certainly, they can thrill us. It's their first and only game of the day, though. Last ball.
Full toss, swung out to the leg side. It's a misfield. They might try to scoot through for a second. They will. Well, lost his pad. Partner's lost his wicket, scooting through for the second. Nice recovery.
Second time we've seen a pad disappear today. So, yeah, I think some of the Velcro needs to be looked at. There it goes. At least it ejects completely, which made him slightly faster. But it wasn't him that was in trouble as moves to run out off the last ball. That'll make it 154 for 5. So 155 will be the target. And, well, if Paktoon Zalmi can do this, they're going to push Alton out of the highest Chasers Hall of Fame. So plenty on the line, the hosts, with a big total on the board here. First up in match 25.
Yeah, we had Swiss Day earlier in the week. The flags are still flying, and the flag's still flying for both of these teams too. It was a good start. Easy taking the catch early on as Muhammad, he hit 2 fours off his first 2 balls. Big appeal there from Bashir. He struggled with his line and length. Was convinced he had a wicket. No love from the umpire. This should have been taken. Saw plenty of rolling from him in celebration later in the game. Absolutely nothing there.
Here's the thing. When he's the captain, though, no one says anything or even looks sideways at him. They said, bad luck, Skip, next one. And next one just kept on coming. St. Gallen was swinging away. And I like the intent. I think that Mohsin Raza got a couple away. He's got the long levers. And they had these couple little cameos, but it was Kogiani really that was doing the damage. We saw another chance go down. So Paktoon Zalmi, partly some self-inflicted damage in there. Eventually, Kogiani would go for 68 off just 24 balls with 7 Maximos in there. And you can see the bowler, Roni Hassan. Pretty important, he gets 2 and 2.
Yeah, tell you what, Kogiani hasn't got much love for the production crew there. He scored 68 with 7 sixes. He's barely got a single highlight. But that was surely a highlight there. But just giving a little bit of a nibble after he found the crack between bat and pad. Abbas was sent back to the pavilion. Number 69, big swing, no ding. But that brought Haroon to the crease, and he swung hard, he swung frequently. Managed to find the boundary. A number of occasions he ended up 20 off 10, and a nice little flourish. A couple of good cameos there between Khan and Ahmadzai to finish off that St. Gallen innings, and their total of 154 for 5 off 10. That's a pretty lofty target, paced nicely by Hekmat. Kogiani there with 68 off 24. The left-hander really moving around his crease effectively. Found the boundary on square and behind square. Plenty of times in that innings, 7 sixes, showed he's got some power, and that was a nice little knock, Vinny.
This is an aside, but Kruma's just said in 10 years' time, cricket pads will automatically fall off to allow for quick running. Well, maybe a sign of the future. Looking at the bowling figures, yeah, nobody could really get hold of Butt, could they? 1 for 16 off the 2 overs. I've got to say, Roni Hassan, his over was pretty important. He took 2 wickets in there, conceded 14. The other wicket went to Bashir Ahmed. Well, they're going to need to do some bashing in the second half of this innings, but who's to say they can't do it in one of the highest scoring European cricket series we've ever had? I'm going to say this game is very much a chaseable one for Paktoon Zalmi. But he's down to him, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after a short break with the second innings of this match in the European cricket series.
European cricket fans, welcome back to St Gallen. We're about to enter the second half of the final game here on day 5 of the European Cricket Series event for Switzerland of 2023. It is St Gallen Cricket Club who batted first in this game. He's put on 154 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. An excellent innings from Hekmak Kogiani. Top scoring was 68 off 24. The Pakhtun Zelmi bowlers were largely pasted all over the place. Ronnie Hassan, 2 wickets in his 1 over, but he still went for 14. Always but the most tidy of the lot. 2 overs, 16 runs and the 1 wicket. Pakhtun Zelmi, they've got an uphill task here, although certainly a chase of 154 has shown that he's very doable at this ground here in St Gallen. It's a soft rollout pitch, so not too many demons out there for the batters. Grass much shorter than it was in the early stages of the tournament, so the ball is flying to the boundary. And there are plenty of power-packed hitters here in Switzerland, and Pakhtun Zelmi definitely one of the most dynamic batting lineups in this competition. And it looks like they will start with Izzar Hussain. He's top draw when it comes to power hitting, and Sangar, who has shown himself to be a player of undoubted class in this tournament so far. Plenty expected from this opening combination, and they will be looking to take advantage of the 3-over power play. Now at the start of the innings, smiles all round. Out in the field, as the wicketkeeper Sher Mohammed. His innings started well in that first innings, boundaries off the first 2 balls, but he was soon on his way. But all it did was bring Raza and Kogiani together. They really accelerated through the middle overs, helping St Gallen put on a fairly substantial total. That man there, a cross-handed wizard, Musa. A couple of big strikes in his innings. Great cameo towards the end of the innings, as well as Haroon. It looks like it might be that man Musa trying to apply his magic to the opening over. I said last in the batting innings for St Gallen that his left arms around the wicket are very, very tricky. He's not a particularly tall man. Comes wide of the crease, really does spear it into leg stump. This man, Riv Sangar, he's the bracketed superhero. As Pakhtun Zelmi hits side, and speaking of superheroes, the man Ali Abbas, he's directing traffic out there. And speaking of commentary superheroes, welcome back to the coverage, Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandu.
I'm only as good as the people around me, Rhino, and it's good to have you next to me. Yeah, Ali Abbas with a bit of the old disco fever style, pointing style from the 70s there. That was the old dance move, wasn't it? Anyway, Sangar, the odds are key in this chase. Yes, they've got some other good players, but Sangar is just, it's a bit of a freak, actually, to some of the hitting that he's pulled off so far. But it's also the swagger on the kid. You know, he's not short of confidence at all. Here we go, 1-5-5 to win for Zalmi.
Well, no shortage of confidence. Takes 3 strides down. Not quite as many as we saw from Kogiani, I think.
That was crazy.
From St Gallen, who ended up halfway down the pitch in the batting innings. But anyway, he plays that nicely straight down.
The thing with these guys, the first ball they face, it looks like they're already on like 60 or 70 because they're that confident. And that's a really good example from Sanger. Gets jammed, though, by the Yorker. Musa Ahmadzai opening the bowling for St Gallen.
Well, that one just pushed into off stump. Hit straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run. It's good. You were talking about bowling Yorkers being the real play for most of the bowlers here on this particular deck, Vinny, and Ahmadzai's got a better Yorker than most in this tournament.
Honestly, I think if you nail that, then you're going to have a better day than most. Then when you get it wrong like that, it's trouble with a capital T.
And it's flown off the keeper's pads. They'll probably only get the single.
Yeah, not really worth risking a run out here. I mean, this is a huge no ball for height. And probably in shoulder. Chest.
He likes to crouch down in his stance, but I don't think it would have mattered irrespective. That was an ordinary ball from Ahmadzai. Really trying to get the ball pitched up, so he's trying to do the right thing, but that one completely out of control. And then Sanger, who... What's the story with the visor video? I mean, he looks like he should have a full set of 13 clubs next to him, maybe a caddy.
Or maybe playing canasta. It's certainly an interesting look, but he can back it up with some big hits. Free hit coming up.
Gets dragged onto his leg, and he's hasn't punished Musa with a free hit. In fact, a quick appeal there from the keeper.
It's pretty fancy keeping. It's a little no-look flick back, trying to catch Sanger napping. I'm not sure they will. I think the keeper just wants us all to have a second look at it. But yeah.
Nice appeal to his fielder rather than the umpire, too.
Yeah, what do you think? And if you like it, then I'll ask him.
We might go. Musa coming in. It's a better ball. That's that line. It's an incredible appeal. Was probably missing 8th stump down the leg side, but irrespective, that's good bowling from the left armour. Certainly coming wide of the crease, he will naturally push the ball towards the leg stump, but does tend to get the ball to curl into the right-hand batter as well. Makes him quite a handful. One of those bowlers, you've almost got to push yourself out to off stump and almost taunt him by showing him the leg and see if you can get some wides down the leg side. It was a long way outside off stump and eventually called wide.
I think it's a good call. It's close, but I'm not sure it's entirely inside the tram line. You see it here. For me, yeah, that's...
Good call.
Yeah,
good call.
Half the ball on the line, that'll be a wide.
There's a few issues with direction. Musa hasn't cost him yet. One's almost at Yorker length, but Sanger's actually got a pretty decent bit of bat on it and manages to push it away for 4. The offside, so the first boundary to get this Paktoon Zalmi innings rocking and rolling.
This is the thing, it pretty much gets that ball right. You could only get the bottom of the bat on it, but you're right about this outfield. Certainly quickened up. They're giving it a haircut pretty much every day at the moment. And Sanger does get the first boundary away. Had a question from Clever in the chat about who's the oldest player ever on ECN. I already put the answer in the chat, but I'll tell you as well.
Big swing from Sanger. Flick at the stumps and see if the umpire wants to have a look at this. So he was stretched back in his crease a lot, and the fact that the umpire's gone upstairs, there wasn't a huge amount of foot movement.
Well, F for flashpoint. Oh, he's just okay.
Oh, just squeezed that sole down.
I mean, you got the issue with the double crease. That's one thing. But this is the line we're looking at here. And you can see he's got just a toe behind. But Sanger, yeah, he's trying to get back to be sure. But that's a close call. As we get to the end of the first over, and it's 8 without loss. Yeah, so the oldest player ever on the European Cricket Network was former Italian skipper. And he's actually the first... non-white person to lead Italy in any sport. It was Alfonso Giaraja from Rome. He played for Roma Campanelli, and he played in the ECS last year. He was 75 years and 30 days old when he played on the 18th of July, 2022.
Wow. So all I hear from that, Vinny, is that you and I have got a fair ECS career still left to go.
Do you know what's funny as well? Who he took the record off. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a second. Hussain, he's off the mark. Bounces one into the rope. There's 4 runs. Zalmi, they're not going to die wondering. We're going to see them playing some shots. I think we would have anyway, but St. Gallen, we've got the score on the board. They're going to have to work for the victory.
Yeah, certainly. That's just the one length you can't bowl on this spongy pitch here. Vinny Cogiani, a man of his height, dropping a half tracker. Just too easy for a batter of Hussain's quality. You're going to bowl short of a length. You've really got to hit the pitch hard. It's actually well played. Didn't try to overhit it. Need of a space behind point. Another one a little bit wide of off stump, and Hussain's mistimed it straight to the ground. No run.
Yeah, so we've had some other 70-year-olds since, but at the time he took it off a guy who also is a former international captain. Was former Dutch captain Stephen Lubbers, who played for Sunderland. Great name. His son plays. Good friend of Sir Rob Kemming as well. Oh.
Is there anyone in Dutch cricket who's not a great friend of Sir Rob Kemming?
I'm sure Rob's got his enemies. Can't live that long without having a couple. Got to say, this is pretty well liked, but he's testing his friendships here. Just saying, yeah, you know what? I'll field. And I thought he was considering taking off for a single with the ball in his hand. Close, but I think it's going down leg side.
Wow, the fact that Hussain's about 4 steps down the pitch probably makes it a bit difficult for the umpire to entertain an appeal, and the fact that it was also missing by 1.5 foot. That's plenty of stuff in the batter's favour, but nice little bit of late swing from Cogiani. He's pitched the ball up last couple of deliveries. That one's wide. It might even be no ball. Yes, it has tickled the edge of that rubber that sits on the edge of the pitch, so this will be a free hit for Hussain, who failed to get going so far, but he is not a man you want to give too many chances to.
Yeah, it probably is on the edge, isn't it? So, difference between a wide and no ball. This one will be a free hit.
Oh, it's hit high. Not brilliantly timed. Moose is going back on the boundary. It's going to carry him, and desperate attempt to keep it from going for 6, but the umpire's arms go up. The smiles across Moose's face. He hit a few big bombs himself today.
I mean, Moose probably got a clue when he felt himself step on the rope. It's a pretty good effort. Nice catch and throwback.
Token effort.
Token effort, yeah.
So 1 ball to go in this second over, Vinny. And Pacto Zalmi just keeping themselves in touch. 19 on the board.
Big ball, this.
Nicely bowled too from Kogiani. Somehow Hussain squeezed it out, and it's beaten the keeper. And I'll take 1. It's a good finish to his over. He goes for 12. Pacto Zalmi 20 for 9. 2 overs down.
I love this comment from Muhammad Ador. Vinny, today I hit 12 sixes in 1 over. Please give me a novel. Well, it depends what you like to read. But if you give me your mailing address, then there's a few good ones out there. If you're a fan of your fiction. It sounds like a bit of fiction to me, 12 sixes in 1 over. Anyway, let's go and look at the table. Costin 8, of course, your own team yet to play. You are playing catch-up, but at least you'll know what you have to do. Got a feeling that you need to be looking at winning 6 games. You can't really afford to lose more than 4. Now, that means the Cricket's, Lions and Vinters, they're all kind of on the cusp. Maybe you could win 5 and 5 with a good net run rate, but I think you're looking to win more than you lose if you're going to make it up into that top 5. Should be a really exciting week. And guess what? This time next week, it'll be the final.
Will be. Very much hoping to be one of the staggering 5 teams playing on finals day.
It'll 5 teams, first time ever.
Maybe we can talk about that after we've talked about what is a very high ball. Fielder coming around. He decides he's a little bit scared of trying to take the catch and just lets that one float for a 6.
Yeah, well, you can see Eblu Himzai concocted a plan to try and bat this back in, but then if he's just had a manicure or what, but then he just kind of withdraws at the end and says, you know what, I'm not getting that, so I'll just pick it up from over the boundary. Maximo time.
This looks like me on the Swiss ski fields, just letting some expert guys just fly through, wave them through. Once he gets to the black run, it's pretty ordinary stuff. Safi pumped for 6 first ball, manages to beat Hussain with his second one. Nice bit of bowling, and he's getting a bit of a way swing.
Hussain's only faced 5 out of the 16 deliveries so far. So he's just kind of going cold at the non-strikers end. Again, Hussain is a very capable hitter. Only 4 balls left in this power play, though.
Well, he goes hard over the leg side. Plenty of bottom hand. Unfortunately, Hekmat Kogiani not quite quick enough to reel that in. Wasn't a bad bit of bowling, actually. And you can see the way that Hussain holds the bat, he's got a propensity to really get that bottom hand into playing those big shots. You can see why he's easily dragging it to that part of the leg side boundary. But anyway, goes for 4. He's 21 off 12. That one's much cleaner. Carried the boundary by a good 15 metres. And all of a sudden, the pressure back on the bowler, Safi. Pacto Zalmi, 36 for none.
Yeah, I think when it's all said and done and the dust settles, this will be the most runs we've ever seen in a 2-week ECS, honestly, or a 2-week journey to a country. Because let me just see if I can pull up totals in the first few days. We've seen over 1,000 runs every day.
Well, there's a few more to add to that total. Lovely shot. I think that's carried for a maximum. Umpire's hands go up, and all of a sudden, Hussain has found his groove.
1,161 day 1, 1,029 day 2, 1,166, and then 1,284 yesterday. Well, there's Diana. She's
pretty pumped by that big ball striking.
I mean, she doesn't always show her emotions, but internally she really appreciated the batsmanship required to lift one up and over the leg side.
Well, Safi, 22 off the over so far, 1 ball remaining. Not a bad ball. Finally gets it on a good length. Hussain going to charge down the crease, trying to farm the strike again. Saying is having none of it. He wants to finally face a ball. Pacto Zalmi, 42 for none. That's the end of the power play.
Yeah, 42. So 14 and over. They'll need to up it a little bit, but they still got all 10 wickets in hand. Let's have a look at the power play overs. 8, 12, 22. Bit of a stairway to heaven there. 3 magicals in the first innings. 22, 28, and 20. Spread out. But you can see that he bowled over 6 and 8 and did a very good job. Well, Dave was saying there was a silver-haired cricketer a few weeks ago. Can't remember where, but I think you said he was 50-odd. Yes, Well, Dave, you're going to have to be more specific than that because...
Silver-haired, I mean, who would have thought?
Yeah, well, Corey Ruckers looks 50-odd with his silver hair. He says hello, by the way. He's just gotten back to the Netherlands after covering the night series, which started on Monday night.
Didn't he sound smooth?
Oh, yeah. It's right up his alley, 2 matches a day as well. First ball of the 4th.
Did he manage to get through the second game okay each day?
And he had some company. Conrad Greenshields was the silent co-commentator, just hanging out in the commentary dugout. I think it might have been the semi-final or maybe the final where the ball landed and knocked everything off the commentary table. It was chaos. In fact, the off button wasn't working, so we could hear absolutely everything he was saying. Mostly, you can't hear me, can you? This is not, is it? And a few other things. If you look really hard in the stream, you might be able to find it.
That one's just dragged to the leg side. You say you look really hard on the stream. Are you sure you haven't clipped that and sent it around on WhatsApp at some stage?
Yeah. Oh, don't want to embarrass them more than I already do. I kind of do, but I want to say also, clever, talking about Aslam Mohammed, the Greek T10 captain, also being above 50. Yeah, he's 52. He's another unit. He's kind of cut from the same cloth as Ali Abbas here.
Oh, big swing across the line from saying it. Once again, an appeal when the ball's missing leg stump by a long way.
Well, LBWs in the European Cricket Series, you never know your luck in the big city. It's always worth a question. But for me, this one was going down the leg side fairly comfortably.
Tell you what, Musa was almost embarrassed to appeal for that one, but I guess he felt the peer pressure coming from the rest of the St. Gallen
and then
squad.
you give a little wink to the umpire on the way past, saying, no, I wasn't serious. I'll tell you when I'm serious.
Oh, big swing again for saying a big appeal. Not sure, there's no dismissal for fresh air, but he's having trouble today. For a guy who's been so good throughout the tournament, he's just probably trying to overhit a touch at the moment.
Yeah, it's just like someone's left the jar off the marmalade. He's a little bit off at the moment, but he could recapture it soon enough.
Well, he's been going mouldy down the non-strikers end for the first 3 overs of the game. Finally gets his opportunity. And he's struggling with Ahmed's eyes. That one's just fended out to cover, and Abbas dynamically moves in and stops the single. And it's almost at the end of the second over from Ahmed's eye. None for 9. Really, really good spell from him, defending 155 as the target. Big ball here.
Yeah, it is. It is really, because they're behind the 8 ball.
Ball just dribbles onto the leg side. And, well, Sanger, after not facing too many, just decides he's going to farm it for the 5th over. That leaves Paktoon Zelmi 45. No wickets down, but it feels like they are a decent way behind the run rate at the moment.
Yeah, it does. But a magical over kind of gets you back on the rate from here, or close to. It's hard to just make that happen out of nowhere. Sometimes they just happen when you get on a run. As you can see, that worm's heading the wrong way.
Certainly is. It's taken a big downhill slide, sort of a little bit like the St. Gallen mountainside that we can see in the background. Still plenty of overs to go. 36 balls in the kit bag. They are not out of this by any stretch, but they need a couple of, I wouldn't say supersonic overs, but certainly a couple of them to go magical. And this is one that the left armour, Kogiani, they need to take advantage of. It's a good ball though, spears it in. Just a Yorker length, just outside off stump, just the one.
Yeah, just the one. That's not helping at the moment, especially because he kind of got the strike back, intending to do some kind of damage. Didn't really do too much with that first ball.
Good bowling from Kogiani. A lot of left arm around the wicket at the moment for Paktoon Zelmi to face. Zara can only just drive that down to long on. Like I said, this opportunity, Vinny, to give a big shout out to the Cosnay boys who are travelling up at the moment.
Yes, so drive safely, guys. Are they catching the train?
No, there's a pack of 4 in the car. So that one's gone high. It's gone very handsome. It's carried the boundary by a decent way, and Sanger finally gets one off the middle of the bat. It's a Maximo.
Yeah, that's an absolutely banging shot, isn't it? And he knows it straight away. One of his trademarks, Sanger, is to not even bother watching where the ball goes. When he knows he's nailed one, he'll just turn around, maybe give the keeper a little wink and get back to his batting position.
Would not expect anything else from a man who is wearing a black visor on a cricket field. Exceptional stuff. The sort of innovation that we've come to know and love here on the European Cricket Network. Comes down the crease. Big swings, just losing his shape. Saying he's just overhitting the ball. He's been so good throughout this week. Just needs to focus on his timing. But anyway, back to the more important thing.
Yeah.
Big big wishes to the boys travelling up from Cosnay today. We've got Arjun Vin, I think, in control of the car, so he's not just captain, he's chief chauffeur today. So that's a nice ball. It just looks like it's hit either the back edge of the pitch or the grass behind it, but either way, a fair bit of commotion.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it's hit in line with the stumps, which is pretty much the edge of the pitch. And the keeper's probably lucky that he can slows down enough for him to catch, otherwise it might have gone straight over his head.
So what's your take, Vinny, if that comes back and hits the stumps?
It's out.
I knew you'd say that. Go Yanni, final ball. It's wide off stump. Manages to get the skied ball. Saying has just got enough beef on it. It goes for 6, and a couple of lusty blows from him in that over. Just making the totals look a little bit healthier. Paktoon Zelmi, they push up to 59 for none halfway through this innings.
Good effort from the fielder down there. So plenty of work still to do. Reminder, more cricket tomorrow. Rico's got the early shift. He'll start 45 minutes before we start here. 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. Can Isle of Man continue their run, although they've just got the one match tomorrow. Each team plays 3 matches in that series. So Isle of Man played twice today. They'll just play the once tomorrow. Romania also with a double header tomorrow, as do Malta. And Greece just have 1 game to go after they played 2 today as well. Join Rico. I know he's loving his time over there in Romania for the Continental Cup, T20 IW.
Some scintillating action coming up there tomorrow. Great to hear the dulcet tones of Rico fall. There are times where I do wonder whether or not there are actually multiple Ricos around the place, or we have inflatable or AI-driven Rico.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. We've probably got the technology to do that now with the amount of volume that we've done. Over 2,000 games Rico's done. I've done a similar amount. And you could probably train AI to do the commentary. I probably shouldn't be saying that out loud. But good news, Rico, he'll be here and he'll be commentating from Tuesday.
Wow, what an absolute treat for the folks within Swiss cricket to have the 2 doyens of ECN, and that has been put down. Well, I'll tell you what, if they go on to lose this game, St. Gallen, they might look at this moment. Well, Musa, he's either incredibly disappointed in his effort or he's in his afternoon prayers. Either way, that is a disappointing bit of fielding from a good player.
Yeah, I mean, grab a chair because that's a genuine sitter, isn't it? And he does actually go to ground afterwards in disbelief. Still, a lot to do from Delhi for here. They're running out of time.
Big swing again. Sanger, he's chewed up 16 balls. He's only scored 20 runs so far.
Can I tell you something that's never happened, but has almost happened? A team chasing to not get there, but to not lose a wicket. It's almost happened. Now, we're a long way off, and I don't think it'll happen here. But I'm just saying, it's something that we've never, ever seen.
Well, it's certainly possible. A big swing. He's finally made some decent contact. Sanger sends it straight down the ground. Gives a little bit of a hand, sort of going flat up. Yeah, the pitch is doing a couple of things. That's what you tend to get with a rolled-out artificial pitch. But anyway, he's hit a much-needed maximum. And Paktoon Zelmi just keeping themselves close enough. You'd have to say St. Gallen clear favourites here.
I'm definitely not ruling them out, though, with Sanger at the crease. He has done some next-level things. Need to keep going, though, and he will.
Oh, Haroon, he's put that absolutely in the slot, and Sanger hasn't been able to time one for the first half of this innings, but all of a sudden he's gone boom, boom in consecutive balls.
Well, Rob, how many balls you got down there? Because I tell you what, end of the day, could be trouble because there's 2 lost in 2 balls. He just rocks in bowling machine style, and Sanger says, thank you very much, that's another roofer.
That was one of those ones halfway down the deck you knew it was going to be sent for a Maximo. Haroon, final ball of the over. Oh, good change of pace. Sanger pops it up. 2 fielders converging. Somehow drops between the 2 of them. Sanger survives. And Paktoon Zelmi, 73. No wickets down. 4 overs to go.
And that's the luck factor, isn't it? That's the luck factor because that could have gone anywhere. And it's a kind of a good single too if there is one at this stage because it keeps him on strike. He's got the hot hand and he can keep going. And he's going to have to do something extraordinary. 73 with that loss after 6.
Yeah, so actually the 2 batters' figures looking pretty similar now. Sanger 33 off 19, helped by the 2 Maximos in that last over. Hussain 36 off 19. Still a bit of batting to come in this lineup, but they'd love for these two to be there for the whole 10 overs. As Vinny Sanders said, it has happened before that a team's gotten through for a full 10 without losing a wicket. You'd almost feel like you need to lose one just to show that you've made a proper risk-taking effort.
Can I tell you something? Just a few balls ago, we went past 1,000 runs in the day. Again.
Thought I saw some fireworks in the distance as Safi had some fireworks in his first over, being spanked a few times. He just keeps that one to a single.
Kind of got a new point of no return here. I think I'm going 20 and over as a point of no return, not the traditional 18.
What was your, so 18 was
Normally
your
18. Once it gets 3 a ball, you don't see it coming back. But here, with the kind of hitting we've got, I think it's more like 20.
Oh, full toss and leg stump. That'll help them. See if that gets the no ball call. Signalled 6. Nothing
it's
else
just okay
from
for
the
me.
umpire.
Step out of his crease. Yeah, that's okay. But he still takes toll on it, doesn't he? Is up.
For the sake of keeping this game even closer, I wouldn't have minded seeing the no ball call go out there, Vinny. A free hit might have made this a little bit tastier.
I suppose that's why we have professional officials instead of us, just trying to keep the game alive.
Commercially minded commentary.
75 off 22. Yeah, like I say, we could actually have, let's say, we're here for 14 days, and let's say that we average 1,100 runs a day, 15,400. We're kind of right up there with the most runs ever scored by an individual in Test cricket in 2 weeks of cricket. Isn't that crazy?
Absurd stuff. Well, Safi, he's added to that total thanks to another ball right in the slot. That's nicely played by Hussain. He strikes a lovely maximum. Once again, that powerful bottom hand coming in, lofting the ball. Well struck.
Yeah. I mean, Hussain's got a role to play. You can't expect one guy to do this on his own. So that's why Hussain, the skipper, it's really important that he hits the ball well as well. And he's doing that at the moment. 48 of 21, striking at 229. He's actually striking the ball quicker than Sanger, who's 34 of 20, striking at 170. But lately, Sanger seems like he's coming into his own, doesn't he? But yeah, Hussain 48 on the verge of a half century, and Safi right now, he's getting spun like a record.
Spin me right round. They wouldn't mind a third over from him if it was possible. 35 off his first 9 deliveries. So skipper of St Gallen is ringing the changes in the field. Looks like they're dragging another man over from the offside. So they've got 2 fielders on the boundary on the offside, one at long off and another one behind point. And then 3 probably within about 40 metres of each other from cow corner to long on.
5 fielders leg side, but no fine leg.
Oh, the ball's gone flying over the infield. It's going to spin away, but will probably just hold up for just the 2.
The only way that run rate required comes down, boundaries or wides or no balls. That's the only way it's going to come down. The ball stays in the field to play, it's going to creep out. 50 up for Hussain. They probably won't clap because he's got a bigger job right now, trying to keep them in the contest. But well batted by the skipper. Brings up his 50 off 22 balls with 6 maximos and 2 fours.
He steps away just to allow some applause from the crowd to acknowledge his 50.
Yeah, like that, 6 cents. He might be a counter. I always batted better when I counted my score. There was no scoreboard for individual. All right, 2 to go though in the 7th.
Oh, Safi's been pumped to the leg side. That's going to carry, and maybe a no ball. We'll surely have a look at that on the replay. Hussain really starting to strike the ball nicely. Another one where he's come a couple of steps down the pitch that's not going to get called.
You're really wanting to make this close if you're calling that one. It might have bounced before the stumps. But anyway.
Come on. Give us a free hit.
Let's just file that under the TV docu-series When Yorkers Go Wrong. Now he gets clapped for his 56 and he just shushes them and says, quiet, I'm trying to win us a game here.
Oh, Safi, he's just short of the 50. He's been battered again. He goes for 49 off his 2 overs, almost gets to raise the bat himself. And Pakhtun Zelmi, an even 100 with 3 overs to go. So Vinny, 55 off 18.
What a series. Honestly, what a series. Are you sure you want to bowl in this series, Rhino?
Not sure it's going to do the economy rate any good whatsoever.
Tell you what, smartest player might have been Karim, who went down with a groin strain as he had 1 for 4 after 4 balls earlier. Hopefully he's all right for Geneva.
He's probably going to win the bowling award for the tournament.
100 partnership as well up in 7 overs coming up tomorrow. Well, your boys Cossonay are on in match 27. Big hello to all the guys from Cossonay. They might be listening in the car on the way here. Also, St Gallen have a big day, 3 games for them. We'll see the Power. They were kind of turned off earlier. See if they can get back in the winner's circle. Also, Geneva were impressive earlier today. We'll see them tomorrow in match 27. Actually, the first game that you'll play.
Well, can I say the generosity of the ECN organisers too, giving us the 2 undefeated teams to start the tournament off. So we'll probably have a pretty good idea of where we're sitting after
Sink your teeth into it. You're also undefeated, don't forget.
That is true. But 2 very good teams there. Geneva, our local rivals, though very friendly rivals from around the Loch Lomond area, French-speaking Switzerland. Very, very good team, and excellent to see them get their campaign underway. As that one's off-speed ball from Haroon. The keeper's flying through. He's taking the catch. Huge celebration.
Oh, I think he's called it at square leg.
Oh, I thought this one actually dropped.
Well, it did dip, but it was very high. I mean, a ref is feeling... I don't know if he motioned that I think it's a no ball. And he's been given out, and then he's changed his mind. Yeah, it's not a no ball. I don't know if he calls, but he's definitely dipping because it's a slower ball. So I think they're saying, hold on, wait, we're just going to check. But once we check, I think there's nothing there to suggest it's above.
Tough call for the umpire. It was a change-up. It really did drop towards the end. Great bit of work from the wicket-keeper, Sher Mohammed, who's maybe celebrated a little bit too quickly there. I'm sure he had control of the ball.
Yeah, and then he's punched it away in celebration. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. The square umpire's just saying, look, wait, guys, just wait a sec, and we'll let you know if there's any chance of getting back. But,
boy, did they need a wicket there, St.
Did
Gallen,
they ever?
Because that Paktoon Zelmi total was starting to not get out of control, but they were really racing along last few overs. Big wicket from Haroon Khan. Another ball that's off speed. 2 fielders converging.
Oh, no way.
He's locked it up volleyball style. And that man, Mr. 69, Mr. Abbas, and look at him. Isn't he pumped? Isn't he intense?
Now, here's the thing, Rhino. That's the second time he's taken a rebound catch in that exact piece of the ground this week. It might even be on the same blades of grass that he's just anticipating it. And I think that Ali wants his catch first up, but Haroon, the bowler, says, no, I want this one.
Well, nice piece of bowling from Haroon. He's gone up with about the hardest hands you can imagine, but straight away the finger up to the mouth. The pumping celebration as Chachu swings around, and boy, hasn't the St. Gallen mood improved, and we're now on a hat trick.
How is that possible that you could have 2 rebound catches by the same person in the same position? Oh, wow. And now we're on a hat-trick drought, by the way. Now, Lenny's been trying to get a hat-trick all week. Imagine if he came and burgled it here. They've lost 2 in 2.
And they've got to keep going hard.
Yeah.
Can't play this out.
Bashir's the batter.
Oh, full toss. He hasn't hit it brilliantly. It's just enough to carry the boundary rope. Kugiani out there at Cow Corner. Thought he had a play on the ball. Bashir, he had to wait for that ball to come down. Another one just blooping up. Manages to get a decent bit of stick on it. Paktoon Zelmi, 106 for 2.
There was a question in the chat from Elsboy asking, do St. Gallen have their own ground? It's a question that I know you struggle to answer because St. Gallen are in another division than where you play. Let's wait for this ball. Slow ball again.
Maybe it's just regulation speed from him and it just tends to bloop.
I think it's clever bowling. But yeah, we're not so sure if they're playing that regularly here. Maybe it's something to ask Ali Abbas when we get a chance. But I know that he's been really heavily involved in getting the local council involved, obviously obtaining permissions to play here. And yeah, using this ground as an option. It's a beautiful place to play. That feels amazing.
Well, it's another one of these slower regulation balls from Haroon. Swung around to the leg side. Strange fielding effort, but manages to keep it in Musa, and he'll hurl it for 2. I can confirm.
No ball called here.
Whoa, Vinny. I've been desperately wanting a no ball free hit for a number of overs. Finally got the wish.
Must have been for overstepping. He pointed at the front line there, the umpire. See if we can spot it here. Yeah, guess so. Yeah. Looks good enough to me.
Good call.
All right, free hit. So they catch a break and they put it away. Hussein, the captain, on 64. Yeah, smart. Good eye, as we say in baseball. You don't waste it. You'll get another one.
No, good stuff from Hussain. I think he's desperately wanting one probably on middle and leg. Wasn't a bad piece of bowling from Haroon, but
required rates back down below 20. They're not going to do this.
They could legitimately do this, Vinny. They just need this man on strike as much as possible. One of the elite hitters here in Switzerland. Decent length ball, doesn't time it at all. Probably fortunate in a way because it just bloops out there for a single.
Look at the required rate. 18.85, and it goes up by an entire point in one delivery. Yeah, this would be a crazy chase if they could pull it off.
Not that they've been trying to do anything else but Bashir's really got a free hit here, hasn't he, Vinny?
They'll knock off Alton. In fact, they'll also knock off Pac Carter with a target of 155 here. Last ball of the over, big one.
Oh, Bashir goes for a big bash. It's come off his foot. I think it's gone along the ground first. The wicketkeeper subtly referencing to square leg, but he thinks it's a catch.
He has hit into his foot. My instinct is it's bounced before the foot.
Big swing from Bashir going across the line. Tries to go deep in his crease. We'll see it slow motion taking an eternity to come through.
Here we go. Might be easy. Yeah, I think that actually bounces first for me. What do you think, Rhino?
Yeah, that was my first instinct when I watched it. It didn't look like one of those ones that just popped straight up off the shoe. Might be able to get a better angle than that as we'll see it from behind. I'll tell you what, it's not far away. I'm not sure it'll be enough to give him out, at least on the video evidence that we've seen there.
I think there's doubt. For me, my instinct is it kind of hits that. You can't really see there either, to be honest. So I think you got to say that's not out. What it is, though, it is a dot ball, which is huge in the context of the game. 112 for 2 after 8. And Izza Hussain, who's 65. It's been a great knock. Need to go magical here. The last ball of the over.
Nice time for Nazibullah Abdul-Rahman to come on to bowl his first over. Skipper chucks you the ball. 43 needed off 13, so you'll just get the one. Sorry, off 12. You just get the one over, and you've got a rampaging Izza Hussain. While we're waiting for this over to start, Vinny, I can confirm that St. Gallen do have this ground listed as their home facility.
Wonderful, that's great.
Elite platinum stuff as far as Swiss cricket goes.
Some chat that if you could get a permanent pitch in here, maybe Roger Finder can swing it. We can maybe one day hold one of our marquee tournaments here with the grandstand all set up.
Well.
Time to dig the hand in the pocket. Anyway, here we go. That's a good start. It's going to come in.
Oh, you can hear the St. Gallen boys really trying to lift Nazibullah here. Gets a dot first ball, and that's consecutive dots.
Yeah, that's fine as well. Just bites in, not quite off the edge of the pitch. What a good start from Nazibullah. Got to go large now.
And goes short. It's not time. Coming in from the outfield. Almost looks like he tries to pat that ball down. It comes through for the second, and unfortunately for the fielding side, they've managed to get an overthrow. About the only good thing is that they've managed to get Hussain off strike. Abbas not pleased.
Well, if looks could kill, we'd have a mass murder out there because Ali Abbas isn't happy, especially with this goalkeeper style turning around the post. He's nowhere near the boundary, so he might as well try and catch it. Anyway, they get 3.
I'll tell you what, Suffy's not having the happiest game, is he? 49 runs off his 2 overs. He's just battered a ball down. Could have been caught from the outfield. Anyway, he'll be happy if they get out of this game with a win.
40 off 10. They need 4 a ball. Here's Bashir. Wide. By some distance. I think they were yelling at them to run there, but I don't think that it's smart.
Tell you what, the amount of time that ball was in the air after it was bounced, probably about halfway down the track, they probably could have scooted through for a single.
I love this cricket.
Good to see Izzard checking, can he pick up the ball there after it's just been rolled back by the keeper. Had no qualms about it when he was out of his ground about 6 overs ago. That's decent ball on a reasonable length, and that man, Abbas, you cannot keep the Silver Fox out of the game.
St. Gallen looks like they're going to pick up a win here. Otherwise, it would have been 0 for 3 for them on their second day of actual action in the competition. Hussain, it's last chance saloon here.
Big swing, and it's good enough. It'll go for 4. Hussain needs to go insane here for almost every single ball remaining in this innings. It's a much-needed boundary. One of those times when you almost say a 4 is not good enough.
Yeah, well, actually, they need more than 4 a ball. So, I mean, that's okay. It keeps the run rate required fairly stable, but that's kind of like your average Because you got 8 balls left. If they all went for 4, they lose by a run.
How many forms of cricket, Vinny, would you have a batter score 72 off 29 and still be beaten?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. And I made a call early Monday morning. I said, we're going to see more 6s than 4s here. We certainly have through the first week of action. All right, Hussain, bit of fake footwork. Can he bang it?
Oh, he tries to go high, doesn't quite get it. Safi, the man, has redeemed himself. That is a wonderful catch coming in from the boundary. Pretty regulation stuff, but for a man who's had a horrid game, he would have been having his heart in his mouth. Takes it cleanly. Good bit of bowling from Nazabullah, and unfortunately, Hussain, after an extraordinarily good innings, is finally back in the pavilion, and Paktun Zelmi 121 for 3.
Yeah, fat lady clearing her throat now. But it was a very brave effort, wasn't he? He knew straight away that he found the fielder. That's, well, never say never. Still a ball to go on this over. They need 34. There was a game in Hungary recently where they needed 36 off 6 balls. And Ashris Tharaparetti, Hungarian international. Well, first there was 5 penalty runs for time. And then there were 5 6s in a row with a wide sprinkled in. They won with a ball to spare. So we have seen it done before. It's just very, very rare.
It's a cruel game for bowlers, this T10 cricketers. Nazabullah comes on for his last delivery. And he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, only 9 runs. They turn down the single as Bashir wants to be on strike.
Bashir says, I'm going to hit a bunch of 6s. I think I'm more likely than you to be able to do it. As Easy doesn't really have time to argue the toss, and it will be the end of the over. 121 for 3. Nice to see Malia Stanikzai in the chat as well. Just confirming, yes, this is St Gallen's home ground. Yeah, we knew that. We were just wondering, do they have another ground, maybe with a permanent pitch where they play sometimes? But this is a great facility. 2 for 26, Arun Khan and Rahimzai will only get the one over, but it was a very good one, wasn't it? Just a steadying one for St Gallen.
Yeah, I'm sure Malia will be a big player for Alton tomorrow. Certainly be one of the ones that will be looking to get out early. Highly destructive batter. Great change of pace with the ball. Cracking young man. Very talented cricketer. So great to see him show his stuff. Seen him out at the ECL the last couple of years, playing for Alton out at the Cardimer Oval.
He's been part of some crazy finishes as well. That one against Lathbury Lightning when he pulled out the helicopter. And
they've been the heart attack kids, Alton, at the ECL, haven't
What
they?
a journey. 34 required off the last.
Well, needs to go on a bit of a bigger journey than that, as Bashir, after refusing the single at the last ball, last over, hits it straight to Chachu.
Yeah. Look at Ali Abbas. Bowl straight, he's saying. Bowl straight. If you have 5 legal deliveries, you cannot lose.
Wise words from the experienced cricketer, Kugiani.
Yeah, it would have been a wide too. So he shouldn't have swung at it really, but he does, and now he's going to be out. So any chance this is a wide, I think you gotta leave it.
So that ball was going so slowly, it almost reversed
Exactly.
back to
Sometimes
the
you
bowler.
slow it down trying to bowl straight, and it has the opposite effect. We just watch this float out.
Literally could have, I think, bounced twice, almost, before it got to the crease. But anyway, that's a wicket, magical piece of bowling from Mugazai.
He's trying to say it's off the pitch, but I don't think it's actually off the pitch.
No, he's just
it's close though.
I think it's a fair call, Vinny.
If you're all for keeping the game alive, maybe we have another look at that one, but it doesn't really affect the ball, does it? That's the thing. Spirit of the law on playing condition. Asad Saeed, the 700. Well, a 700 strike rate, pretty much what's required from here. What a day
It's a
we've
bold
had, though.
choice of number, isn't it?
Yeah. Zalmi are known for their 3-digit numbers in some of the countries we've been to, particularly Bucharest Zalmi recently in Romania. Here we go.
Oh, cracky. Well, and Bashir's come down the crease. He can't be bothered running back. Keeper can't be bothered picking up the ball. Chaos all round.
I'm glad he's got the helmet on because he needs it here. It's top edge, and that's just absolutely rocked his lid. And that would have been a trip to the dentist. I'm so happy Saeed's wearing the helmet.
So true. Great lesson for young cricketers out there. Kuyani rocketing up the pace of that ball. Pistabai in the chat saying hello. Great to have you with us. That's a lovely strike out of the leg side, but Musa screaming in off the boundary. Keeps it to 1.
It's been excellent having you in the commentary box, Rhino, as usual. Is there a chance we might get you over the next couple of days? I know your playing schedule's pretty heavy, isn't it?
Certainly is. I guess that depends on how generous the skipper is in putting in the 11, but we will see.
It's almost all over here. What a cracking day's cricket it's been, though.
Certainly happy to be up here in the commentary box, Vinny, and being back as part of the ECN family, and hopefully get the chance to join you on the mic throughout the coming days. Plenty of great cricket coming up. This has been a good game itself. Another short ball smoked down the ground. Well, they could have done with that a little bit earlier. That ball's pinged off the concrete, but she has actually got hold of it very nicely, and a very popular win in the end for St Gallen Cricket Club. The fist pump of the skipper, Ali Abbas. He's a happy and largely satisfied man. I think that's a strong win for them, and probably one that Paktoon Zalmi would have come in as favourites, but in the end they've been beaten by 25 runs, only ending up with 129 for 4. Things just slowed down after the dismissal of Sengar, and in particular that man Azhar Hussain. And it was a good performance from St Gallen.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, they would have been heartbroken to lose 2 on the spin first up here on day 5, and they made up for it mostly by putting a score on the board and then doing just enough. Although this opening partnership was looking dangerous. For me, the fact that Sanger doesn't click is probably the difference, considering how well Hussain batted. They did put on 100, but Sanger just wasn't really able to strike the ball as consistently as we've seen him hit the ball earlier in the week.
No, he played some good shots, but really chewed up some balls early on in his innings. At one stage, he was 20 runs off 16 deliveries, and at the top of the order, simply can't do that. Bowlers weren't on their backsides too often. Managed to just keep enough dot balls to keep that chase from Paktoon Zalmi in check, and ultimately Paktoon Zalmi, one of those teams that lives and dies by the boundaries, and plenty of big swings, not all of them coming straight off the middle of the bat, including that one from Sanger. Blooped up, going straight in between 2 fielders, but Hussain, he was the class act with the bat today. Once again, started a little bit slowly too, but got into his groove, that big bottom hand, yanking balls to the leg side. But ultimately, this was a great catch from the wicketkeeper, Sher Mohammed. He was pretty pumped. Sanger had a smile on his face, move being done by a slower ball, and in the end, consecutive wickets there for Haroon. Popped up a catch, and the finger goes up from the umpire. The finger goes up from Ali Abbas. And ultimately, that was probably the moment that St Gallen knew they were in control. Moment of controversy there. Cher couldn't keep him out of the game. Thought he had a catch, but speaking of catches, it was that man coming in from the boundary. Zangul Zafi had a tough time with the ball. Takes a good catch there. And in the end, a couple of nice grabs from them as Kogiani, he was the hero with the bat. And that man was the hero with the intellectual captaincy. Ali Abbas. We'll have a quick look at the summary of this game. And it was a pretty good performance all up from St Gallen, as I said. I think that Paktoon would have come in as slight favourites for this contest, but in the end, decent bowling effort from St Gallen, and the Paktoon Zalmi batting. Vinny just couldn't keep up with the rate.
Yeah, 100 partnership, but it just wasn't quite quick enough, was it? It put a lot of pressure on the back end, although there were signs they might do it. Then they lost 2-2, and Hamdard went straight after Sanger. Hussain battled hard, 72 off 30, really good innings from him. Bashir as well. I mean, I don't mind. He took responsibility that last over. It needed a miracle, needed kind of 5 or 6 sixes. It just wasn't to be. Also pretty disciplined stuff from the bowlers when you see just 3 wide, 3 no balls. I think that's under par considering this pitch being narrow as it is. We've just seen a lot of no balls, which do result in free hits. 2 for 26, Haroon Khan gets the figures, but I think Abdul Rahimzai just kept a lid on things in the 9th. Then Kugiani finished things off in the 10th. But up front, Musa Ahmadzai, he was the first one really to keep Sanger quiet, and that would be a little bit of a trend through the middle overs.
Yeah, interesting. I guess we'll see if other teams try to copy that. I mean, not everyone has a left arm around the wicket. Bowler who's about 5'4" tall, try to squeeze them into his leg stump, but pushing that ball up, really trying to cramp him for room, not allowing his arms to get out and freely swing. Maybe that's the secret to stopping Sanger.
So there's the wrap-up of match 25, 154 to 129 in the end. As we will just wrap things up here. And once again, it's been great to have your company. And you're a bit more than a guest, to be honest. You're like family.
Just a cameo, but great to be back.
And just like an overbearing father, I will be demanding high standards out of you tomorrow when you get out on the park. No, honestly, it's been great having you. I want to hear from some more of you while you're here. We're great friends in the box and out of the box, and I can't wait to see you play tomorrow.
I'm really looking forward to it. To be honest, I'm not sure if I've been more nervous for a cricket game, to be honest, having the VC commentating. Yeah. Speaking of commentating...
bring this guy in here.
Well, actually, speaking of legends of the game...
Yeah, come on, let's bring him in here. We've got Ali Abbas here. He's come up the stairs. It's good timing. Ali, congratulations. I'll just ask you quickly, how did you feel in that last game? Must be happy to get a win on the board.
It was very, very difficult, but our bowlers However, I must shout with them. They should look where to ball, how to ball. So it's always the same. When you get 4-6 in an over, you can't win the game. So it's a very good comeback. I was very sad, but now I'm going to have a nice dinner with some good friends, with red wines, some whiskeys. So
the ideal preparation.
Athletes
Ali,
preparation.
we'll let you pack up. I know you've got a busy night coming up. I know we'll have St. Gallen back later in the tournament. Well, there you go.
I might go and try the same thing that he's doing. Get a couple of whiskies to settle the nerves before we come on tomorrow. Hey, it works.
If that's his secret. Look, we've had a great day. Big thanks to Lenny as well for his contributions to the commentary box again. We had some of the St. Gallen footballers in today. We've had you again. It's been a bit star-studded today. And as you know, Rhino, because you've done ECS this year, working for us in the commentary box, it does not take a break on the weekend.
Certainly doesn't. Saturday and Sunday, actually some great games coming up. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. Cosnay first time today, and I think those two clashes against Alton and Geneva tomorrow will be huge. But there's plenty of other teams that are sitting in that middle of the table at the moment, sitting there with 2 or 3 losses already, but a couple of strong performances across this weekend could really put them in position to seal one of those top 5 spots.
Definitely. Let's have a quick peek at those games tomorrow one more time. Of course, Cosnay, your boys will be on, and hopefully you get a game. Matches 27, 29 and 30, so you play 3 times. St. Gallen, big day for them, so hopefully Ali's not going to have too many whiskies tonight. Power, they were turned off today, but they'll want to be turned on tomorrow also. We'll get to see Alton return for the first time since day one. So join us 6:45 AM GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Yeah, so we'll see the 2 undefeated teams, Alton, who have played 3 matches, and Cosnay, that haven't actually played yet. Okay, final goodbye from us, and a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, to like the video, subscribe to the channel, tell your family and friends about the European Cricket Network. It's a lot of fun. We love your company. The more, the merrier. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and the website, europeancricket.com. Big thanks, Rhino. Up top, good luck, and we'll see this guy on the field tomorrow. From now, on behalf of everyone at the ECN and the European Cricket family, have a safe evening. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of Peacock Friday, Day 5 here in the ECS Switzerland. Good night, and hasta mañana.